Hello everyone. hello. What's up, my niggas? Hello. What's up, my niggas? What's up? It's showtime. It's showtime, my niggas. My niggas. My niggas, it's showtime. My niggas. Let's go. Come on, my niggas, let's go. Showtime. I love my niggas. I love the colored people. I love the darkies. I love my niggas. I love my niggas. Come on. Come on, people. Come on, my people. Come on, my people. It's showtime. Come on, my people. It's showtime. Come on. I love my niggas. I love my niggas. Come on, dance, clown. Dance. Dance for me. Dance for me, bitch. Dance for me. Dance for me, bitch. Dance for me, clown caught. Dance for me. Dance for me. Come on, my niggas. It's showtime. Hello, everyone. Hello. It's good to see you tonight. Hello, Salty Siren. Hello, Anna Faye. Hello to the lurkers that can't get enough. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. They wish they were me. They can't compete. Look at this. Look at this. Namaste.
Peace. Well, that was fun. That was nice. Where is... There we go.
Jack Joseph. He's got a nice hotel room here.
Don't start sending any wrong ideas, okay?
No, I'm not staying here.
No, he's not. Jeff's not staying here. I do think it is time to start wrapping up, though. Okay, Jeff, bless you. I really do appreciate you joining. What do you think on that one? Do you see it? Oops.
Goodbye, Jack and Mr. Pie. Zombie Jeff. Goodbye. Namaste.
Peace. Well, that was fun. That was nice. Where is... There we go.
Jack Joseph. He's got a nice hotel room here.
Don't start sending any wrong ideas, okay?
No, I'm not staying here.
No, he's not. Jeff's not staying here. I do think it is time to start wrapping up, though. Okay, Jeff, bless you. I really do appreciate you joining. What do you think on that one? Do you see it? Oops.
Welcome back, beloved. For some reason, Jack Talcco did not have a live stream today. If anybody out there and happy...
Ooh.
Land knows why, please get in touch with me ASAP and let me get the load down.
Ooh. Look at the eyes. Is he missing more teeth?
What's the skinny on Jack? What's the skinny on Jack? Out there and
Ooh.
welcome back, beloved. For some reason, Jack Talcott did not have a live stream today. If anybody out there and happy...
Ooh.
Land knows why, please get in touch with me ASAP and let me get the load down.
Ooh. Look at the eyes. Is he missing more teeth?
What's the skinny on Jack? What's the skinny on Jack? Out there and
Angry clown caught.
You're not worthy of anyone's time, to be honest, dude. You're just a waste of oxygen, in my opinion. Steven, Insanity Machine, whatever your real channel name is.
Well, I found his real name is out there, and that's why I'm not bothering with him, because he's got some serious claims against him that he's a dangerous person.
He's got screws loose.
Hold on, this is for the audience.
The loving life coach, false accuser, angry caught, clown caught, and his handler, Liar Landry. Diamonds. Angry clown caught. Where do you stand? Are you going to stand against Team Evil? Are you going to be a demon slayer? Or are you going to be hiding behind the demons like little fearful sheep? Where do you stand? Have you thought about evil? Have you thought about this hell realm? Have you thought about ending the Matrix? Have you thought about what side you're going to be on? Who are you going to stand with? Who are you going to stand against? What are you going to do? What you going to do, Team Evil demons, when we come for you? Yeah. Disrupt the system. Where do you stand?
Diabolical things I want in a man. Number 1, height. My man's gotta be above 6'2". My last 2 boyfriends were 6'3". Both of them. And they were jacked. And they looked really good. How am I supposed to downgrade from that? So
Crazy expectations and crazy eyes. She's average at best. And she's had men inside of her. She's not a virgin. Her value's decreased. Next.
diabolical things I
She's got the crazy eyes.
want in a man. Number 1,
She's got the crazy eyes. She's got the crazy eyes. She's got the crazy eyes. That's the crazy eyes right there. That's the crazy eyes. Right there. That's the crazy eyes. That's the crazy eyes. That's the crazy eyes. Do you understand? That's the crazy eyes. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Low IQ. What's this? Low IQ African guest goes insane. Wow.
I don't know South African law enough. I don't know if it's a free market base. I really don't. I'm not just playing cute. But as a general operating principle, it's very bad to build a political movement around taking other people's stuff because you're obsessed with what you don't have instead of the mental energy to create what you want and what you think you deserve. So my postulation, and I'm glad you admitted it, don't say kill the boars. Bad. We should say that. It has created real deaths and real harm. If I was in charge, which of course I'm not, I would spend all my time not saying kill the boar, kill the boar. I would say, my people, get your act together. Let's work harder. Let's prove the boar wrong. Let's start a business. Let's build families. One is driven in resentment and greed and envy and confiscation, and one is rooted in creation and entrepreneurship and optimism. I'd like to see the latter.
What's up, folks? We are back again reviewing this video. This is a debate between Charlie Kirk and a black South African. And generally, I'm not the biggest fan of Charlie Kirk. I'm not going to lie, because he won't talk about certain topics that he should. He should. Everybody knows he should be discussing this. He won't debate certain people that he knows will beat him. But credit where credit is due. This is an excellent debate, and he does put out good stuff. He's just wrong on that one issue. And, you know, he's kind of a neocon like the rest of them. Not necessarily a neocon, but he's Big Con Inc., okay? And Big Con Inc. will be paid to say what they must. And they're allowed to touch certain topics and not others. Anyway, to get back into the video at hand, this is a debate about the South Africa issue going on. Of course, what's going on over there right now is the Afrikaners, the Boers as they are referred to, are being slaughtered. They are being massacred by the black majority that has taken over South Africa. And they are being slaughtered just because they're white and just because they own land and have farms. By the way, these are not multimillionaires. These are farmers. These are farmers. I've done an interview with an Afrikaner. And over there, it's a brutal place to live. They have to sleep armed, and they have to sleep as if it's the Old West days and you have Indians coming in to scalp you. That's basically what they're living in. They watch their neighbors get murdered. They hear stories of friends and family and neighbors and people they knew of and townsfolk being massacred by these people solely because they're white. That's really it. That's it. They've destroyed South Africa by wiping out the white farmers. If you look at, there's drone footage of the mass graves of the white farmers over there, something that people don't want to talk about. And the left, when the few, about 60 or 70 families of the white farmers came to the United States, the left was up in arms. Because one thing we can't have is we cannot have white migrants coming here. We should only have third worlders coming here. Let's take a look at this whole debate and see, really, Charlie Kirk do a splendid job putting this guy in his place.
South Africa is what, 75% black? Is that correct? 80%? Maybe
Yeah,
more?
that's right.
Right. And so explain to me, like post-apartheid, outside of the land ownership, maybe there's a business element. Why is it that once apartheid was removed, why black South Africans were not able to see their material economic net worth go up in the last 20 or 30?
Okay, because this is a common argument. These black people, they always say, well, it's because we're the minority and you're keeping us down. That's why we're not successful. That's why our hoods look like shitholes. That's why we kill each other. That's why all of these problems are. It's white people's fault because we're the minority. We're just a minority. We can't keep we can't get ahead because you keep pushing us down. Well, it's actually quite the opposite in South Africa, like he was saying. They're the vast majority over there. And yet what they're up to in South Africa is they're stripping the wiring to sell the copper. So now none of them have access to electricity anymore. There's incidents where they're using the shafts of, and I've talked about this before, they're using elevator shafts in certain areas as dumpster receptacles, right? Okay, so that's what's going on. So you can't exactly blame white people for your failures when you're the majority in the country.
What do you think there's any, and maybe I don't know enough, are there any cultural inhibitions of a defeatist attitude that has basically, let's say, infected the minds of poor South Africans last 20 years that feel as if they can't accumulate wealth? Do you think that plays a factor?
Yeah, I think what's really infected black South Africans is pretty much going back what we're talking about. Obviously, from the colonial background that I just gave you, and we see a lot of like neo-colonialism, you control the supply chains and you own 72% of, agricultural farmland. How do you expect the minority, the majority black people to improve their lives and their outcomes when you pretty much control everything?
Enough. And so this is a sloppy but best example I can give. Is that fair? I'll do it. So just grant me some mercy here. What percentage of American land is owned by Asians?
Not sure.
Yeah, less than 3%. They are the richest racial group in America. So maybe land ownership isn't the only thing that matters to get wealthy. Land is basically all owned by white people in America, okay? Yet Asians, Indians are by far the richest group. So why is it that this particular group that happens to own the land and the supply chains, and we've admitted it's very hard to run this land, very hard to run this idea of farming in South Africa, it feels to me, I could be wrong, that it's a group of resentment-driven politics towards a group of people that own land instead of opportunity and empowerment-based politics, talking to the black majority about how they could build a better life for themselves instead of taking away other people's stuff. I don't know.
And it's beyond resentment. And here's the thing, we throw around the term racism all the time. Here's a perfect time to use it. This is actually racist. Yeah, that's correct. It's actually racist against the white people. The people, by the way, that are growing their food.
South African law enough. I don't know if it's a free market base. I really don't. I'm not just playing cute. But as a general operating principle, it's very bad to build a political movement around taking other people's stuff because obsessed with what you don't have instead of the mental energy to create what you want and what you think you deserve. So my postulation, and I'm glad you admitted it, don't say kill the Boers. Bad. We should say that. It has created real deaths and real harm. If I was in charge, which of course I'm not, I would spend all my time not saying kill the Boer, kill the Boer. I would say, my people, get your act together. Let's work harder. Let's prove the Boer wrong. Let's start a business. Let's build families. One is driven in resentment and greed and envy and confiscation, and one is rooted in creation and entrepreneurship and optimism. I'd like to see the latter.
Well, there you go. He absolutely mopped the floor with that guy. 100%. And this is the thing. I mean, you hear there was even a debate. This was on CandaceOwens.com, her debate with NJF, because I don't know if I can even say, am I allowed to say Nick Fuentes? She did well, it was supposed to be an interview, but it ended up being more like a hit job on him. But she brought up the same thing. She was like, well, the reason, maybe the reason why Africans, I was like, really? Is this Candace Owens saying this? But the reason why Africans are not doing great is not an IQ problem. It's not a cultural problem. It's because white people kept them down. It's like, when will we put this argument to bed? Really? When will we put it to bed? I don't think it will ever be put to bed, unfortunately, but it is what it is. It's stupid. It's not airtight. It's a dumb argument. It makes no sense. It's not true. And South Africa is the perfect way of exemplifying this. Because in South Africa, they're the majority, and yet what's happening? What's happening? Oh, that's right. They're massacring the white people simply because they're white. So again, know who your enemy is, know what we're dealing with, and let's try to make sure that America doesn't become South Africa, and we do that by not allowing the minorities to become the majority, because
to do that? Why do you think I want to do that?
No, it's
I don't
not
think that's a
about-
real accent.
Forget your thoughts. Just follow into
Flow state all
and do
over
it for a
it.
week. You will realize that you have
That's a
just
white guy trying to have an
Well,
Asian accent.
been brainwashed.
Oh my god, flow state's such a fucking idiot. Maybe if he was up on the fucking visitor lore and the trolls, it's like, dude, you're ruining the thing. But
yeah, for sure. I can see that.
Guy trying to have an Asian accent.
Been brainwashed.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
not
strange.
sure. I'm not sure, but I've been polite and I appreciate.
I wish I had never taken up for flow state whenever I used to tell Paul, Paul, that clip of flow state using the shake weight, he gets it, right? That's what he was doing. And you play that clip
true.
like you got it. And now that's flow state, hey, this guy's not really this. He's using a fake accent. No shit, flow state. Fucking douchebag.
Good point. I always felt, back when that clip was a thing, I had a feeling that flow state did that intentionally and knew it was goofy. And Paul using it in that way didn't really work or make sense actually in a way when you step back and look at it all.
I would think the creators of the shake weight knew they were doing this tongue-in-cheek thing. And the fact that flow state blank face just goes through the motions, it's like, Paul, the same way you didn't realize Trump was doing the where's my African guy, flow state's doing the yes, here's my shake weight use.
Okay, that's another good example with that Trump thing. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he tried to make him out to be racist. I'm like, Paul, the entire left-wing media is calling him racist, and he's saying, hey, look, there's my African guy. There he is. Man, that was my first showing, I think, is me being like, Paul, this isn't a thing. And here we are.
Baited.
Yep.
Man. Fuck, that makes me want to play a game of League of Legends after this. I think I'm gonna be up late tonight, boys. I got a fucking new Tinder fuck buddy, and it's all confirmed and going down. The paperwork is done. Let's get it.
Oh, you got the consent forms and shit?
Yeah,
Don't
we're
piss on her
same
face.
page. Nah. That's for like when you're with someone for a while and you want to get freaky, you know.
You're better off going no rubber than no consent forms in this day and age.
Yeah, no, I don't know what that. I don't know that consent form nonsense, but yeah, you already know.
Consent forms is because they're back in the day, in the brief time that the left was saying straight men have to be open to dating trans women and they can't say no. They also had feminists going, you know what? I think we need a 2 to 3 day window after sex that we can decide it wasn't consensual. And that shit.
Okay, yeah, I understand what you're joking about now, yeah.
I don't mean to cause any offense, and I don't mean to.
Absolutely, sir. Sir Jake, I respect your opinion and your choices. So it's your choice if you have to do it or not. But Jake, please let me know, why did you dislike God Gave Lamstay, the Creator Earth channel? There's so many truths about Trump as well.
Josh, would you rather make out with a dude or get pegged by a chick?
That's wow. Anyway,
Jack,
it is a deep question, but
pause. Only if you choose the pegging.
Well, no. Tell you what, Joshua, I want to trust in the best of intentions, but there's a reason you're here today, and it's not for me to start.
Did you say pause or something else?
Oh no, I just can we get back to
Okay.
What you're sharing. I'll receive what you're offering. I'll take it in the most positive way, that you're trying to share something you found value in, and that you care. But I care, and there's value here, my friend, that maybe your carnivore friend or your other friend promoting the stuff, maybe I've got something they could learn as well.
We can circle back around the question in like 10 minutes if you need some time.
Okay. Let me ask one question. I have another doubt. Okay. I have this question for everyone in this panel, to everyone, not just Jake. Have you noticed this scientific machine, King Stephen? Before he privated this channel, he had around 2.5k videos, 2,500 videos, but now he barely has 400 videos. Does anyone know why is the reason so?
Have you asked him?
He's asking.
Nobody watches this channel.
That would be the best way to find an answer like that. I mean, we could guess and speculate, but I know there may have been someone who had a direct experience. Let me not underestimate what you're doing. But
we could guess and
we
speculate
swing back?
from the guy who puts everybody in the back and narratives on them. Fuck you, Jack.
The irony.
Instead, Powder Dusty said he had a question, and if he still remembers that, I'd love to find out.
The lack of self-awareness some of these motherfuckers have is
he posted on his that stuff on the back a reflection hit in me. Do you think that?
Yeah, you take
ignore.
Man, but
it's a good
doing great
because
Powder Dusty.
What you want?
I have a question for you.
I mean, it is what.
He's doing great. Go ahead.
Okay.
No, I mean, it is what it is. It's a
Powder
good
Dusty.
because.
Powder Dusty.
What you want?
I have a question for you. Powder Dusty. I have seen you somewhere. Station 33, the channel Station 33. You recall it?
Yeah.
Very there.
Can you cam up? You sound white as fuck. You sound like you're white, but trying not to sound white. Anyways, let me respond to breakfast tacos, and then I'll come to you. Pause. Yeah, no, it's a good solution for like Cage is a good example of somebody who's a constant annoyance, either because I already know the most do. Once like
for running half that I am.
Yeah,
and you
no, I'm ready to start wrapping up.
Powder Dusty.
Yes.
Are you
Right,
free
I
now?
got you guys scheduled Thursday at 8 Central and Friday at 8 Central, and you two wanted basically just socialism versus capitalism discussion.
Do you want to spruce up the prompt at all, or like I'm good with that, but if you want to spruce it up, I'm fine with that too.
How about we just kind of follow Snafu's lead, and we can go with
Why would anybody ever do that?
Why the Powder Dusty is wrong.
Oh yeah, we can do that if you want. Everything.
I won't. No, I won't go to everything. We'll keep
Dusty.
it focused.
Powder Dusty. Can you answer me? What happened to Station 33 channel?
Well, he shot his gun off on a live stream because he was mad at me, and I think Snafu reported it, but it ended up getting taken down.
Oh no!
You're not allowed to touch a gun during a live stream, much less shoot one off into like an urban area where he was.
It was an interesting scene.
It's really been like great though. Like shout out to Tom. I appreciate very much you threatening me with your gun. You can make a lot of content of it.
You know, we've got to have some respect for the craziness that happens and people's ability sometimes to roll with the craziness. Excuse me, I've been learning how to do that, but you could not imagine these characters, man. The characters that we found in real life on these
standards, right?
You want to pause?
Jake,
the craziness they're referring to is the first stream I ever went silent and was only talking in clips. I was a big enough man to let that YouTube gameplay and faggot flow state up. And him and Mario were cooking and they were talking, and I was even adding in the clips to cook with them. And Flow State could not resist getting it back to Camacho stuff and trying to take it to trolley, this will make Tom mad stuff. And the dude doesn't want resolutions. And I wasn't crazy. I wasn't. Those were very real threats at the time. And let it be known, if you didn't see the stream, people, I forgave that guy as a Christian standing before Christ, and he didn't care. And he still goes in on this stuff. And he posted that scene of me shooting on TikTok because he's faggot enough to have a TikTok. Fuck Flow State. Bullshit.
Yeah, I remember that stream.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't think that's even why I got taken down. Hold on, let me cross. Really, for a long time, anybody that wanted to take me down, I had a string of porn bombs that I left up. If you didn't catch the shot live, I don't think you can get me for it because now it's recorded. The same way if you brandish live and nobody catches it, then it's a recording and it's fair game when it's a recording. So the Powder Dusty has also never been big on being right logically while presenting as if he is. That's why he likes debates, because debates aren't necessarily truth. They're just winning, and sometimes he tries to win just charismatically. But yeah, man, I don't have any problem being a nice, boring, rational truth side to all these different characters, as Jack puts it. Oh shit, is Shorty here?
Yeah, this is where the very rare shit is over here.
Yeah, and it is. I was surprised at how rare, because coming up watching YouTube, I'm used to like correct and YouTubers that want to be right, but just like they say, evil will be called good, good will be called evil. I'm suddenly seeing abruptly, like, just trying to say the truth and honest shit is not popular, not well received. Go ahead.
Jews.
Oh, sir, have you?
That's right.
Jews, man.
Jake Talcco. Oh, sir, have you seen my private chat I have sent you right now, just now? Because you're the modern day Jesus, so I have to share it. Very important. It's very relevant, and it might affect everyone. Not only you, Jake. Not only you, Jake, but all the Americans watching here. Breakfast tacos and powder dusty. I highly recommend you all check out the link I just sent.
It was a link titled Day of the Lord mapped out showing where the nukes fall. New Madrid fault line from 12 years ago.
Is there anything about UFOs in there?
It could be 50-50.
MK Ultra, any of that?
JFK.
I'm a fan of Project Stargate myself.
Yes.
The Pocket Stargate?
I will check it out.
It's in the CIA
that's
reading
fucking
room
hard.
for like 30 or 40 years. They were investing in like astral projection information gathering.
Bro, he played
so
a
they
rap.
have people, like,
He played some like rap video. It was fucking
project
terrible.
and get information on
Oh,
other
I know what
areas
you're
for,
talking about. That shit is
for like 30 or 40 years, but like and it's all on CIA reading room.
Yeah, the atheist rap god or whatever. I think I know what you're talking about, JG.
Everything the Breakfast Tacos does is just fucking corny as shit. All the AI is his rap videos, his questions, how he
Yeah, that
schemes.
shit got
It's
real
all
old
corny.
real quick. Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah, all right. You're coming. You're a new guy, fucking up already.
But it's super funny because all the internal memos said it's a waste of money, and the best they get is like a rough, blurry information that can't really be used for much. And they said we need to stop investing in it, and the government kept spending millions of dollars for like 30 or 40 years.
Look at Lebowski cut.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I saw Ted talk to the dude who ran the program, and he made it sound like way more legit. But
yeah,
I'm sure he did. But
well,
the internal memos are all on the CIA reading room.
Well, they kept funding it for a long ass time.
And
like 30 or 40 years, right?
There's the government.
They got psyop by the Russians, I think, in the 60s or the 70s. I think it was the 60s. They got psyop, right? They came back with like all sorts of propaganda from Russia about it.
Or they found something worthy of giving attention to, and they kept the masses confused. I mean, that was part of the U.S. government's plans. CIA, they knew the power of propaganda. You tell people that what's real is not real, and you tell people that what's not real is real. The next thing you know, you got people like Donald Trump and Joe Biden walking around as though they're the most powerful people in the world. Praise God.
We need to find a few people in this panel for us to practice our brainwashing techniques on.
We got plenty of them, but they don't.
Like Age would be a good one.
Okay.
Maybe Gen X Jeff. I feel like Gen X Jeff is such a normie that it would be not a lot of washing to do and mostly just.
He might be one who listens, because this is what the government was trying to figure out too. It's one thing to learn how to program people, and it's another to be able to do it. And the power of the human mind, there's a lot of resistance. But I have no doubt that through the human experimentation with drugs and the shock therapy and all this crap they used to do to people under professional, standards.
They still do it, dumbass.
Is that King Steven in real time or is it like on the stream?
I know. Is this real time? What's going on?
Is this live?
Is that a giant?
I added Steven. That might be him.
Did you add? Is that Creamer?
Shut up, DJM. I just said it's a low-key bad cooking, but you're such a fan that you don't. I can even spell it out, and you're still.
Oh my God! How
Me It's too young. Restaurant closed. Restaurant closed.
Presumably, when the first
How many
He keeps trying, like, insanity is trying the same thing over and over again.
The insanity is all those creamers you put in there.
That's what I apple. With is my mammoth meat.
It was. I've put 3 creamers in a 54-ounce cup. Were you watching? Or are you just saying things?
No, I wasn't paying attention.
The whole.
Oh, who is that? Somebody's got the thing.
Jack.
I know, but I think that's honest.
Yo, I'm fucking dead, bro. There's so much shit going on at once. Holy fuck. And then Tommy's not even here all of a sudden. Okay, there
Yeah,
we go.
you got me. So I thought the guy with the filter was on our panel and it was your thing. Got me again.
Wait, was Steven on replay or was he live? I'm confused
No,
also.
it was him. That he showed up. He was Chinese Jack. It was him live.
Oh, it was live? I thought it was a replay.
Listen. Before he ever gets to bit here again, he owes me some big boy Steven, or he can fuck off. He backs
Yeah,
up.
man. Yeah, I agree, man. For sure.
Yeah.
Because all he does is post this shit about how he wrecks everybody and his channel's the greatest and he's got a nice channel. And blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, you have made yourself quite the fool. You're not gonna get back. I'm the most stand-up, straight shooting this channel out here among ours. You're not gonna get back in with me without showing a little man pants. And he claims to be chock full of that.
At least he's not in the back chat being nasty. Usually he is. So let's give him that.
No, he learned that I don't watch the back chat, so he doesn't bother.
Well, he doesn't even talk to you in back chat. It would usually be me talking now.
Jam, are you trying to narrative a panel verse that you're not really any kind of
nasty things? Steven, you're
Listen,
nasty.
DJM, you've got a couple of simps. You got like simp supporters. You got cuck supporters. It's not a pass to just.
I'm just saying.
Hijack
I don't
the stream.
care. It doesn't bother me, but what you say to other people, obviously it bothers them. You're nasty.
Yeah, it's called truth, and it hurts sometimes. It's hard to hear, even for me.
Tommy, you've seen his back chat sometime. No.
Stop. Stop with this. Stop what you're doing. Stop what you're saying. Oh, I made
Stop with the needle, Dave.
Virtue signal $1. Publicly, and post screenshots of it.
Oh, because it was easy.
Yeah, so he's a virtue signaler.
Right.
But he doesn't really have any virtue. If he did, he would refund the rest of the money I've sent him.
He has the appearance of virtue, and
this one's just
nice. A virtue signaler.
You want to take
this.
I want to take the
money. Look how selfish you are.
Nice. You got a cup. I guess I could use that for the cup, right?
I got you here. To me, it sounds like it sounds like
that AI is open. It's not human. It knows things.
You're a stimulation. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Or even Washington State.
I don't think that's true.
I know you got goals and shit that are probably here for you guys more than us.
Whenever you're ready, score it and tap start finisher.
Put some digits in, see if it does anything for me.
Yes.
Okay, Jake, hold on a second.
It's all about control.
It's
Jake, hold on a second. Let me ask you a question. Are you from Washington State?
Not anymore,
Washington
but
State,
I
right?
have. Yes.
Okay, Jake, I want to ask you, why have you left those Washington State? Because it has Cascade Mountains, right? Have you went there hiking once in Cascade Mountains?
Not in those mountains, but I hope.
No,
to.
those mountains are clearly the most beautiful mountains on Earth, man. I guarantee, not in America, but on whole Earth. Cascade Mountains.
Dude, America,
The whole
Mother
Earth.
Earth. It is so beautiful. There are so many magical, incredible places to visit that other people have discovered, that other people know about. There's even amazing places that other people just take for granted. It's
Yes,
like, oh yeah, I
Jack.
drive past that every single day.
Yes.
What?
I'm just agreeing with Jack. Shut up,
For
Chris.
my way to
Carry
work.
on.
Oh, corny.
Go ahead.
You know they have like
Anyone here?
caves in
No.
Alabama.
Anyone here?
that,
Anyone?
that are like
Anyone here visited? Anyone here visited? Anyone here? Anyone here?
Part of my way to work.
You know they have like
Anyone here?
caves in
No.
Alabama.
Anyone here?
that,
Anyone?
that are like
Anyone here visited?
Oh my God.
Anyone here visited?
Wasted?
Annoying.
No. And I asked. No, I'm asking if anyone visited the Cascade Mountains, because Jake, Cascade Mountains.
Did you ever
definitely
consider the question I asked you?
Which one did you ask?
Would you rather make out with a dude or get pegged by a chick?
Ew. Flo, he's so
At
perverted.
this point, I'm beginning to see the reason behind that question.
What?
He's gay.
What?
No.
What?
I'm not making that. I'm not making that assumption, but it's a mirror back to the type of questions. I mean, it's an exaggerated example, but I'm not understanding the reason for the questioning. And Joshua, you were focused on the Cascade Mountains, but I could have swore I heard
Cascade. The Cascades.
I was a little bit.
It sounded like Casket. The Casket Mountains. Tommy, Circle K or I think it's Circle K, right? Or 7-Eleven. No? Hello? Ew.
Yo, why do you keep playing that emo chick?
We're all vegans around here. We believe in chemical-based diets and malnutrition for the sake of animals.
What's that?
it's one thing to learn how to program people, and it's another to be
Already
able
figured
to
it
do
out.
it. And the power of the human mind, there's a lot of resistance. But I have no doubt that through the human experimentation with drugs and the shock therapy and all this crap they used to do to people under professional, standards.
They still do it, don't they?
Ding dong. Is that King Steven in real time or is it back on the stream?
I know. Is this real time? What's going on?
Is this live?
Is that a giant?
I added Steven. That might be
plushie?
him.
Did you add? Is that Creamer?
Shut up, DJM. I just said it's a low-key bad cooking, but you're such a fan that you don't. I can even spell it out, and you're still.
Oh my God! How
Me Hey, too young. Restaurant closed. Restaurant closed.
Presumably, when the first
How many
He keeps trying, like, insanity is trying the same thing over and over again.
The insanity is all those creamers you put in there.
That's what I think Eddie with is my mammoth meat.
I've put 3 creamers in a 54-ounce cup. Were you watching? Or are you just saying things?
No, I wasn't paying attention.
The whole
Oh, who is that? Somebody's got the thing.
Jack.
I know, but I think that's honest.
Yo, I'm fucking dead, bro. There's so much shit going on at once. Holy fuck. And then Tommy's not even here all of a sudden. Okay, there
Yeah,
we go.
you got me. I thought the guy with the filter was on our panel and it was your sister. Got me again.
Wait, was Steven on replay or was he live? I'm confused also.
No, it was him. That he showed up. He was Chinese Jack. It was him live.
Oh, it was live? I thought it was a replay.
Chinese Jesus, dummy, not Chinese Jack. You're very confused. Tommy's so fucking strung out on drugs, he can't get anything right. Chinese Jesus had nothing to do with Jack, you fucking dummy. It's Chinese Jesus, Ching Chong Jesus. You dumbass.
Listen, before he ever gets to bit here again, he owes me some big.
It's not a bit, you fucking idiot.
Big boy Steven, or he can fuck off.
I don't owe you anything. Fuck your channel. I'll go on and disrupt it anytime I want.
He backs
Yeah,
Jack,
man.
sports Jack.
Yeah, I agree, man. For sure.
Yeah.
Because all he does is post this shit.
They all agree because they're sycophants. JG, DGM, they're just sycophants. I agree, Tommy. I just want to come on your shitty panel and hang out because we don't have anything to do in life. We have nothing else but you, Tommy. We got to sit here every night. Fucking losers.
About how he wrecks everybody and his channel's the greatest and he's got a nice channel. And blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, you have made yourself quite the fool. You're not gonna get back. I'm the most stand-up, straight shooting this channel out here among ours. You're not gonna get back in with me without showing a little man pants. And he claims to be.
Get back in with you. I don't give a shit about you. I never was in with you, you fucking idiot. Are you stupid or something? Are you part Forrest Gump? What's wrong with you, Tommy? You're part Forrest Gump, aren't you? Or that Ernest guy. That's what you are. You're dumb. I don't care about your stupid channel. Can't you tell? Are you dumb?
Talk for that.
At least he's not in the back chat being nasty. Usually he is. So let's give him that.
No, he learned that I don't watch the back chat, so he doesn't.
Listen to this. He learned. He just makes up shit. You're a compulsive liar, Tommy. You're just a compulsive liar. Now go back to your drugs, and that's all you're good for.
Doesn't bother.
Well, he doesn't even talk to you in back chat. It would usually be me talking now.
Jam, are you trying to narrative a panel verse that you're not really any kind of
nasty things? Steven, you're
listen,
nasty.
DJM, you've got a couple of simps. You got like simp supporters. You got cuck supporters.
Big Chin DJM's obsessed with me. When I didn't say anything about her, didn't say anything in the private chat. They call it the back chat because she's thinking about her back door. I didn't say anything about you. I went on as Ching Chong Jesus, and you can't handle it. You can't take it. You can't take it. I disrupted your shitty, stupid stream again.
It's not a pass to just.
I'm just saying.
Hijack
I
the
don't
stream.
care. It doesn't bother me, but what you say to other people, obviously it bothers them. You're nasty.
Yeah, it's called truth, and it hurts sometimes. It's hard to hear, even for me.
Tommy, you've seen his back chats sometime. No.
Nasty big chin DGM. What a big chin.
Stop with this. Stop what you're doing. Stop what you're saying. Oh, I made
What's up with the needle, Dave?
Virtue signal $1.
Do 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 do. Hello, everyone. Hello, 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 hello. Hey, hold on a second. Phone call. Phone's ringing. Where's my
Bloody hell,
phone?
who's calling? Fuck's sake.
Hello? Yeah. Wait a second. Who is this? I'm doing a show right now. Oh, okay. I know who it is. You want to come on? I'll bring you on. Just give me a second. I gotta. Here it is. Ching chong. Putos. Tommy Fag. Puto. Holy shit. That was a firestorm. He just called Tommy a puto. He's learning a bit of Spanish. Thank you, Ching Chong Jesus. He just fucking destroyed Tommy. Absolutely. Hello, Manny. Good to see you. Did you see Chinese Jesus or did you miss him? Did you miss him? Man, that was good. I always like when he comes here. I always like having Ching Chong Jesus come on here. Chinese Jesus, everyone. Chinese Jesus. He runs a restaurant. He has a restaurant. It's closed right now. It's late at night. They're closed. What's this shit? What's this shit? Look at this. Look at this weirdo. And the weirdos in his chat. Look at this.
So yeah, Jaron might come on in a little bit because he wants to kind of give his explanation of the Panelverse. I'm trashing the Panelverse before evolving or ascending to the heavens above the Panelverse to do bigger, better things. I guess I will be fair in saying that as long as I'm co-hosting with Jack, it's going to be somewhat around me. But we want to get him out of there. We want to get him out of the Panelverse. I'm trashing the Panelverse before leaving it. No. Okay, so this should be good. I'm going to download this real quick from my Okay, so this should be good. I'm going to download this real quick from my Telegram. Hashtag t.me/Modern Men Lost Again. Oh, we need some music in here before it gets too crazy. I'm not burning it down. I mean, genuinely, I came through and what did I do? I guess it would be more so I don't even know how to explain it, but I mean, more so other things. I guess I will be fair in saying that as long as I'm co-hosting with Jack, it's going to be somewhat around me. But we want to get him out of there. We want to get him out of the Panelverse. I'm trashing the Panelverse before leaving it. No. Okay, so this should be good. I'm going to download this real quick from my Telegram. Hashtag t.me/Modern Men Lost Again. Oh, we need some music in here before it gets too crazy. I'm not burning it down. I mean, genuinely, I came through and what did I do? I guess it would be more so I I don't even know how to explain it, but I mean, I've gotten credit from every single person who I didn't want credit from, even Flow State. You know how to do the drama. Good job. You know what you do. You're so smart. You know what you're doing, dude. You know that you're playing everyone. It's like, no, I'm not. I'm truly not playing anyone. I'm playing a game, but I'm not playing a dishonest game. Just letting all the things be formed and be understood. Welcome to our first guest. I got to get into the habit of introducing people or doing little. I kind of don't like that though. How do y'all feel about whenever there's a weird little video that plays and then they bring in the person? Sometimes it's like, okay, well, that was a waste of 10 seconds. All right, welcome to the Congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Landry, and thanks for having me. Yes,
it's a pleasure to have you here.
It's an honor to have a wrench. I haven't been given many.
Why is that?
Well, before I even started a channel, and definitely once I started a channel, there was a real movement ahead of me that I wasn't as aware of at the time, because I kind of had a really bad streaming addiction, and that's why I started my channel. So once I started my channel, I was on my channel. And yeah, this movement preceded me. Whatever rumors and, sometimes obvious, sometimes perceptions that were correct, criticisms that were correct. But a movement moved ahead of me that essentially presented a false reputation that I had to, sort of live with, for lack of a better way of putting it. And I want to say false because definitely people sow narratives, but I don't want to discredit that some of the observations may have been true, just about criticisms of myself or what have you, that people might run forward and be like, well, we don't like this of this person. I was very brainwashed into all sorts of conspiracy theories. I had followed all the rabbit holes. And as a really exceptionally intelligent woman, and I don't care if people think I'm tooting my own horn there, I've proven that out here already. I never myself or what have you, that people might run forward and be like, well, we don't like this of this person. I was very brainwashed into all sorts of conspiracy theories. I had followed all the rabbit holes. And as a really exceptionally intelligent woman, and I don't care if people think I'm tooting my own horn there, I've proven that out here already. I never myself or what have you, that people might run forward and be like, well, we don't like this of this person. I was very brainwashed into all sorts of conspiracy theories. I had followed all the rabbit holes. And as a really exceptionally intelligent woman, and I don't care if people think I'm tooting my own horn there, I've proven that out here already. I never really understood that there's no proof that being intelligent keeps you safe from gullibility and naivety. And so essentially, as I started waking up to sort of these things that I'd taken in as true, and started pushing back on that and acknowledging I had a social addiction, a phone addiction, a chat addiction, that we were following. There was a lineup of channels at one point where most of us out here spent literally all day, every day together. And yeah, so I started talking about these things. I was very comfortable. I did stand-up comedy, amateur stand-up comedy for years. And I just really enjoyed having a microphone for longer than 3 minutes. And trust me, I could monologue for 11 hours, and not just about people, not about drama, just about life and ideas and everything we'd learned out here. So yeah, I know I'm very long-winded. I calm
You are,
down a
and
little,
that's your journey is learning to improve that, right? Because I think
exactly.
we all have, and my thing, one of them at least, is getting off topic and getting distracted. But I've always noticed that there's a ton of those people out there though who what's interesting to me is that there's a lot of people who will be so long-winded and then so quick to jump in. So that's where the panels end up, and I'm not even sure that you'd be one of those people where, so say if you're in a group of 10, do you think you'd be the most the one who spoke the longest, or would you kind of be less likely to talk for?
Initially I was, I would say in a panel of 10, I wasn't as aware of, sharing the microphone. Although I think all of us, once we got the microphone, loved to talk. I have a great phone that at 100 at the equalized center point on on StreamYard, I was way louder too than everyone else. Nobody told me, so I sounded like I was like shouting and over everyone, even when it was just a really good technology. So yes, initially I did do that, and I think I was unaware of it, but I also know that I was happy to stay on other channels and draw a live stream out. So I actually was lucrative in helping some people get the watch time hours for monetization. You know, I could come and sit and stay for as long as you wanted. I mean, if you want to find me on a live stream, look for me at the very end and go backwards, because I almost always stayed the whole time. So I think it was somewhat supported by certain content creators because they wanted the watch time hours, you know, and I was willing to fill the air. But I also was exceptionally immature, emotionally explosive, charged with all this information in my head that was actually a new form of cognitive dissonance. And I was also being challenged regularly by false animators and people using me to show, you know, to sort of expose, you know, trying to use me to expose what a woman is or what have you. You know what I mean? Like coming at me because, and it happens to anyone out here, everybody can be isolated for being sort of different to the group, let's just say. It's not a gender exclusive trait, but even as I say that, I know that, you know, essentially I was a woman who spoke as a woman, wasn't asking to be a feminist, was just saying, hey men, you can be experts on you and you can be experts on women, but we can't speak about ourselves and we can't speak about men and we can't even talk about our experiences. So that was the biggest momentum, that red pill meets red pill that the computers recommended. The algorithms suggested these two red pills communities. I do believe it's a mistake by the AI to put these two communities together. And
wait, say it again.
Talking about the same things.
So wait, which communities are being put together?
The red pill neo, blue pill neo. You know, sort of that truth or conspiracy. Did you take the red pill or the blue pill?
Okay, they're putting. That's an interesting take.
Are you a red pill men right activist? So those two red pills, the algorithms of the computers were like, hey, red pill, let's put these groups together, you know, and suddenly we were all together and, you know, having these discussions, which I think has been quite, you know, controversial and difficult for everyone, aside from those that love the drama and are actually instigating it. You know, I think it has been fruitful, you know, through resistance is growth. It's not necessarily the best way to grow, but you know, it happens. So I do think that it has worked out for us, but I don't think people realized for the longest time that they had been combined that way. And so you've got and there's overlap, but there are lots of people in the red pill men's right activist sector, let's call them black pill people for now, that are not conspiracy theorists, you know, and a lot of the people in this area, you know, had so much information coming at them for so long that was exciting and unifying and imagination inducing. And, you know, it made you want to go look for research. And I think that once that information train kind of stopped, I think that people had a sense of hopelessness that they were trying to continue to manifest hope together still. And then hope is the wrong word, but trying to find the reason to be. They were addicted to the social aspect and the information, but we haven't had any new information in so long, you know, like mind-blowing, you know, conspiracy
Hey,
stuff.
that's a good segue here, because I love that because I do agree with you on that, and it's where I wanted to come into this space, was to remember where, you know, because there's for me, my biggest issue is that there's this clear cut where we have people who are like snafu, where they come in and they just, you know, they just say a bunch of bullshit, but then they also will sometimes throw in like a true statement, like, oh, you know, this is happening with AI or whatever, and then you're like, okay, well, nobody's gonna take it seriously if you're going to be, you know, the face of that sort of message. So I've always had a hard time finding people who are interested in the unknown and the conspiracy world without stumbling upon the ones who are very much I don't want to say dumb, but maybe gullible. They fall for everything, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. There's tons of stuff out there that is very under discussed. I think that the clear cut future, what do they call it, the New World Order, I think it's very easily predictable in a way. I think we can see it coming. I think I know how it. I guess I could say that I think I know how the world ends.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. But I mean, yeah, it's one of those things where.
I have theories as well.
No, you start.
I don't know if I can actually. I think I'd rather hear yours first because the long-winded nature of myself right now is already, sort of going, and I think that I would end up monologuing for an hour before I got to the point. And I don't mean to. I'd like to write it out for you.
Sure, of course.
And come in better with my theories, my model.
Yeah. So one time I did have like a weird dream. I would almost call it like a, I don't know, like a premonition or something, like seeing into the future.
Mm-hmm.
Where with AI, where I was like signing up for some sort of Microsoft program where I was setting up the things to do. Okay, so we know we have tools like 11 Labs where you can make somebody's voice. You can make somebody's voice sound, the exact same as somebody else's, right? You seen that?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so that's one of the first stages of this, right? Where we have, I'm sure it's happening already with and this is all released in pieces, right? So we have the super high quality video from like VO3 that is so good, but the audio is not right. And then we have the really good audio that has no video that can mimic your voice professionally, perfectly. And so those are little pieces of this. And then we have this next thing that came out recently this month, that's ChatGPT Agent, where what the agent does is it basically takes over your computer, and then you can just kind of guide it. And essentially what the goal is of this is to, when it gets better in a couple of years, or however long this stuff moves, where you'll be able to say, hey, I need this video edited for me. Here's the files. Please go through and edit the video. Or other things. Right now, it's kind of just like, please look through my emails and respond to this for me. So it's like, it's starting small, but these things will quickly grow into being much more easy to lean on. So if you have a sort of business where you can ensure that your growth and your, all the things that your business needs are done by this process of just automation, you're going to do it because it's going to be cheaper. So I think everyone's going to start leaning into this more and more and more. We're going to put more and more trust and expectations into this AI and these programs, to where I think it will become very much an idea that we're all going to have a second self. They already talk about this online. And I think where it goes wrong is we kind of will end up forfeiting our rights over to the second self, to where we are going to be subservient to not an AI overlord, but to our automated, because does this make sense so far?
It does. There's a movie out there, I think, that Bruce Willis did in the 90s, although they were at home operating avatar bodies in the real world, versus a pixelated, potentially a pixelated existence like we're doing here. But there is a movie that parallels this. I think Bruce Willis was one of the main characters in it, or actors in it. That's what you're describing to me. So.
Yeah, it's definitely they love to tell us the truth in the movies. You know what I mean? They love showing us their I guess what do they call it, revelation of the method. They also have that the Georgia Guidestones, which they removed at some point, and said they wanted to get it down to 500 million people. So I would imagine there's a reason for that. I would imagine it's it's an algorithm or a statistic that would be the perfect. They didn't just make this stuff up. They obviously have their reasons for deciding that 500 million was the perfect amount to be in harmony with nature. But
if you want to get mindfucked, just follow these greasy baby truther, greasy-haired cockroaches that have dirty fingernails, nicotine-stained fingers, greasy hair. They eat their boogers. They're gross in every conceivable way. Their eyes roll back on their head. Just follow these grease balls. That's all you have to do. I'm going to drop a link in the chat for the ones that want to follow greasy, sickening, disgusting demons. There's the link to that video. I'm not afraid of anybody leaving my channel and going over there. There's people that say, oh, you're worried about people leaving? No, have at it. Have at it. Go right in the recycling bin, because that's where it leads you. And I've explained this I wanted to say dozens of times. It must be hundreds of times, if not over 1,000 times. Take another spin in the bin. And that's where it gets you. If you have no discernment, you want to follow creepy cockroaches, shit channels, demons, you're headed right for the bin. And that's your doing. You have no one else to blame. You can't say somebody conned me, somebody duped me, or Steven, you pushed me into the bin. No, it's your choice. You go follow creepy creatures. You go right into the bin. That's where you end up. That's where you belong too. Okay? That's what you have to realize. It's not just, oh shit, like as though you don't deserve it. You do deserve it. If you follow cockroaches and demons and low IQ, low class liars and frauds and just pieces of shit, why do you deserve to get out? I don't view it as you deserving to get out. I think you belong here. So the lurkers on my channel, go follow this shit. This is where you belong, on Landry's channel with Bextra Large and R. Pole and Lindsay and Shadows and Light and all the creatures over there. That's where you belong, with scum. And you can stay here with them forever. And I don't feel a drop of sympathy for you, because you've followed evil that has harassed me and others and been nasty, evil shit for years, most likely for lifetimes here, long before I knew them. You belong with them. Stay with them.
When you talk about depopulation, obviously you get, a lot of raised eyebrows and stuff like that. But I mean, we're already heading there. Who knows if it takes any extreme jumps, because we're already heading, I think, backwards. And if not now, pretty soon we'll be, I think the population will be going down, but maybe they don't tell us. Maybe they don't tell us it's going down, and who knows?
I think there's a lot of reasons in this world to hyperinflate your population, right? To state that your population is bigger than it is. Reasons, for instance, like, say a private foster care system that gets money from the federal government, that gets money from the IMF or whatever. I'm not as familiar with, what banking institutions give money for what, but some global banking institutions.
She doesn't know how money works. She thinks they just get money. They create money out of thin air. It's fiat currency. You don't know how it works. You're just talking out of your ass, as usual, out of your big fat ass, and that's all you can do. You're just a bullshitter. Just a bullshitter. You just love to hear yourself yap, and you have no one to talk to in quote-unquote real life, so you use every panel that you can. You use Polly's years ago, you use Landry's now, you use Talcott. If you see me somewhere on a panel, you immediately follow me to Z Show. Wherever it is, you'll follow me. That's what you do. You're creepy, you're obsessed, and this is all you have, is the shitty demon verse. It's all you have.
Institution helping people deal with the problems of orphans and such. That creates an opportunity to create false paperwork.
Yeah, false paperwork. They want to get rid of most of you, according to him, so that they have no energy to feed on. Does that make sense? Can they control the population? Yes, this is basic shit. Do they want to get rid of most of you so they don't have energy? Does it make sense? The population is growing rapidly in Africa, and not just Africa, but all of Africa, and in India as well. Excuse me, hold on. India and Africa, mostly. Population's exploding. Could they control that? Do they have the technology? Yes, they do. Do they seem to be controlling it? No, I don't really think so, because it's growing by the billions. So think about it. These assholes just follow anything that's put out there. They latch onto it and talk about it. They're not thinkers. They're repeaters. They're parrots. They're robots. That's all they are. They're baby truther level fucking morons. And they love to hear themselves talk.
For children that don't exist. And also, while you have those transfers coming all the way down to private institutions, you also have sometimes things happen where people come in and audit, and then you have to, sort of make up for the story. I think that as you come up with missing, and I'm really not trying to minimize any kind of harm that comes to people on this planet of any age, but I do think that when people are claiming that, 400,000 children go missing out of a country every year, and we don't hear a single parent in uproar, not 800 million strong, or 800,000 strong every year, that I think it actually creates an atmosphere where you are slandering a nation. It's a double whammy. You can erode away at a culture and that has stood strong and true as one of the proudest and most just cultures in the world, by simply putting out rumors like YouTube channels do individually to people to slander the nation, right? So again, not to minimize problems, but if you think that 400,000 children are going missing from the States every year, I think that, we would hear more about it. So I think that sometimes some of these conspiracies and some of these, even this revelation thing, I think a good lie has truth sewn through it, period. And that we are more gullible and we take things more factually if there's some truth in it, period. So I don't know how covert the plan is. I think that there's a lot of money behind some of these conspiracy theories. And if we go looking for what is the motivation would be money, no children harmed, not none, but I'm not at 400,000 a year, slandering a good nation. And, I think it goes all the way back to JFK's funeral, right? And him being on one side of your newspaper and his son celebrating the birthday on the other side, and all the other nations of the world saying, how can the leaders of that country be so impersonal and not take time out for the family? I think America has been under attack for a very long time, uplifted, hero and villain at the same time. And I think with that comes a lot of beliefs in supernatural things, which are actually humans doing things with technology to other humans to subjugate them.
Yeah, I mean, are you familiar with Gotham and Palantir?
Gotham and
Palantir?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
See, that's fascinating for me, because it's crazy, because what I started this channel doing was this exact thing that we're doing right now, me and you. We were having these conversations, except we just didn't have, we didn't really have anyone there. So we kind of, he left. But then I started looking at other things to do, and that's how I ended up here. But Palantir is one of the things I got, I have spent many hours talking about, researching, but this is essentially so they have many different, I guess not many, but there's 4 different subsections of this company, Palantir. If you've heard of Peter Thiel and Alex Karp, they're the ones in charge of it. So they have, the most notable one is Gotham, to where and I got it on screen, I'm not sure, I guess you're on your phone, so maybe you can't see it. But this is essentially the most, oh, you can see it, okay. So this is what it is. And this is used a lot in warfare. So what you'll see here is this little, this is just, for people who are wanting to buy this and become partners with this, and contract out, usually the government and the military. This is just like a sample of, hey, this is what you can do. Essentially, they can tell you where everything is, what everyone is. It can tell you on the side of the drones and the ones that they use to kill people. It can identify people by their face in the same way that China does, where it can identify their name and everything about them, pretty much, so they can easily take these targets out, especially if they're in less developed countries. So this is where they remove the human side of death, which is, so now they can say, well, we didn't do it, as the AI. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
Okay, sorry, didn't mean to pause for so long.
No, yeah, and I'm sorry, I peeked at chat to say goodbye to SNL.
Stay indifferent, like the creator of this realm. What is this? What's up, Artful? So, what was I saying? I was saying something about. See, I get so sidetracked. Oh, So right now I'm saving the this is what I want to talk to people about if they wanted to reach out to me about editing, and I would be willing to obviously not ask them to do it for free. Reach out, and the first thing I guess I would probably want help with is some of the stuff with in our poll. I know you already reached out, but with this documentary from that we filmed this week, and just I'll be able to walk anyone through it if they need to, and then if they have a computer, we could talk about software, and because this is the same thing that Jack is trying to do, where he wants to have a team, but he doesn't know anything about this stuff. Like, he doesn't know about editing, he doesn't know about computers, he doesn't know about the internet, to be quite honest. So he's got the right idea that we need more hands involved.
Hold on a second, everyone. That's interesting. It's showing one person is now viewing. The views dropped from like 14 to 1. That's weird. Very weird.
Hey, yo, Team Evil Putos. Who you trying to get crazy with, essay? Don't you know I'm loco? Yeah. You come over here into our hood, you gonna get wrecked, homies. You gonna get wrecked. Putos. Hey, yo. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. I am the Raven King. I can do anything.
I think that's kind of fascinating that you've met Jack in person. He stayed at your house. I know he hung out with Jason. Why don't you bring everybody into that?
It was a pleasure, and we can't wait to have him back. He's coming back because he's going to watch the house and spend time with our cats. We don't want to just pay someone to drop by to feed them. We need someone who we can really trust, who loves our cats, so that we can actually relax and enjoy seeing Oasis in Los Angeles. So that's happening on September 7th, and Jack will be here again for those surrounding days. And so I'm so happy for Jason that he can have his soul set at ease, that while we're away from the kitty, because we're like totally like, it's like a mental illness at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if we had toxoplasmosis. It hurts us to be away from our kitty. So we were also feeling bad because
I think that's kind of fascinating that you've met Jack in person. He stayed at your house. I know he hung out with Jason. Why don't you bring everybody into that?
it was a pleasure, and we can't wait to have him back.
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm fantastic. I'm here to save the day.
Oh,
Is that what you think?
Sorry?
Is that what you think you're here to save the day? So help me better understand you. Elaborate. What are you saving? What do you think you're here to do?
I'm here to save the show. It's showtime. I'm King Stephen, and King Stephen is here to save the day. Am I looking at the right calendar, or is it Titty Cot Tuesday today? Is it Tuesday?
Stephen, this isn't a show. I mean, it is a show, but it's not for your juvenile entertainment behavior. I know that's what your stream is. You love the juvenile behavior and the clown show. But
no, I don't.
Here, Stephen,
Jack, is this the other? Because you said about snafu, and I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm fantastic. I'm here to save the day.
Oh,
is that what you think?
Many people avoid me because they think I'm on the dark side. Oh yeah, I got people saying I got people saying that I'm ex-CIA. I got some people saying I'm ex-CIA. I'm FBI. I'm a government agent. I'm a shill of the tiny hats. That I'm really law enforcement in disguise. All kinds of shit. And then at the same time, the same guys are like, I really raped that girl, which everybody who's read my court paperwork knows that didn't really happen. She's never claimed I did. I was just a participant in the crime. I didn't actually do that. John Ernesto did, but it doesn't matter. The same people that say I'm FBI and CIA also say that I did that shit. So it doesn't even matter. The truth doesn't even matter. They're just throwing everything at me, throwing everything on the book at me. But none of it sticks. Many people avoid me because they think I'm on everything on the book at me. But none of it sticks. On everything on the book at me. But none of it sticks. On everything on the book at me. But none of it sticks.
But we bring in the goodness. The good spirits bring in goodness into a dark realm. I'm going to get free from this realm. I think you're going into the recycling bin with your views. That's where I think you're headed.
That's cool.
That's the truth.
Good, man.
I got a couple more questions for you. Why did you plead guilty to all the felonies when you were younger and you were charged? If you're innocent, why would you plead guilty on all charges to kidnapping and aggravated sexual assault? You pled guilty.
That's easy for me to answer. That's easy for me to answer. Shit that night got out of hand, and I took the victim to the police department and wrote a full statement about everything that happened that night. Every single thing. So once you do something like that, you're not going to plead innocent. I took full responsibility that night for everything.
What do you mean it got out of hand? What do you mean by that? Shit got out of hand. What did you do?
You're gonna go, man. I'm done with the trolling. I've been seeing Sanity Machine's little troll posts for a long time.
I'm not a troll. But we bring in the goodness. The good spirits bring in This post, does anyone have information on that Landry character? Landry in quotes. Because I don't know if that's his real name. It could be fake. It probably is. He's been making some very serious false accusations towards me. Any information is appreciated. Thank you. I want people to come forward with information not only about him, but about Jack Twatcott, Demon Slayer, any of these creatures that make these false accusations about me. Look at this creature here. Here's another one. His name is fake. His name is not Frank Monday. He's a coward. He's a creepy demon. He has the Sanpaku eyes, the psychopath eyes. He's a psycho. He's got fucked up teeth that are brown as fuck. They look like they haven't been brushed since the 1990s. It's gross. He's gross. He's nasty. If you stand with evil, no excuses will be acceptable. Hashtag choose wisely. I want you to understand what's going on. You'll have no excuses. You've been told, shown, warned, had it explained. If you're an evil piece of shit, you deserve to stay here. Period.
No, when I do it, I'm having a conversation. It's weak, dude. He's always in the moment gonna tell you why he's right or justify what he's doing, and everyone else will always be wrong. It's typical narcissism.
That's you.
I don't know what makes you think I'd keep you up here right now.
Marsha. Paw.
See ya. If you can't talk to me on Talcco.
He mod godded him. That's what he does. He does that to everybody. Hello, Louise. Hello. Good to see you. Hello. Tommy Tears. Tommy T-Jack. Tommy Jack. T-Jack. Tommy Jack.
Marsha. Paw.
See ya. If you can't talk to me on Talcco like a fucking human, if he wants to flip on me after I hosted him here twice, that little cracker ass doesn't know he's destroying. Well, he didn't have much credibility.
If that's you, please.
Anyway, I say you let him up so we can hear. Just give him like 30 seconds. Let him.
No.
Maybe you misunderstood him.
No. I've battled him. No.
Maybe you misunderstood him.
No.
Maybe you misunderstood him.
No.
Maybe you misunderstood him.
No.
Maybe you misunderstood him.
What a crybaby. Tommy Tears. Nope. What a crybaby. He kicked me off earlier tonight. He can't handle anything. He's a crybaby. He's the biggest mod god of all. He's actually worse than Talcott. Crybaby. Tommy Tears. Tattletale Tommy. T-Jack. Tommy Jack. Tommy Tears. Tattletale Tommy.
No. I've battled him for 3 years, you dumb nitwit. You think I misunderstood him?
Class. No. Maybe you misunderstood him. Let him.
No.
Maybe you misunderstood him.
No.
Just give him like 30 seconds. Let him.
No.
Maybe you misunderstood him.
No. I've battled him for 3 years, you dumb nitwit. You think I misunderstood him?
Classic. Tommy Monster.
The dude is a narc fucking narrative liar piece of shit. He hasn't changed, and I'm gonna get right back on him when I care to. And this is for if he's still listening, and he probably is. He's probably seething about getting muted in the chat and kicked out. Can you have a back and forth? I haven't mod godded you, have I?
You have, but not today. Wait a second. You
I rarely, I don't mod god people, right? And Paul's just mad that we can do something up here without him as an enemy.
Paul's dick in your mouth, You got Paul's dick in your mouth,
Bullseye. Your daddy had the chance to have the conversation and he went season 1. I haven't done as many Paul and Slave videos, but Paul, I just need you to know, before you say I'm mod godding and keeping you out of the conversation, this is me setting boundaries, asshole.
Guys, queen, slay!
And she showed that by muting me in the chat for saying that. Mod godded me because she didn't like what I said.
That's you.
That's you. Like, Paul played that shit yesterday about Jack's never asked you specifically, and Jack agreed.
He is constantly in his feelers. You don't hear him?
Big time.
Mama was a hoe. I was weak and pussy.
That's you.
Bullseye.
Will you have an opportunity for Paul and Jack and Flo to come up at some point? Not today, but, you know, like an open panel again? Like
Specifically with Paul and Jack in flow state, I may possibly never have one of them on my panel again because they don't want to acknowledge anything. They're just...
Right? Is it a good idea in 2024 to get together with a single mom if another choice was viable?
I have never seen Andrew so calm. What up, guys? Welcome to my...
Do 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 do. Save the earth. Save the prison. Love Mother Nature. Save the earth. Save the earth. Save the prison. Save the earth. Save the earth. Save the prison. Love Mother Nature. That's what it looks like if you look at the screen. It's like a black goo monster that will devour you. People worship what harms them in this realm. They're so fucked up. They worship what will ultimately eat you. Worship Mother Nature. Worship the earth. She's going to eat you one day. Congratulations, geniuses. Congratulations, genius humans. You worship what will devour you. Congratulations. You worship your enslavement. You worship what will devour you. You worship what wants to eat you. They taught you well, and you didn't think, oh, well, maybe they're deceiving us. Maybe they're lying to us. Maybe we shouldn't worship Mother Nature. Maybe that's not the wisest thing because the government says so, and the media said so, and the school teachers say so, and the green hippies say so, that's smoking weed. And the vegans say so. Worship the earth. What's the earth doing to you, dummies? What's the earth doing to you? It eats you. Okay? It's ridiculous what people worship in this realm. You couldn't pick worse. Most humans. And they also worship narcissists and demons and ones that harm them and lie to them and mind fuck them. You have the worst heroes and idols that you could ever choose. People love it. The masses love it. The majority loves it. And if you don't see that yet, you're dead asleep. You got a long way to go. You might as well be watching this shit show then. Jack Talcott's producer, Landry, with his eyes rolling back like a demon. And people can't see that. On dozens and dozens that watch him, maybe hundreds. I don't know. His audience seems fairly small, though. It seems to be 11 or 12 people during daylight watching him. Not many people watch his shit shows. He looks a lot like this guy in the recycling bin, the panel verse. Get in the bin. Get in the bin. Get in the bin. Landry, get in the bin. Get in the bin, Landry. Get in the bin. Get in the bin, Landry. Get in the bin. What's that, Dolphin Jesus? E E E E E E E E E. Get in the bin, Landry. Get in the fucking bin. Take another spin in the bin, bitch. There you go. Take another spin in the bin. Here you go. Here you go. Here he is. That's a diamond. That's a diamond right there. That's a fucking diamond. That's a diamond right there. Look at him. Just look at him. Look at that thing. Eyes rolled back. And there he is in the recycling bin. Get in the fucking bin. Get in the bin. You're trash. He's trash. I told Jason Braziers, I think you're headed right for the recycling bin, bitch. Here's your destination right here, bitch. You got that, motherfucker? You got that, my nigga? My nigga, you're going right into the bin. Come on, my niggas. Come on. Come on, my niggas. I love my niggas. I love my colored people, my darkies, my niggas. Now get in the bin, Landry. Get in the fucking bin. Piece of shit. Piece of shit. You nasty piece of shit. There he is. Anyway, this is El Diablo Radio International. The greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. And this is for VIPs only. No demons over here. No pieces of shit. No copycats. No thieves. No thieves. No liars. No pieces of shit. This is for real, authentic, true spirits. No cucarachas wanted here. No cucarachas wanted here. Get in the bin, Landry. Get in the fucking bin. You too, Ian. Oh, Ian says he's happy. Be happy like me. This is when he was indoors. Now he always videos from a car. I think Linda's kicked him out. I think Ian's homeless. Ian, are you okay? Are you homeless, Ian? You lied to people saying you're so happy. You don't look happy. Your face doesn't look happy, Ian. You're not happy because you're going to the recycling bin. You're going here to eat cookies in the recycling bin. You're going right into the recycling bin. Eat your cookies in the recycling bin, Ian. Eat your cookies. It looks a lot like Ian. It looks like Landry, and it looks like Ian in the recycling bin. Stay in the bin. Stay in the fucking bin. Take another spin in the bin and see what you get. And look at the center. Inside of the arrows. Recycle me, it says. That's where they're going. That's where they're headed. That's where they're headed. Smile for them. Come on, my niggas. Look at the teeth here. Look at the teeth. My goodness. My goodness. Here's one of my fanboys. He tunes in once in a while. Creepy Keith. He's a homeless bum. He lives in his vehicle. Rebellious meth puppet. There he is. Creepy creatures. Ladies love El Diablo. Ladies love El Diablo. And it's the truth. And I hope that you all choose wisely. I hope that you don't choose evil. I hope you don't side with evil. You will be punished if you do. You can count on that. Count on it. Count on it. This live stream is sponsored by Coke Zero. We bring the madness. Enjoy more madness with Coke Zero. It's a fantastical chemical mess of a drink. Coke Zero. 0 calories. Me love you long time. Me love you long time. I love my cult. I love my cult. Me love you long time. Me love you long time. There's the double 33s on the big sign, the billboard sign behind her. 33 on each side of her. That's intentional by Kubrick. Me love you long time. You sucky sucky? Anyway, I have fun doing this. Demons can never get me down. They can never win. They can never win because I'm winning. I'm winning. Hashtag winning. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hashtag winning. And they can all stay at the motel, the creepy motel. Motel people vibes. They're gross. They're homeless bums. They're drug addicts. They're losers. They're losers. They're losers.
All right, what is up, guys? We are here with Arval from the Return to the Land project. Where are we today?
Harrison, Arkansas.
Yeah, we're in Harrison, Arkansas. It's considered the most racist town in the U.S. Let's go ask some people some simple questions, what they think of that title, and we'll figure out if it's really true. Let's get right into it. Did you know this had the label of the most racist town in America? Why do you think that is?
So I didn't know it was the most racist one, but I know there have been issues with that here before, and I hate that it has that reputation because there are really a lot of good things about this town, but I hate that it's so racist, that it can seem so racist.
But have you noticed any racism? Because I mean, I haven't been here for too long, but people have seemed pretty friendly to me.
So like me personally, no, like I don't see it, but you might come through town and see certain billboards, that some people have bought and put up. So unfortunately there's a small group in town that are racist, but they speak loudly, so they put billboards up or whatever.
I think the billboards were kind of positive, right? Like White Lives Matter and stuff like that.
Yeah, and it was kind of definitely positive, but I think just the underlying tone of them, like, I don't know, because the KKK is close, and well, they used to be anyway. So unfortunately, this area just has a bad reputation for that, even though, I don't personally see it. I don't experience it, I should say.
I'm sure you've heard, if you live here, this town is considered the most racist town in America. Why do you think that it has this label?
Well, first of all, it's not true. And second of all, I have no idea why it has that label.
Do you think it's justified for the media to try to portray it as such?
Well, if you believe everything the media in America says today, you're being misled by a lot of facts. But in my opinion, this is a great town to live in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I believe it. That's why I'm here to hear from the people. I'm not sure what you've experienced, but you've never seen anything like that? I mean, we've only talked to a few people, and they said they haven't experienced anything like that.
Doesn't happen here. We have a diverse group at our college here. They've never had issues in town. So don't know what the media wants to portray, whatever the media wants to portray, but it's incorrect.
What do you think is the most racist town in America, if it's not Harrison?
New York City.
This town has a label of being the most racist town in the U.S. Do you think that's a fair assumption?
Totally not. It's really not. I work with a lot of people, even of all races, and they are wonderful people, and we get a very, very bad rap for very opinionated people that aren't from here and don't see all of the, I guess, camaraderie we actually do have. So you have to come here to experience that.
Do you know about the reputation of this town as you live here?
Yeah.
Do you think it deserves it?
No.
Why do you think it has it?
Just from everybody talking about it, and just from Tom Robb being in Zinc.
Is it purely just because of, I guess, Tom Robb and obviously the Ku Klux Klan moved over here at some point?
Yeah.
But you've never noticed any, I guess, discrimination, anything like that? Yeah, I mean, from talking to people so far, we haven't noticed either.
Yeah.
This town has a reputation of being, it's called the most racist town in America by some. Do you think it deserves that?
No town deserves it. I get along with everybody. I don't have any problem with people on the street or people I meet that I don't know. I just don't have that problem.
Why do you think it has that reputation?
Well, years ago, it happened here, and we've even had shootings down here on the square years ago. Yeah, I remember that. When I was 10 years old, boy, the law was tough here when I was 10 years old. I've seen them sell moonshine right here in the court park when I was 10 years old.
When we drove into the town, there was actually a sign. I mean, there was all races of people on the billboard. It said, I believe,
"Welcome to Harrison."
Yeah, I'll show you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is like, that is a better representation of Harrison than what the stigma is.
Do you think that's a better representation
of what Harrison is?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not from here, so I don't know.
Why should they put up a billboard of all these different races when obviously this town is majority white? Like, why?
I mean, that's a really good question. Why?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you think that's a
Why?
problem? Like, why are they trying to push that? Yeah, why are they trying to, like, if there's only white people here, why can't they just put, like,
I mean, I have no idea. Like, I'm not involved in it. I stay out of it. I can't answer your question because I don't know why, because I don't do it. I don't know, I wouldn't do that. So.
If it was considered the most racist town, would that even be a bad thing?
Well, first of all, it's not true. And second of all, we should be, any community should be willing to accept people as they are. It doesn't make a difference what they look like, whether you're well overweight or whether you're skinny, or everyone has good points and they should be judged on their career or on their attributes that they give to other people.
Have you heard of the all-white neighborhood that was formed in Northeast Arkansas a little while ago? It was in the news. Okay. What do you think about that idea that someone on private land could have like an all-white neighborhood? Should that be allowed?
Ooh, that is a very big question that's very hard to answer. I mean, people from all religions have their sect, and what people believe. You can't really change their minds on what they believe. Their opinions on what they believe are pretty stuck in their minds. You don't have to believe them. I think it's probably a very controversial thing that's hard to answer, and I don't have a definite answer for that.
Do you think black people should have their own communities?
Well, they're everywhere, so they do have their own communities. We all intermingle, so they're part of us.
No, but I'm saying like separately. Can they have their own?
Yeah, that's a weird question to answer too. There's not a yes or no to that. It's very gray on what everybody believes. Because what I believe, probably you guys don't believe.
Yeah, probably not. What are your thoughts about the, I guess, signs that are put up? Do you think it's fine? It says like White Lives Matter or White Pride Radio, things like that.
That's theirs. They paid for that, so they can do what they want. So, yeah, it doesn't really matter.
What are your thoughts on like the signs or the billboards in the area that say like White Lives Matter, White Pride Radio? Do you think that's okay?
Well, it depends on what kind of signs they got. Depends on what them signs says.
It says like White Lives Matter or White Pride Radio.
All life matters. If they're breathing, their life matters.
Do you think when someone puts up like a billboard that like White Lives Matter or White Pride like radio, do you think that's a bad thing?
No, I mean, every life matters. Black, white, orange, purple,
Purple.
There was a town in the news or a neighborhood, a private community that's all white in Northeast Arkansas. Did you see that story?
No, I did not.
No. What do you think about that? Should people be allowed to have private communities like that?
I don't have an opinion on that.
You don't have any opinions?
Not on that issue. No.
I mean, okay, let's say if black people wanted their own communities, should they be allowed to?
Absolutely.
So can white people do the same thing?
I have no opinion on that.
What do you think of like
The United States of America as a country had slavery for like 90 years. That's it. And we're comparing this to countries that had it for 900 years or longer. It was announced recently that President Trump would be doing a review of the Smithsonian's museum exhibits to make sure that they, quote, celebrate American exceptionalism, remove divisive or partisan narratives, and restore confidence in our shared cultural institutions. Which, yes, that is what our publicly funded museum exhibits should do. So that's very good. And they talked about this on CNN last night, and you could only imagine what their take was. Jillian Michaels was a guest, and but she's the one person on the panel who did not see this move by Trump to be some great horrific act. And so here's how that conversation went. Listen.
Have you looked at some of the things that are being reviewed?
Slavery was a bad thing that was to talk about.
Okay.
Like, he's
not whitewashing slavery. So
he's not?
He's not. No,
okay.
he's not. And you cannot tie imperialism and racism and slavery to just one race, which is pretty much what every single exhibit does. But let's talk about the fact that when you
can't tie slavery.
Let's talk about the fact.
Slavery in America was.
Do you realize that only less than 2% of white Americans owned slaves?
But it was a system of white supremacy.
You realize that slavery is thousands of years old?
White people were
Do you know
the slave
who
owners.
was the first race to try to end slavery? Well, what's controversial?
I'm very surprised.
This is an extraordinary exercise in historical revisionism.
I'm really surprised.
Revisionism. Do you realize that?
Jillian, I'm surprised that you're trying to litigate who was the beneficiary of slavery and who was not.
What I'm trying to tell you is that
in the context of American history. Okay. In the context of American history, what are you saying is incorrect by saying that it was white people oppressing black people?
Every single thing is like, oh, no, this is all because white people bad. And that's just not the truth. Like, for example, every single exhibit, I have a list of every single one. Like, people migrated from Cuba because white people bad. Not because of Castro. Yes, no, it's in there. That's what I'm saying. You don't actually know what's in there. Do you know that when you walk in the front door, the first thing you see is the gay flag?
All right, so Jillian is completely correct, of course. The other people on the panel are looking at her dumbfounded. And that's not a put on, by the way. They're not feigning ignorance. They really just have never heard anything that she's saying. The things that she's saying, they've never, when they're looking at her stupefied, right? They can't process it. Well, that's because they've actually never heard it before. The level of sheer overwhelming historical ignorance of most quote educated Americans these days just cannot be understated. And that's not to let them off the hook or to excuse it. But the fact is that if you went to public school any time over the past 40 years, your education was effectively worthless. Your American history education was especially worthless. And that's why you never even heard some of the most basic facts of the world's, you've never heard a lot. There's a lot of basic facts you never heard. And you certainly didn't hear some of the most basic facts about one of the world's longest running and most prevalent institutions, which is slavery. An institution so prevalent that when two sides of the world that had been out of contact with each other for thousands of years, when they finally met, they both had independently come up with this idea of forcing other people to work for free, right? And that's one of the reasons why, and I always talk about, I love reading about explorers and these stories of people who made first contact with tribes in far-flung corners of the world. And I'm endlessly fascinated by these kinds of stories. And one of the reasons is that I think it's really interesting to see the universals, right? You have all the differences. There are a lot of very significant differences, of course, but there are certain things that you've got these cultures that were separated thousands and thousands and thousands of years, had no contact with each other whatsoever. They didn't even know each other existed. And there are certain things that certain conclusions that they had arrived at. And, it's the same thing when you read about, Captain Cook or any European explorer stumbling upon tribes on small Pacific islands, or you hear about the British explorers who were exploring the interior of Africa, in the 19th century, 18th and 19th century. Tribes so isolated, that they believe they were the only people on Earth. And then you look at the areas where they had reached kind of similar conclusions independently on a number of things, and slavery is one of them, unfortunately. And that's a sad statement. It's a statement about human nature. It's a troubling statement about human nature. We have a fallen nature as human beings. We know that as Christians. So it shouldn't be a great shock. But either way, one of the primary things that humans across the world had in common with each other for thousands of years is that they all had figured out that it's a lot easier to get stuff done if you force someone else to do it. So it's like you have these two cultures, and they're trying to communicate, trying to relate, not understanding each other. And then they see each other's slaves, and they go, "Oh, you have those too? Oh, that's so neat. We're twins, slave twins." That's actually a direct quote, by the way. That's from one of Vasco da Gama's expeditions, I believe. Anyway, so this was universal, okay? And yet, universal, now there were a lot of differences in how these institutions how they operated, and there were a lot of differences in how long these various different cultures had slavery. But the universal is that everybody throughout the world for a long period of time had slavery, and it was and they got the slaves different ways. Maybe they had the slaves, but slavery is, okay, you have to work, you have to perform some sort of labor for you, and we're not going to pay you, and you don't have a choice. Like, that's slavery. And it was everywhere. It was everywhere. Every single place on the globe where there were people had this. And yet somehow this fact has escaped most of the educated people in our country today. This really, I think, fascinating fact. There's so much to be learned from that. Right? There's so much we can learn about human nature. Important things that we should learn about human nature, we could learn if we would just face this fact. And yet we don't, because we have a lot of people today who don't even, they truly don't know. You have grown adults that went to universities and everything else, and they don't even know this. And that's not to let them off the hook. Yes, their education failed them. Their schools failed them. But so did mine. I went to public school, and then I dropped out of community college, and that's the extent of my formal education. Yet I know these basic things about world history. You probably know them as well. So we know them. And yet you have people that have a decade of formal higher education under their belt, and they've got degrees and masters and everything else, and they don't even know this basic stuff. And that's because if you know this stuff, and if I know it, it's because we are curious about things, and we like to keep learning. And these people, the kinds of people on that know this basic stuff. And that's because if you know this stuff, and if I know it, it's because we are curious about things, and we like to keep learning. And these people, the kinds of people on that CNN panel, are totally incurious. Just absolutely empty-headed, incurious, jello-brained ignoramuses who really just don't know anything. They really don't know anything at all. Their base of knowledge is as deep as a thimble. They don't know anything at all. And now that they've been told the truth, they certainly won't follow up. Not going to follow up on it. No, they'll climb back into their intellectual shells because these truths about slavery are very startling, very scary to them. They threaten to dismantle the entire artifice of white guilt, the whole narrative. I mean, the whole narrative of white guilt depends on the idea that white people are uniquely guilty for things like slavery. It completely depends on that. And if that is not the case, then the whole thing breaks down. So they run away screaming. They don't want to hear anymore. They certainly don't want to hear that, every predominantly white nation on earth had abolished slavery by the mid-1800s. Meanwhile, slavery persisted. Legal institutional slavery persisted in Arabic and African countries for another century, sometimes much longer. Slavery was not fully criminalized across the African continent. Okay, get this. Slavery was not fully criminalized across the African continent until 2007. Yes, 2007. They were on like season 6 of American Idol when Africa finally got around to fully criminalizing slavery. That's how recent it was, okay? And it's the same in the Middle East. And that's why I've said so many times, the only thing unique about the relationship between white Western society and slavery, the only thing unique about it is that those societies practiced it for a much, much, much shorter period of time, and also a much less brutal form of it. Because the other thing that you're going to hear about it, well, the other, yes, but slavery, chattel slavery in the United States was so much more brutal than what they did in other parts of the world. You have no clue what you're talking about. First of all, it's like as if chattel, there's something distinct. Oh, well, this was chattel as opposed to what? What do you think they were doing? What do you think the Arabic slave traders were doing? What do you think they were doing? But you think that was a nice and gentle? You think when they captured slaves and like dragged them across the Saharan desert, it was nice and friendly? No, the Arabic slavers were, again, if you have even the smallest bit of knowledge about this, you know that slavery in Africa, slavery in Arabic countries was often much more brutal, much more. Things like, just routinely, as a matter of course, castrating male slaves. This was a routine. This was the custom. This is what they did. It wasn't like there were a few horrific cases of it. This is just what they did. And that's only the beginning of it. So this was absolutely brutal. And on top of that, it went on for so much longer. It went on for 100 years longer. And the only reason that it even stopped is because they were forced to stop. It's because the European powers abolished slavery. And then eventually they said, you know what, we're not going to let anyone else do it. Like, we're done with this, guys. We're moving on. We're going to be civilized people now. We're not doing slavery anymore. And so slavery was abolished. The slave trade, the Atlantic slave trade, it was abolished over the objections of Arabic and African countries who wanted it to continue. And that is just the fact. So, and as much as anyone on the left might want to say, what is it? Well, it's got nothing to do with that. It's irrelevant. No, it's got everything to do with it. Because your whole narrative is that white Americans are uniquely guilty, but that's your whole narrative.
And correspondence, either in the form of emails or people posting comments below where they found these videos, whether it's on YouTube, Rumble, Odyssey, or anywhere else. So I get some really great comments. There's some smart, switched on people out there with a lot of very worthwhile things to say. So as ever, it's a mixed bag, but I'll be reading these out and viewers can make what they will of them. But I've actually found a lot of value in some of these comments myself. So first one, I've been enjoying your God series on YouTube, and your conclusions, unfortunately, make a lot of logical sense to me. When it comes to karma, though, and your claim that good deeds go punished here, whereas evil deeds are rewarded, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this potential counter-argument. So, if I were a god who wanted to design a realm that would test how morally good someone is, then why would I reward good behavior and punish evil behavior? In such a realm, people would exhibit good behavior not as an end in itself, but purely as an act of self-interest to escape divine punishment. How good is that? In contrast, if I designed a realm where good deeds were punished and bad deeds rewarded, then someone who still chooses to do good, even in spite of that, with no thought of divine reward, simply because they know it's the right thing to do, then that person might be said to be acting truly morally. Such a realm as, dare I say it, this one, might be a better test of someone's morality. And as a footnote to that, if this were a testing ground for morality, it would still be an utterly immoral experiment. The more I reflect on it, the more I think the idea of God judging his creations is also a completely demented idea. It's like a writer of fiction punishing his characters for misbehaving. As I said, I struggle to find logical inconsistencies in your worldview, and it is a worldview I increasingly share. A question that still niggles with me is why the vast majority of people seem to love this place and would do absolutely anything to stay, even people with miserable lives. Similarly, all animals subjected to daily terror and violence seem to have this overwhelming desire to cling to life and stay here. Is that survival instinct or love for life hardwired into us to prevent us from leaving? And if so, why are the rulers so intent on killing us off and driving people to suicide? One saving grace I find is the degree of deception in this realm, and potentially after death, implies we're not helpless or unable to escape. Because if we were, no deception would be necessary. And that's a very good point. And the observation there about people, even with miserable lives, instinctively wanting to cling on to them, when you would imagine that they would actually welcome an escape from their pain and suffering in many ways, was underlined to me during the COVID nonsense, where I saw so many old people in very poor, degraded states of health, shuffling around nervously in wheelchairs or on Zimmer frames or just struggling to walk, with masks over their faces, preventing their ability to breathe properly, and looking terrified that some virus was going to come and infect them at any moment and they could die. And they're going out to take the old arm spears to try and keep themselves alive. They're trying to prolong their lives. And it's a very strange thing because in many cases, these people are in their 80s or 90s. And as I say, they're in terrible shape physically, but they just want to keep on living, even in that state. I think with me, I would welcome some sort of release if I were in that terrible shape myself. But it does seem to be hardwired into people, and as this person observes, animals, to want to go on living here no matter what, even though the fear and the suffering in this place is so obvious and so apparent. That's what this realm is. It's all about fear, pain, and suffering. So why is it a place that we so zealously want to cling on to? It's an interesting thought. Somebody else wrote in to say, I just listened to Isabella, and so it gets even more depressing. Isabella asked, upon death, why would they get rid of a person? They will send them back every time while there's still life in the battery. On Earth, though, they're trying to depopulate. So that doesn't make any sense, does it? I do, however, know 3 trustworthy people who have had out-of-body experiences, and this is astral projection as opposed to dying, but one of them is now dead, and I wonder where she is now. I agree with Isabella in that we can choose to have a more positive experience on Earth and change our perspective. But I'm not sure how children who are being trafficked or the innocents in Gaza fit into that possibility. Right. So would we maintain that kind of perspective if we were unfortunate enough to have been born into a family where satanic ritual abuse and trauma-based mind control is prevalent everywhere? It seems to be people who are doing reasonably okay in life and are quite comfortable who are able to maintain that positive kind of outlook. I think you would get a different perspective from somebody in that kind of position, unfortunate enough to be there. One more to look at here as a footnote to that previous one. Thanks once more for continuing to put out content. I am still enjoying listening to and reading your material. I have a little feedback on your latest podcast featuring Isabella Green. Well, what an interesting lady. However, anytime I hear anyone say this is absolute, I become suspicious. Further, she is suggesting she knows beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is what happens when you die, and yet she lives. Right, I think that goes back to my observation or my question of why you would bother coming back here. I suppose her answer would be that she wants to help others and assist them in this process, but I think if I'd perfected a method of projecting myself out of the astral and into whatever lies beyond, I would probably want to stay there. I'd have no interest in coming back. Maybe that's just me. So, some very profound insights here from a good friend of mine on Facebook. I don't name names in these videos because people don't always appreciate being called out by name, but this guy has said this. I've been experiencing some very deep insights recently. At the heart of it, yes, it's about remembering who we are, about peeling away the layers of identification until only awareness remains. Still, the question lingers. Why would infinite awareness choose to experience this body, this family, this timeline, this strange illusion of separation? If awareness is truly infinite, then it must already contain all possibilities, all experiences, all forms, including the illusion of not being infinite. It would know all this. So why would it choose to forget itself and forget all this knowledge? Why the veiling? Why the fragmentation into form, into fear, into forgetfulness? What actually is the point? This is what makes this life feel like a trap sometimes. Not a physical prison, but a perceptual one. A filtering of experience through the five senses, conditioned thought, and programmed belief. We look out into the world and think, this is it. That's the illusion, the narrowing of the lens, the forgetting of the vastness we are. Then I got a couple of further insights from my friend here, who was obviously thinking further about these ideas and further offered these outlooks. So the reincarnation loop is just one layer of a much bigger reality. Manipulators run that layer like a rigged casino, keeping players stuck, but they're still inside a far larger system with rules and truths. They is just one layer of a much bigger reality. My friend here, who was obviously thinking further about these ideas and further offered these outlooks. So the reincarnation loop is just one layer of a much bigger reality. Manipulators run that layer like a rigged casino, keeping players stuck, but they're still inside a far larger system with rules and truths they can't control. It's like being stuck in a rigged casino in one district of a vast city. The casino's rules feel like the entire law of reality while you're inside it, but outside the city and beyond that, the whole world runs on entirely different principles. The casino owners might seem powerful, but they're still operating inside a much larger reality they can't touch. And then a further insight to that, from one perspective, I see them as the loop's controllers, a mix of entities, architects, and hidden beneficiaries, strong within it, yet still confined by a greater reality beyond their reach. And from one perspective, the casino owners aren't truly free or all-powerful. I guess here the casino owners are what we might think of as archons. They've mastered control inside the loop, but they're still stuck in it themselves. It's like inmates who've claimed the best cell block. They run things there, but they're still behind the same walls. Their grip on others might actually be a way of avoiding their own escape, because letting go of control would force them to confront the larger reality that they've been hiding from. On to the next one, and switching up the theme here. A bit of background. I didn't believe in God or Satan until I got into Flat Earth, trigger alert, 4 years ago. Since then, I've been trying to lead a better life. I don't do church because I see all the corruption and evil within organised religions. I read the Bible and have gotten to know it quite well and had come on board with the Satan's little season thing about a year ago. I've prayed for many things over the last few years, and if I'm honest, nothing's happened. The people I prayed to be healed or helped are still the same, or they've died. I felt like no one's listening, apart from one time where 2 years ago I asked for help and it did seem to come. But that was a one-off because ever since I felt like no one's was listening to me, so had drifted away from prayer. I watched your God 1 video and was resonating with most of what you were saying. I cried because I don't want to be here either, and I've even prayed asking if I could just cease to exist too when the end comes, as I don't want to live forever. And I think there's some profound truth in that observation there. I have no idea why or how we got here or what the point of it all is. As I said earlier, none of us do. And I have a lot of respect for people who can admit that they just don't know. I'm more suspicious and sometimes contemptuous of those who insist that they've got all the right answers and only their way will do. So somebody else. Hi Mark, it's been a while since I reached out to you. Your God 18 video made me want to drop you a couple of lines. I think your analysis of this realm is spot on. There's no way this place in its present existence could have been the brainchild of an all-loving entity, especially the points you made about biology. From personal experience, I can confirm that the pain mechanism is absolute terror. I've been suffering from chronic pain for the past 22 years. Not a single day has passed without it. That adds up to some 8,000 days of ongoing pain. I've tried everything from changing my diet in various ways over the years, consulting literally hundreds of doctors, therapists, healers, and even shamans. I exercise, I tried breath work, and I even got surgery. Did any of this help? Not the slightest. So tell me, where's the warning function in all this? If that's all pain is for, letting us know there's something wrong in our bodies. So what if we then address the problem, having been alerted to it, and it doesn't get better, the pain continues? It's not an early warning pain receptor methodology, is it? I tried to entertain the idea that this realm was paradise originally and got captured by the evil forces. But that doesn't answer the questions about the design of this place, the food chain, the nervous system, digestion, etc. And even if this had been a heavenly realm before then, how on earth was it possible to kidnap the place? This should have been foreseen by an all-seeing, all-knowing, all-powerful God, right? If God is the omnipotent creator of everything, then he or it has created evil as well. There's no way around that, no matter how hard religious people try to bend and wind their minds. But what's the conclusion? If this is a copied universe and there exists an original world somewhere else, then the creator must have included the possibility that souls get coerced and trapped into this hell here. Why? What benefit does that bring to anyone? It doesn't bring any benefits to us, certainly. And what benefits could it bring to higher consciousness in turn? Or if we're just aspects of the one, as in non-duality, then this universal consciousness must be out of its freaking mind to want to experience anything like this. The idea that these lives are all for our own benefit in terms of our souls, and we come here to learn lessons and undergo these experiences to grow and evolve, is one which has come out of more New Age belief systems in more modern times. And they seem to have been created to counter all the dogma and the doctrines of more organized orthodox religions. So it puts me in mind of a political situation where in the UK, for example, we have two major political parties, and it's that case in America with the Democrats and Republicans, and most countries around the world, actually. You'll have one political party which is perceived as being more right-wing, and their opponents are perceived as being more liberal or left-wing. But the reality is they're all pushing the same agendas at the end of the day because they're all answering to the same bosses when you go high enough up the hierarchy there. So there's no real choice, there's just the illusion of choice. But occasionally, people even seem to question the two-party system. And they'll say, why do we have to choose between this extreme and this other extreme? Why are those the only two options available to us? And so you get a third party being offered. And in the UK right now, that is Reform, headed by Nigel Farage, and a lot of people are gravitating towards this party because they're so disillusioned with what Keir Starmer and his Labour regime has done to Britain. But what if that's a diversion and some sort of psyop as well? What if we don't need any of these political parties? None of them are the real answer to how we get free and how we avoid human slavery and tyranny encroaching in our lives. What if it's that way with spirituality? You have the organized religions, you have these more new age spiritual ideas which counter a lot of those. But what if they're just as invalid as the religious systems in the first place? And what if the truth to emancipation spiritually lies outside of all these ideas, all these doctrines, all these systems? So a couple more brief ones to read out here. Constant distraction with political clown shows, psyops galore. I agree that nothing can be done by us humans to fix it. Best we can do is avoid the traps as much as possible and enjoy what we can. And I'll just jump in there because this has very much become my outlook on life. I've been into conspiracy or alternative research for many, many years, and I've studied the multitude of ways in which this realm is totally and utterly fucked up. And I've come to realize that it's been this way for millennia, not even centuries. It's millennia. It's as far back as anyone can go in known human history. And there have been multiple opportunities for humanity to potentially rise up against the evil forces that have dominated it, the so-called elite ruling forces of whatever time frame we're talking about, and finally shake off that evil and that tyranny and gain back some freedom and autonomy for itself. And yet it's never happened. Or in cases where it has, it's been for very short, very temporary periods before everything's been put back down under control again. And so my view, which some would consider to be quite nihilistic, is that this realm actually can't be fixed. It's operating exactly the way it was set up to be. It was designed to cultivate fear, pain, and suffering.
Oh, wow. It's almost like Mark Devlin stole from my channel, because only less than 2 years ago, he was saying that this is not a soul trap, that he believed in God. He's done a complete 180. Look at this. You're free to follow shit. You're free to follow deceivers, shills. That's what most quote truthers want to follow. You go right ahead and follow this stuff. He makes money reading what he's taken from others like me. And that's what he's doing. He's reading. That's what he does. And it's unfortunate, but most in this realm can't see anything. They can't see through anything. Too bad. You can follow the frauds. They're not going to lead you to freedom. And you don't deserve freedom for following frauds anyway. You really don't. The ones that want to pay these thieves. Is that what you want to support? He's afraid to come here. He's been invited here for 2 years.
It was designed to keep humans enslaved and controlled and subjugated, and it's doing great. Temporary periods before everything's been put back down under control again. And so my view, which some would consider to be quite nihilistic, is that this realm actually can't be fixed. It's operating exactly the way it was set up to be. It was designed to cultivate fear, pain, and suffering. It was designed to keep humans enslaved and controlled and subjugated. And it's doing great from the point of view of the architects of it. So we can't actually fix it. I think we make the mistake of assuming that if we just vote in the right political party, or we just adopt the right level of consciousness, or we adopt the right behaviors and outlooks and principles in our lives, then we can improve the situation for all of humanity. But if it were possible for us to have done that, do we not think that it would have happened by now, by this point in the human timeline, however long we've been around? What if it's unfixable? And what if the best we can hope for, those of us that have realized this, is simply to reduce suffering as much as we can, observing that everyone else and all other living sentient beings are in the same boat as us. We all find ourselves in this reality, having to make the best of it, having to find our way through. So we certainly shouldn't be cruel and dispassionate towards others. We should show empathy. We should show kindness. We should help and support each other wherever we can. And also, if this realm is powered by fear and pain and suffering, then we should seek to reduce that where we can, because that's a nice kick in the balls and 2 fingers up to the forces that created this place, right? They want fear, pain, suffering. We're reducing that and trying to bring in a bit of joy and happiness and calm. That's a revolutionary act. But other than that, all we can really hope to do is to enjoy ourselves as much as we can, as far as that's possible. I realize that when you look at these subjects, enjoyment becomes difficult in many cases because the old things that we used to find joy in no longer work for us because, you know, we've seen behind the veil and we've learned a thing or two about how this place is constructed and what all these various aspects of organized society are really there for. But it's very important that we individually find things that can bring us small pockets of pleasure and joy and fulfillment and satisfaction, and to embrace those, to bring them into our lives as far as we're able, and to not feel guilty about having fun, enjoying ourselves. I've fallen into this trap before, you know, somewhere along this journey I've been on. I found myself feeling guilty whenever I was enjoying something in life, because I'd be reminded that there are many who are not enjoying themselves at that time. They're going through horrible situations. But really, what could I do at that moment in time to alleviate their situations? And why should I negate a bit of joy for myself on the grounds that others are suffering when I can do nothing to assist them? Me denying myself that small pocket of joy is increasing the amount of pain and suffering in the world and decreasing the amount of joy and happiness in the world by a very small degree. And we need to try and reverse that equation as far as we can. So we shouldn't feel guilty about doing things that we enjoy, that bring pleasure, as long as it's hurting no one else. If it's causing no harm, then it's not a problem. So the last one to read out, I wanted to respond to your God 2 video with some thoughts of my own, which I've not heard anywhere else. In the eternal struggle between good and evil, God and Satan, if you like, evil gained the upper hand and shattered God's consciousness into 1 trillion separate pieces and trapped them on the earth as individual life forms. These pieces have an inherent instinct to come together to create the whole once again, and evil must constantly work to keep them separate. That's a pretty good analogy or metaphor, I think, to end on. So that's been the message for God 19. God 20 is up next, and I'm thinking of getting a guest on for that so that we can have a discussion about some of the themes, some of the topics that this series has explored so far. So I may do that, or I may do a solo monologue. I'll just see how things evolve on that front. Other than that, plenty going on with my other activities. My music industry research is ongoing, of course. My book, No One's Dad's a Plumber, the 4th in the Musical Truth series, has been out for a few months, and I'm still doing talks and events to present content from that. As things currently stand, I'm going to be in Thiel, just outside Reading, this coming Saturday. That's the 16th of August. Then I'm going to be in Southampton on the 30th of August at River Studios in Totton. That's an afternoon presentation. Prior to that, bank holiday weekend finds me at a couple of festivals, music festivals, delivering DJ sets. Friday, 22nd of August, I'm going to be at the Hope Freedom Music Festival in Battle, East Sussex. And on the Sunday, 24th of August, bank holiday weekend, I'm going to be up in Cumbria for WTF. That's the Weekend Truth Festival, Workington in the Lake District. Then into September, early September, finds me speaking at Depopulation. Been invited to go out to Liberland, which is an area of Serbia, which is like a sovereign kind of free state in the corner of that nation, which is declaring its own sort of sovereign status. So quite excited to be delivering a presentation and a workshop and a DJ set at Depopulation, and that's going to be on Friday, the 5th of September. And then further on in September, Tuesday the 9th, I'm at Stoke, near Weston-super-Mare, and that's going to be a presentation based around the new book, but also my second stand-up comedy routine, giving that a go again. After all, this world is so utterly absurd and farcical that it oughtn't to be difficult to find dark, bleak, comedic content, right? So that's Tuesday, 9th of September. Then I'm going to be with Sheep Farm back in London on the 27th of September. Dom, Chris, and myself presenting our latest research and findings. That's at the comedy club there. Forget the name of it right now, but it's Lee Hurst's Comedy Club in Bethnal Green. So that will do for now. All my activities are detailed at djmarkdevlin.com. I do have a Patreon page for anyone that's found value in my work and is interested in getting access to exclusive content that I don't post elsewhere. The latest one I've done has been entitled Dark Occult Aspects of Led Zeppelin. And the next one coming will be on the group Black Sabbath. So that's on the Patreon now. And if you want to join that and just help support me and keep my work going, all support is gratefully appreciated. And the link to that is in the notes below. Other than that, see you next time for God 20, and yeah, have fun.
All right, have fun, everyone. I think that you should go to his channel. I'm slowly winding down my channels so that people can go pay them on these other channels. People have shown me that there's widespread support for grifters that do this for money, that steal for money. I'm tired of having my work stolen word for word and copied. I'm tired of it. So people can go support even more so. They already do. Most people support what they have to pay for. They don't want what's free and what's real and true. They want to support these shekels beggars. And that's reality. You show me as humanity, as I'm speaking about, not the loyal people on my channel that don't support them. Talking about overall, humanity wants this shit. Here's his event, DJ Mark Devlin. Here's his Patreon. He makes money from Patreon videos where it's behind a paywall. You have to pay for the videos, and I want to make it clear to people so that they fucking understand and don't argue. It's behind a paywall. You have to pay for these videos to watch shit that he stole from me and from whoever else. Here's his buy me a coffee. You can donate to get nothing, essentially. And then you can support him via PayPal. He's got many ways to support him. And you can email him, which I have done. He's never responded. He's been invited here. He's never come on as a guest. He'll watch my channel and steal from me. This is what people support. And I'm tired of people lying, saying, no, they don't, Stephen, or trying to make excuses why they do it. I'm just tired of it. Tired of it. I'm really tired of it. I will wind down, and I'll keep doing research, and I'll keep figuring out reality. But you're not just worth, like, people aren't worth it because what they do is copy me word for word and sell it. That's what you do. And it's not just Devlin. And there's almost no pushback for years of this going on YouTube. Almost nobody calls them out on it. I have to do all the calling out of all these channels, and it's draining. And it's like I'm doing all this work for free, and people would rather pay shills for it. So you're showing me what you support en masse. Hundreds of thousands of so-called truthers, if not millions. If you add it up, channel to channel, support demons. That's what you want. That's what you want. That's what you've chosen. I've told people for years, choose wisely. And you did choose. You did. You chose to follow and pay demons. Continue to pay them when they've been exposed. There's no excuses left because somebody can't say, oh, I didn't know about Jason. I've exposed him for years, not just the other night, for years. People don't pay attention. They don't remember. They don't watch my videos, long videos exposing him, long before I went over there as a guest. 3 years ago, and multiple since then. I've exposed these creatures. Either you people don't pay attention, you don't have a memory, you don't have a mind like mine, you don't have a spirit like mine, you don't care about truth the way I do. Most people would go and pay this shit. Go then, okay? That's what I'm telling the people that are on the fence saying, well, I don't know, Stephen, this guy's kind of got some points too that sound similar to yours. I'm dealing with fucktards in this realm. I'm dealing with demon tards. That's what I'm dealing with for the most part. There's a few handfuls that are exceptions. And that's not enough. It's not enough. And some of you have gone so far as to say, Stephen, you do need us, though, to be with you. I don't expect really anybody to be standing with me in the end. I expect it to be me versus all the demons. I'd be pleasantly surprised if people did show up, because most people have gone over to Team Evil by the hundreds for years. So you have shown me some things running these channels. Almost nobody in this realm has been loyal. Almost no one. Almost no one, including people that I helped out a lot. And I won't even go into it. I won't go into what I've done. But behind the scenes. And it doesn't matter to most of you. You show me what you are and what you're worth. And what you support and what you stand with. And how fickle you are. And how quickly people will turncoat and betray me. Now, I'm not saying that I expect everyone to do that. But I just don't expect loyalty anymore after running these multiple channels on YouTube for 3 years or close to 3 years. It's coming up on 3 years for the Sanity Machine, which is temporarily down. I could put it back up. I don't know if I will. I don't know if I will. Some people don't understand this. They just don't get it. But you have a lot of support for demons that charge money that steal from me. A lot more support in reality, and I can show it day after day. And this should show you something about this realm. But do I think it gets through to people? No, I don't. I think people just say, Stephen's frustrated. Because most of you are just on emotions. You won't face the facts and go, yes, he is a thief. And he's not the only one. He's not the only copycat. Yes, he is stealing to profit. His channels are monetized. He does make money from this. And he gets donations and he gets Patreon and PayPal. And it's aggravating because it's almost impossible to reach most in this realm. So be it. If you think that you're going to get out of here without understanding basic things like theft and what's wrong with that, stealing from somebody, giving out free spiritual wisdom and putting a price tag on it, you're fucked. You don't belong out of here because you don't have any morals. You have no morals and values and principles. You're just a fucking zombie or a demon. And too bad, you belong here. I don't care if it hurts your feelings. It's true. It's where you belong. There should have been a massive effort to stand against this for years. But most people that call themselves truthers all over YouTube went along with it. They don't care that I'm being ripped off and copied and then a price tag's putting on it and being put on it all over. And very few people care. So with that kind of lack of care shown to me, why should I care about you? After I tried to care about you. For the dummies that don't understand, I'm not trying to guilt trip you. I'm trying to show you what's already occurred and that I paid attention for 3 years. I gave you essentially 3 years of my life, effort, energy, time, thought, spiritual wisdom that I don't think you'll find anywhere else. And I have a whole list of videos for ideas that I could record. I don't know how much more recording I will do. Because time and time again, people show me, you want to support shit? Then have at it. I don't think it's going to lead you out of here. Mark Devlin could change his tune again tomorrow. And, you know, most of you wouldn't even notice. You'd say, well, he's just changed his mind. Many of you are as fickle as he is. Many humans are as fickle as that. You'll say you'll be standing with me for eternity one day. The next day I see you bashing me on Team Evil channels. I've seen that hundreds of times. So you have shown me something. How different you are spiritually from me. Loyalty doesn't mean the same thing to most of you humans that it does to me. Neither does truth. Neither does a lot of things. It's the way it is. Even the way you use words, you'll say that's just a stereotype. That's just a conspiracy. I hear it all the time on YouTube. It's just You're just you're essentially spiritually retarded. That's the way it is. And I don't think this place grows you. I know some of you would come up with the excuse, well, we haven't been here enough lifetimes. Come back for 100 more lifetimes. Get degraded more. It doesn't teach you by coming here. You have it backwards. And that's another original idea I put out there, that the more lifetimes you come here, the more degraded you get. That the spirits here, that it's their first lifetime, are usually the most aware. It's incredible. And I'm not in the business of handing out excuses to people, but that's what people want. And you've shown me. Humanity has shown me that. They want me to say, well, it's television, or it's the smartphones, or it's this. No, it's spiritual. And I'm not saying that those aren't factors at all. They are small factors, but those don't, a lot of humans are looking for just an excuse, saying, well, I grew up watching TV, or I was programmed in school, or they do things to the water and the air and our food. I'm aware of all of that baby truther shit. All of it. I was aware of that 20 something years ago. You're not teaching me anything new with all your excuses. And that's what some of you want to do, is just make excuses for life. Well, you can continue to, you're going to have a lot of time to make excuses when you get stuck in this hell realm. You'll have eternity to say, well, it's just this, or I didn't get out because of this. And you can bitch and moan about your excuses forever and ever, because you had opportunities, but you chose not to. Most humans choose to support demons that charge you money to program you. And that's what you seem to love. Humanity in general, overall, on YouTube and in the mainstream media. You seem to love to pay to be programmed, to put it as simply as I can put it. To be mentally programmed, to be morally programmed, emotionally programmed, psychically, and spiritually. You pay, and you don't seem to mind. And I haven't been able to talk you out of it for almost 3 years solid, to stop doing that one thing, just to make that one change. Most humans can't be talked out of doing even that, even changing that, whether it's archaics, cult followers, or any of them. It doesn't matter. Tony Sayers, you can name all these channels. Matt McKinley's followers, none of them. You want to pay to be programmed and to stay in a little bubble in your comfy little cults where you all nod your heads in agreement. And that's what most of you are. You're FUBAR. There's no way to help you. There's no way to help you. Now, if I continue to do this channel, it will just be focusing on a few handfuls of people. Out of the entire realm, this is something you should keep in mind. Out of the entire realm, I found maybe a few dozen, or maybe only a few handfuls of beings that really want to pay attention and learn anything and face any truth and do anything at all different than the rest. It's hardly any in this entire realm. That should tell you something. But does it? With most people? I don't think so. two girls. This is just basic lying. This is just lying. I like these interviews that are going on. They get these liberal white chicks, and a guy will ask them a question to trap them, but they should be able to answer the question, but they don't answer it honestly because they don't want to feel like they're racist. But the answer is so blatantly dishonest. So here's a couple of girls. They're being asked if they'd rather live in a black neighborhood or a white neighborhood. What a very simple question. People know that there are predominantly black neighborhoods and predominantly white neighborhoods. And you know the pluses and minuses of living in those neighborhoods. And they just cannot bring themselves to be honest answering this question. Check it out.
Would you rather live in a all black community or all white community?
Oh Lord. All black.
All white.
Why are you lying?
I'm not lying.
Oh no.
I just feel like the question is already set up in a weird, like, it could be misconstrued. So
Okay,
I feel
pause
like
right there. Because you're lying. Why are you lying? He asks her. You know, it's funny because she is lying. And she can't explain why she'd rather live in a black community because she doesn't want to. That's why she can't explain why she would rather. Instead, she turns it to like, oh, your question, you know, I think you have some motive here. I think it's a loaded question. Whatever she says has nothing to do with actually answering his question honestly. Because the honest answer, of course, is a white community. So she had to change it as to what his motivation for asking the question was. And that was her motivation to lie about it. Interesting dynamic there. Let's watch more.
if I were to say white, it would be weird. And if I were to say black, it's going to be weird either way. So either way, I'm pumped. So
how's it weird to say white? Why is it weird to want to like live around people that look
it's
like
not
you?
weird. It's not. I mean, I just feel like, I don't know.
I can say why I said all white.
Okay, say it.
I don't want to feel singled out and like I am, you know, it feels scary to be like the oddball out, right? Like I wouldn't want to be the only brunette in a world of blondes, for example. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be the only tan-skinned person in a bunch of pale people because it feels like I'm being like singled out.
I'm sure that's the only reason.
Pause that too. Hi, this is Anthony Cumia.
And hello, I am Gavin McInnes.
Together, we're Compound Censored.
And we'd like you to subscribe to our network that has more fantastic content you could shake a stick at. Use this promo code for a one-time super offer.
That it might be a more dangerous neighborhood, or she wouldn't have some of the better resources available to her as a young white girl in a black neighborhood as she would in a white neighborhood with businesses and people that cater to the people in that community. You know, it's just basic supply and demand a lot of times. You go into a black community and you go into a store in a black community, there are going to be a lot of things geared towards black people, whether it's food, cosmetics, healthcare stuff, whatever it is. We are different as people, and it would be different, and it would be a bit of an inconvenience for a young white girl to live in that area. And that's the nicest part of why she probably wouldn't want to live there. The other part is that crime, obviously, is much more rampant in the black community than in white communities. So she had to make it sound like, well, I just don't want to be the odd person. Like, I wouldn't care if they were green or all yellow or all tan and I'm pale. I just don't want to be the one of something, which again, she just is being dishonest. Oh, I don't want to be the only brunette in a bunch of blondes. Well, are the blondes beating up brunettes? Are the blondes robbing brunettes on a daily basis? Then you'd have a reason.
because I would assume going to school, she didn't really care if she was hanging out with a bunch of blonde girls one day. She didn't just go, uh-oh, I'm the only brunette in this group of friends I'm hanging out with today. I feel a little weird. I'm going to have to get to my brunette friends. That never happened. They just cannot fucking be honest about this problem. And when asked about it, they clam up. They get very nervous. Look at their body language. They're just like covering themselves. Like they don't want to be seen talking like this. So, you know, until this is dealt with, we're still going to continue having these issues. Let's see what else they got to say.
You want to say something, but you're kind of stopping yourself.
No, I'm not. I'm really deeply thinking about it. Is that
see the
the
smoke.
only reasons?
You're laughing. You want to say something.
It's very baited. I can tell y'all are just baiting.
I'm being serious.
Okay, look at this guy. He's got a little smirk on his face. You're just happy.
Yeah, see, she even says, she goes, it's baited. Well, yeah, it is a baited question. He's asking because he's so sure that these young liberal girls are not going to be honest, that there is a baiting going on there. But her knowing it's a baited question, she has to be thinking, why is it considered a baited question? Because you know I want to live in a white community, but it's baited because I can't really say that without coming off looking like a bad person. You see? So it's just the dishonesty. Everyone knows it. Most people know it. Most people think it. They just are so averse to being honest about it and actually saying how they feel. And you got to ask yourself why. The fear is there of cancellation. I understand that. You know, a lot of people, whatever they do for a living, whatever they're pursuing, if they're young like that, they can't just get canceled from it and then open up their own version of it in their basement like I did back in 2014. So a lot of people are petrified about losing their livelihood or their road to whatever career they want to go on. And it's happened. There is a lot of precedent of that happening. So I can understand the fear, but that can't go away until more people actually are honest and speak up. It's sort of a paradox. But maybe at some point, I see it getting more. I see people being more honest about it. People don't seem to be as scared anymore. The black fatigue that people speak of is getting worse and worse, and people just can't hold it in anymore. And I guess that's what it takes. If you're just walking around and you're like, God, I'd love to say something about this, but I can't. Once it gets to the point where it's like, I have to say something about this, then people start talking. There's a lot more commiseration, a lot more people going, oh, yeah? Well, I just heard what you said, and excuse me, I'd like to, you're right. Holy shit, there's a problem. So that has to happen, and that's never a quick turnaround, but I see it happening. I see it. We see it. Don't we, kids? Oh, thank God the nose thing stopped. Oh, my few brains were going to come out of my nose. I didn't cross. Oh, this is Mark Maron. I know Gavin was talking about Mark Maron on his show, and we briefly talked about Mark Maron yesterday on Compound Censored. But this guy is just an asshole. And I know he's promoting a special. So a lot of times you just want to get heat. If you're a comic and you're promoting a special, you just want people to be talking about you. They're calling you an asshole. They're calling you a great comic. That's what you want. The majority of people, I believe, are calling Mark Maron an asshole, though. I don't know anyone that finds Mark Maron funny as a stand-up. I don't know anybody. I know a lot of comics, and I know a lot of people that are fans of comics and have seen a lot of them and have a pretty good idea of what makes a good comic and a bad comic. And I'm not just talking about comics that have a different style that you're not into. Some people find them hysterically funny, but that style of comedy isn't yours. I'm just talking, look, we know when you see a comic that is not funny, it's not just, well, you don't get that type of humor. It's more of a dry humor. Oh, they use more physical things. No, just an unfunny comic. We've all seen them. We all know it when we see him. And Marin isn't funny. He's a pompous fucking asshole whose liberal ideology just transcends any funny he tries to make.
I hate to interject, but I'm curious. Did he ever go on Opie and Anthony? Because he seems like the type that would be like, "Oh no, I would never go on that."
No, I think he did.
Oh, he
I
did.
think he
Okay.
was on. And I believe we had other comics in the room at the time.
Okay.
I'm not exactly sure who was in there. I want to say Burr, but it was probably someone else. But no, he came on. Here it was. It was Patrice was in the studio, and him and Patrice had some kind of beef going on. And Marin was just walking down the hall. He wasn't even coming in to do our show. He was going to do something else. And someone opened our door, and Patrice yelled out at him to come in and started giving him some shit. And then they started goofing on the fact that he was wearing shorts and a Hawaiian shirt or something. So they were goofing on that. And Marin just, he's just the pomposity of this guy, the self-importance, and the assumption that whatever politics he believes in is absolutely correct. Everyone should believe in it. If you don't, you are a fascist asshole who deserves to die. And that's him to this day. So he's promoting his special and he's trying to get some heat. But if you ask me, all publicity, any publicity isn't necessarily good, especially for comics. Sometimes, I don't think Kramer's publicity at the Laugh Factory years ago ended up being positive publicity for his stand-up career. So even though funniest act I've ever seen. So here's Mark Maron being the lib asshole he is. Let's watch.
At this point, it's lazy and sloppy and hackneyed. To be in a fucking club where, I'm walking down the hall at the comedy club, at the Comedy Store, and, in one room, someone's doing their bit about trans people, and then I get down the hall and there's someone on stage going, well, I guess I got to do my bit about trans people. Like, no, you don't. You don't. It's hack now. I mean, you guys got the freedom you wanted. You can now say whatever you want. They're defeated. Their rights have been denied. The policies that you guys encouraged with your stupid material are now policy. And now, half the people under the umbrella of anti-woke, we've lost a tremendous amount of democratic-leaning ideas and movements. So whether they knew it or not, that's what they were spearheading. So now it's reality, and you want to still keep kicking them?
I don't know that the comedians have had that much power.
Are you out of your mind?
No, I'm being serious.
Joe Rogan. I'm not gonna.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
You can't separate. Like, if the movement is like, we're being censored. No, you're not. You're not. There's no constitutional censorship issue with your free speech. You say things, and in a democratic shit show of an environment, like Twitter or whatever, there's cultural pushback. And I'm not saying that it was pretty bad in terms of, people getting canceled and stuff. And I agree that was an issue, but that's a specific issue. To frame it as some sort of free speech problem was a misdirect. It wasn't. It wasn't a free speech problem. It was that people were getting cultural pushback. That is not a constitutional issue. No one was being put in jail for saying anything. That's a free speech issue. But my problem is you're going to start talking about anti-woke, and that's going to be your point of view. That's going to be your ideological, grounding for what you do. Okay, that's fine. But why does it have to be the same four things? It's like they talk about the same shit. And I don't know a better definition of hack.
And your array of material is so diverse, and First of all, yeah, he's giving comics way too much power. I've always believed that comics are more a reflection of society than the influence on society. I don't think a bunch of dopey comics going up at the Ha Ha Hut are making policy, are changing the way the government rules in this country. It's a reflection, you dumb fuck. And, trans people, you make a joke about trans. Oh, then the guy down the hall in the other room is doing a trans thing. Yeah, because it's ridiculous. And it's not just going, how about those trans? Let's kill them. Let's take away their rights. That's what someone like Mark Maron and his ilk believe comics are doing. These horrible right-wing comics. They're getting people riled up so they commit violent acts against homosexuals and transgender people and minorities. No. It's been, there's a lifetime of entertainment has come from men wearing dresses, from Uncle Milton Berle on the Texaco Star Theater in the 50s to Klinger and MASH, bosom buddies. It's always been a joke. A man in a dress is a joke. And how about the ridiculous policies and ideology and the liberal take on pronouns and it's ma'am and all that shit we see? That isn't fodder for comedy, Mr. Maron? That isn't insanely hilarious? A brute of a man with a wig on and a dress yelling in one of the most manly, deep voices to address him as ma'am, and you cannot see comedy in that? There's no way that can be interpreted on a stage by a comedian as something funny? It's because it's against his politics. So he doesn't have the ability to see comedy in it because it's so against what his belief is, man. And that's a lot worse than somebody just not finding something funny because it's not funny. Now your agenda is interfering with something that may indeed be funny, but you can't see it because you're so politically fucking brainwashed. This guy, Mark Maron. And then he brings up Rogan, because Howie said, I think comedians don't have that much influence. He's like, oh, really? Joe Rogan? Yeah. If Joe Rogan was up on stage doing material like he does, because he's a comic, he's also a commentator for UFC, and he's a talk show host. He does a talk show, a very popular talk show, where he talks about many, many different things: science, politics, conspiracies, guy shit, getting drunk, whatever, UFC. His show runs the gamut. And occasionally he'll have political people on from the left and the right. And they'll get into discussions they agree on or don't. That's a talk show. You can't put that in the category of a comic or comics up on stage at the Cellar or the Comedy Store having this unbelievable effect on American society. That isn't the way it works. And to say that because Rogan has a giant audience for his talk show, that's your excuse for saying comics have influence, it's apples and oranges. He's had very important, influential political figures on his show. He's not doing his act in front of them. J.D. Vance or President Trump didn't take a seat on Rogan's show and Rogan just started doing his act. And the politician was like, wow, I never thought of that. Let me change policy. What Rogan did was give these politicians of Democrat, Republican, conservative, liberal, give them a giant platform to discuss something on. And whether the people are influenced by that conversation is their own prerogative. You know, that's the goal here, is to have an open discussion about something, let people hear it in an unbiased way where the mainstream media isn't cutting it up to fit an agenda, and then you draw your own conclusions from it. For someone like Mark Maron to say Joe Rogan is influencing government policy against whatever groups he believes it's happening is in-fucking sane. And his special's going to bomb because no one finds this old fucking liberal douchebag funny. If I may add that in.
Bad in DC. Things are now so bad in DC, the mayor has left while Trump takes over. Look at these people. Look at them go. This is crazy. This whole place has been falling apart for months.
This video, posted to the popular social media account Washingtonian Problems, is going viral.
Look at
Several
this.
suspects seen sprinting down the street, arms full with thousands of dollars in stolen.
Look at these people. They all seem to be colored. They all seem to be colored, but we'll just say, look at these people. They all seem to be colored.
Things are now so bad in DC.
They all seem to be colored.
The mayor has left while Trump takes over. Look at these people. Look at them go. This is crazy. This whole place has been falling apart for months.
This video, posted to the popular social media account Washingtonian Problems, is going viral.
Look at
Several
this.
suspects seen sprinting down the street, arms full with thousands of dollars in stolen stuff. Now DC police are asking for help tracking down these
Look at
six
all these
suspects,
people.
who they say got away with $20,000 worth of merch from this
They're all
outlet in
masked
Georgetown.
up.
That's more than my car. It's a lot, yeah.
DC cops say the suspects came into the Aloe around 7:30, grabbed what they could from the display racks, and ran off, hopping into a silver or gray Ford Edge with covered tags.
At least they buy American.
That's crazy. That's a lot of stuff. This Aloe, just the latest high-end athleisure store in Georgetown to be targeted. March 24th, cameras rolling inside the Lululemon just up the street.
Lululemon.
Several suspects in hoodies and face
Yeah, of
masks
course.
walk into the store just before noon and take off with what they can carry.
You know, more popular brands, as it gets up in popularity, it makes sense that these things would happen.
Tuesday, two security
No,
guards
it doesn't
spotted
make
at the
sense
Aloe
that these
entrance.
things would happen. It's not the brand's fault the store got looted. No, it's the fault of people who won't lock up these criminals, which is why the mayor is gone. She's left, escaped. But look what happened just 5 days ago.
This video shows around 20 to 30 young people
30
swarming
people.
the 24/7 Best Tobacco and Wireless on the 1500 block of Benning Road. DC police say they arrived around 11:40
Look at
Friday
this
night,
place.
throwing items in and outside
Done.
of the store. Video from an employee shows the aftermath.
This is terrible.
Items scattered everywhere. Police say multiple items were stolen and an employee suffered a minor
This place
injury.
is going to shut down.
On Saturday, loyal customers stopped by to check in on the business that's only been open for around 2 months.
Just came over here to see how they doing because it's a nice
brand new store.
And the guys are nice here. It's no problem. So
This is why you can't have nice things in places that are just plagued with crime. A new business, they see an empty storefront, they say, hey, it's a great opportunity, the rent's really low, and then they move in and find out why.
you just need to control the kids more. I'm sorry.
This is our community. This is our community that we're trashing. It's funky. It stinks.
It does.
The stores are dirty. And
That's why
I don't
Trump
know.
is there now with the
This
cops.
is the sign the business has posted out front talking about looting, saying they plan to take action soon.
Good luck with
and
that.
speaking with people in the neighborhood, they tell me they're frustrated. They say it's incidents like this that prevent the area from keeping business.
But I thought crime was
CVS
down.
Closed. I know it's the Dollar Tree haven't been open in some time. I don't even know they might open back.
Dollar
They
Tree's
say they hope Friday night's actions don't cause this convenience store to close as well. As far as a solution,
I feel like it should start at home.
Yep.
Children need to be watched more.
That's right.
More police presence, not just the vehicles.
But I thought crime was down. Everybody's saying that Trump's doing the wrong thing by policing the nation's capital. They tell us it's the safest it's ever been. But as you're about to see, some of the neighborhoods here, they're overrun with lawlessness. Everyone that was committing crime. Look at this, a massive operation in this area. And don't tell me for a second that everyone who lives here is outraged by this, because that would mean that everyone here's a criminal, which is not true. You got a lot of good, law-abiding people living in these neighborhoods that are sick of this nonsense. Except for this guy littering, maybe.
I'm just saying. Back up.
Oh, something's happening.
Don't get close enough. Back up.
They're going to take someone down.
All we saying is why y'all putting this man in handcuffs. He put this man in handcuffs with no reason.
Oh.
Hey, don't push him, y'all. Don't push them. He had no reason to put this man in
This is
handcuffs.
so dangerous for these cops. They're just trying to calm everybody down.
Mo, calm down. He's gonna take your ass to jail.
Yeah, that's right. You don't want to go to jail.
Mo, what the?
Finally, we got some people here with brains that don't want to see that.
Make sure they don't on break down.
They're going into this apartment building now. I wonder who's coming out of here. Oh, that guy's got a riot shield. That officer's got a riot shield.
Man, we live here.
Another cop with a riot shield going in. Oh, they got this guy.
I won't tell you again. Back up. The wagon is en route. Move.
The wagon. That's how many people they
I'm
got.
Lieutenant Walsh. Move back.
Wow. This is insane.
Yo, back up. If they go back up, they go to jail. That's it.
Yup.
If they go back
Don't
up, they go to
interfere.
jail. Don't go back.
You know, I hate to say this, but what we're watching right here might be the first time some of these individuals that are out there ruining DC have encountered an actual unyielding authority presence, which has never existed here in a long time, and is the entire reason we've got mobs of lawless people just running through the streets, raiding stores, shutting down Dollar Tree.
Hear from city leaders and others that crime is actually down. Are you seeing that?
No, I'm not seeing it. We're seeing carjackings, the violence in the communities. So we were advocating then for the National Guard to come out.
They've wanted troops for years.
But think about how many lives could have been saved just having them on the scene.
And Asha says,
Poor
still to this
people,
day,
man.
she's not heard from one detective about those crimes committed against her family. Now, for Tempe Satcher, another
awful.
DC resident, her son BJ was on the way to work 2 years ago, and she does not feel that crime has calmed down.
Just today, a young lady was over on 15th Street in Northeast DC. Does that seem like crime gone down?
No.
With all the things that are going on with our president, sending the National Guard
That's right.
out, I don't have a problem with that personally, because if MPD can't do it and they need help, then I'm glad they're able to
Thank
get the help.
you. This almost makes you wonder, the people who are telling us that crime is down and DC's fine and Trump is doing something wrong, are those people criminals? They might be.
What's going to happen next? Is Trump going to federalize the New York City Police Department?
Oh,
What's after that?
hopefully he
Chicago,
does.
LA,
Hopefully.
Miami, Boston.
That would be great. Only a criminal would be
And on.
against
What's
that.
after that? The NFL, the NBA, you're going to federalize them and take them over? All he wants to do is deflect from his inadequacy.
Oh my goodness.
By these bold, insane moves. Take over DC police. That's not what I need. I don't need this DC police to be taken over.
Well, you live in an exclusive building for rich people in New York City. You are far away from DC, and you don't live the life that these people in DC who have to deal with crime actually have to exist with and deal with and have been suffering from for a long time. This is the attitude out there, this clueless attitude that wants to protect criminals. But as you're about to see, most of the people with that elitist point of view were paid to think that way. Watch this.
Protesters feel the same about federal law enforcement. But the fury may not be fully organic. Fox News has learned that paid protester requests have increased 400% since President Trump announced the federal takeover of D.C.'s police department. The New York Post reports that high-dollar donors like George Soros have pumped more than $20 million into protest groups currently organizing demonstrations in the district.
Are you here? These people are fake.
According to the White House, 45 arrests were made last night for reasons including assault and illegal firearms. 29 illegal immigrants were also apprehended. The district's police chief, Pamela Smith, announcing today that local police will begin sharing information on undocumented individuals with immigration agents.
It's no longer a sanctuary city. Do you hear that? The capital of D.C. is no longer a sanctuary for illegal federal fugitives while the mayor's on vacation. No wonder she left. She didn't want to be around for this.
A crowd rental company says it's seen a massive surge in requests. The CEO has told Fox News D.C. and the inquiries just from that district are up roughly 400% compared to the same period of time in 2024. Most of the attendees are being paid or are there because it's their job to protest.
That
doesn't
you should
mean
have to
they don't
disclose
support
that.
the cause, but it does mean that these crowds are not as organic.
Listen, if I post an ad on YouTube, I have to say that it is a paid advertisement. If you're paid to do something and it looks like you're not, it's masquerading as organic activity, we've already got laws against that. Look at these people. They're all paid to be there, potentially. The old people, it's a part-time job for them. The young college grads with bizarre degrees, it's their full-time job.
This one on Monday during President Trump's crime crackdown announcement. I want to make it clear, we don't know if these people specifically were paid or not, but that is certainly happening in many places.
And they're there
around
now.
This issue and against this president. It has tended to be the norm.
Yeah.
Congressman.
We know that there's paid astroturf from the radical left. They do this all the time with a lot of their phony protests. When you talk to some of these people on the ground, they don't live in the jurisdictions. They tell you they're being paid. They're bussed in, and then when the issue's over, they leave.
Right there. If you go to a protest and half the people at the protest are from hundreds of miles away, ask yourself, how did they get there? Because transportation isn't free. What commitments did they leave behind where they live in order to be hundreds of miles away where they don't live and where they need to pay for lodging and food and all their expenses? Ask yourself those questions.
It's just part of the astroturf of the Democratic left. We're far too familiar. At the end of the day, what is most important is that the security of Washington, D.C. is paramount. And if you're a Washingtonian living in Washington, D.C., you know that the streets are not safe. Members of Congress, Angie Craig, Henry Cuellar was held up at gunpoint and carjacked in Washington, D.C. If it happens to members of Congress, it happens to regular citizens as well. D.C. City Council has not prioritized safety and security. They have prioritized woke criminal justice reform policies that simply do not work, never have worked. And that's why President Trump is doing the right thing. He's stepping up and making sure that the federal seat, that is the Washington, D.C., that's what it is, the federal enclave, that the federal enclave is safe for all Americans.
Right, and it should be. But here's the thing. Everyone that's so mad about what Trump is doing, well, every policy these people agree with, decriminalization, lax justice laws, revolving door prisons, I mean, everything they want and believe in, it's had so much time to work that it has absolutely failed. And that's why we're looking at this federal takeover. Also, take a good look at these crowds of agitators we're all supposed to believe are organic. How come they always seem to show up when it's time for the news to show up? I wonder why that is. Isn't that suspicious? I think it is. What do you think? See you in the next video.
You're going to get arrested for obstruction. Leave.
Just last night, I posted video showing the Cabell County, West Virginia Chief Deputy Chuck Zirkle frantically trying to stop two women from filming the arrest of a homeless man after witnessing the officers allegedly slamming the man's head into the side of the police car.
Don't touch me! Get!
No.
Get!
Nope, you're recorded, sir.
Get out of here!
I had a suspicion that this was about a lot more than cops just not wanting to be recorded, but that it was about cops concealing civil rights violations, trying to stop bystanders from catching it on camera.
We're just recording what you're doing to us.
You want a set of handcuffs? Come on.
After visiting the scene myself, it looked to me like they had been trying to arrest this guy outside of the view of the surveillance cameras. But thanks to some of you who saw that video, we now have the surveillance footage from that building, from that camera, and it shows everything. Well, except for what got mysteriously, inconveniently deleted. If you haven't yet searched the internet for private information about yourself, then you might be shocked at what you find. I investigate people online all the time because there's just a wealth of information out there. There are these shady data brokers out there who are not only collecting your personal information online, but they are packaging it and selling it to the highest bidder. Businesses, banks, insurance companies, and of course, the government. All of this is happening without your knowledge or your consent. There is a way to prevent it. I use a product the guy being arrested here was being arrested for. It was said that they had a warrant for felony arson. So I did some digging, and that is not why this guy was being arrested at all. And now it actually makes much more sense to me. Like, why go arrest this homeless guy and have all these cops there, including the senior leadership, and then make a big show of it? Something just didn't seem right given what I was told. So I looked it up, and this is actually what happened. This was felony destruction of property. I got a copy of the criminal complaint, the charging document, and this is what it says. On August 5th, 2025, at approximately 13:31, the defendant, then unidentified as John Doe, was walking east on 4th Avenue in Huntington, West Virginia. As the defendant crossed 7th Street, coming from the Harmony House, which is the homeless shelter, he stopped at an unmarked cruiser that was parked on 7th Street. The defendant removed a folding knife and began carving into the paint on the cruiser, spelling the word skunk. The defendant was captured on courthouse CCTV, ironically, and was located an hour later at the Harmony House. The defendant failed to identify himself and was arrested for destruction of property, a felony, and failure to print/identify. So it makes much more sense now. This guy carved the word skunk into a police cruiser. They tracked him down, they found him, and they made a spectacle out of it. It was one of those, let's teach this guy a lesson things. Although I was told that the footage from those cameras did not capture what happened, it actually did capture what happened. After I released the video last night, I started getting all sorts of information, including information that the video was there, that it did exist. The video was first obtained by Kyle Vass, an investigative reporter with the ACLU, who just this afternoon posted a portion of the footage on his Facebook page. I have the entire portion of the footage for you. At the beginning of the video, you can see that there's only the one police cruiser there, and there's nobody standing there yet. We see a couple of feet standing on the sidewalk, and then we see officers walking into frame. Two uniformed Cabell County Sheriff's deputies, one carrying a backpack, then a man in a blue shirt who appears to be a non-uniformed sheriff's deputy trailing behind. This video footage corroborates the eyewitness testimony that the man being arrested had already been handcuffed and that he was going along with the officers peacefully as opposed to resisting or fighting with them or anything like that.
Because the client was going peacefully, there's no reason.
Was he handcuffed?
Yeah.
Was he fighting with them, or did he appear to be resisting?
Nope. He was like peaceful. When I say peaceful, going, like he didn't even say a word. He just stood up, put his hands on his back, and went.
Shortly after they arrive at the police cruiser, that's where we see Chief Deputy Zirkle walking into view beginning at the lower left. He walks from the direction of the homeless shelter towards the police cruiser, where the man is surrounded by these 3 police officers. We can see that Zirkle is pointing his finger and seems to be yelling towards somebody standing on the sidewalk. He walks back and yells more at the people on the sidewalk. This occurred prior to the cell phones coming out. So what we saw yesterday was apparently not the first time that he was yelling at the people on the sidewalk. Zirkle walks back to the police cruiser. At around the same time, there is a black Chevy Tahoe SUV that pulls up. That is the sheriff, Sheriff Doug Adams, the sheriff of Cabell County, West Virginia. He gets out of the SUV and he walks towards the arrest. He's wearing khaki pants with a black polo shirt. As he walks up, that is when the use of force takes place, which we can see on the video. As the sheriff walks up, you can see Chief Deputy Zirkle apparently yelling or saying something to the arrestee, and then the large deputy on the right side can be seen slamming the arrestee's head into the police cruiser, just like the witnesses said. And there we see the Cabell County Sheriff watching the whole thing from just several feet away. After the head slam, you can see that the man sort of went limp, looking like his knees buckled in response to the use of force. And just like the witnesses said, that's where we then see them walk into the screen at the lower left and then beginning to film what they just witnessed.
They slammed that guy's head on the sheriff's door. Like, it took like 3 to 4 of them to slam that guy's head on the door, and he was peacefully going.
You saw this?
Yes, and that's when, like, after him yelling, and then they slammed his head, that's when my phone blew out. And then Zirkle did not like that. And so Emily, I'm sure you're familiar with Emily, she pulled her phone out too, and all we were doing was recording how he was acting.
Why did they record that, Emily?
I got it too.
Get that shit out.
Don't touch me.
Get.
No.
Get.
Nope, you're recorded, sir.
Get out of here. Clean this trash up and get out of here.
Did somebody get him putting his hands on me?
I have it recorded too.
Cool.
Get out of here. Leave. You're going to get arrested for obstruction. Leave. Leave.
We're just recording what you're doing to us.
You want a set of handcuffs? Come on. Get your ass out of here. Leave.
Emily, what's Luke's number?
You're in the process of obstruction of arrest. Leave.
You're on public property.
Here he comes back again.
You all need to move out in front of this brown building. It is county property. It's not yours. Move on up.
Is it public, sir?
What about the sidewalk?
Is it public?
Just move out of here.
Don't touch. I'm just asking if it's public.
Whose buggy's that?
I don't know.
I'm sick of this. I'm sick of it.
Okay.
We have no
We just work here.
I'm a staff, sir. I'm okay.
No, I'm saying, do you know whose
You
buggy?
think this is acceptable?
I work here.
But no, but they're humans.
I'm not saying they're not, but trash is not good.
My team goes on back, please.
This is not acceptable.
I know.
He grabbed her.
I know.
And I got it on
We
record.
can around her. I mean, like. Whitney's on her way down.
I touched you.
I have it on record.
I didn't hurt you.
I have it on record.
Nature. You're
I definitely
you're this close
self-provoking.
to doing obstruction. So just go back to your job.
Obstruction
please.
is
Go
not
back.
filming somebody banging somebody's head. They banged his head.
Can we get the definition of obstruction?
And in the event that your lying eyes are deceiving you about what you saw on that video, I found the mugshot of the guy who was arrested, and guess what it shows? A laceration to his face there in the mugshot. Gee, I wonder how that occurred. But police are sometimes allowed to use force against people. That is authority we give them, right? That's right. There are circumstances where police can use force when taking somebody into custody. Depending on the totality of the circumstances, any particular use of force could be justified under those circumstances. But how do we know when those circumstances exist? Well, one way is body cam, but the traditional way is police reports. In particular, most police departments will have something called a use of force report. Like, yeah, you can use force against somebody, sometimes very violent force, but you have to document it so that we know that it's justified. Police officers are taught at the police academy to write police reports that include all important information, such as any facts that would justify a violent use of force. For instance, here, if you were forced to use violence against somebody in such a way as to cause a laceration on their face, if you were smart and you wanted to follow the rules and follow the Constitution, you would write in your police report, as I was arresting the subject, he began engaging in all of these behaviors that became an officer safety concern. He was threatening us. This is what he said. Then he jerked this way, jerked that way. He tried to kick us. He tried to spit on us. Whatever. You insert the facts that you're relying on in your police report. Then even if there's no body cam footage or there's no surveillance camera footage or there's no footage at all, the officer followed their department rules and wrote out a report with all of the important information that together justified a violent use of force. Here we know for a fact from the document that I showed you at the beginning of the video that nothing of that sort was documented here. Not the fact that there was a use of force, not allegations that any use of force was necessary or justified. And where there's a use of force, especially one that causes actual physical injuries that we can see on a mugshot, where that occurs and it's not even mentioned in the police report, that is a huge red flag. And anytime that a use of force occurs against somebody who is surrounded by 3 or 4 police officers and the person is handcuffed behind their back, that is also a huge red flag. And it's such a huge red flag that it has landed many police officers in federal prison. Also, at the very beginning of this video, I told you that something had been changed. Here's what it is. Wouldn't it be nice to hear the audio of what's being said prior to these 2 ladies turning on their cameras? Wouldn't it be nice to know whether or not audio on the surveillance footage captured the sound of this man's head hitting the car, as well as the conversation or lack thereof that took place both before and after this happened? That could provide a lot of important context, a lot of important evidence for us to know whether or not the law was violated here by the police officers. Well, I happen to know for a fact that this footage originally had audio that captured those things, but that when the county provided this footage to the ACLU, guess what it was missing? Whether intentional or not, no audio. That audio is important evidence. Where is it? Why is it missing from the video? And suddenly this becomes a much, much more serious problem than just physically abusing a homeless man. I'll just say this, the cover-up is always worse than the crime. Obviously, this is a developing story. I've told you what I know. More information is coming out continuously, and I thank you for that. Keep it coming. I'm sure I'll have an update very soon, so please subscribe both here and at the blog at thecivilrightslawyer.com. You can follow me on X at John Bryan ESQ. Remember, our rights don't end where your fear begins. Freedom is scary. Deal with it.
You got ID on you?
No, you can't just walk up on me and ask me my ID, bro.
I didn't do anything
wrong.
Okay, listen.
I didn't do anything wrong. Leave me alone. So can I finish my car wash? Because now my time's running.
You think I just showed up here for no reason?
Yeah, what you showed up for, bro?
Picture this. An off-duty police officer witnesses a black guy in a Cadillac hand something to a white guy in a pickup truck at a car wash. Highly suspicious, am I right? The off-duty officer reports what he saw to his on-duty buddies, who then show up at the car wash and they confront the white guy.
What'd that guy hand you?
Nothing. A cigarette? He handed me a cigarette. Tell him my buddy Ronnie?
Is that you talking about the?
Yeah, I work with him, bro.
The Cadillac?
Yeah, I work with him.
Okay, well the issue I got is there's an off-duty he was watching. All right, man.
Dude, all he handed me was a cigarette.
So you're telling me the off-duty, what he saw was bullshit?
Yes, that's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
He handed me a cigarette.
So.
And that's it. That's all I got to say.
He tells the cops to go away, let him finish washing his truck. They're claiming that what this off-duty officer told them that he saw justifies their detaining this guy, searching him, And when he dares assert his constitutional rights, what do? They arrest him, and they completely tear apart his truck, searching for what this off-duty cop, who's not even there, supposedly saw.
Yeah, because he's got something on him. I literally saw him hand it to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, crazy, dude.
No,
That's
crazy,
absurd.
man. Like, so you tell me, like, you off duty sees you, right?
I don't care what the off duty said he saw. This is what happened. This is what happened. Okay, sir? I promise you. That's it.
Does this come back to you?
Huh?
Does this come back to you?
No.
Who's it come back to?
My girl?
You got ID on you?
No. You can't just walk up on me and ask me my ID, bro.
I got
didn't
off
do
duty.
anything wrong.
Okay, listen.
I didn't do anything wrong. Leave me alone.
At this point in
Sir,
time,
sir, leave me alone.
I have enough PC to talk to you.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so get your supervisor out here. Please.
I'll do that
Please
in a minute.
do that. And so can I finish my car wash? Because now my time's running.
Well, I understand what your time is running, but when I got an off duty saying that,
I don't care what your off duty said. He's not on duty?
It doesn't matter. He's a.
What did he say?
He's a law enforcement officer.
You saw me get a cigarette from him?
No.
That's what he said.
Did you get a baggie or something?
No.
Come on, man.
Dude, no. Get away from me, bro. None of that happened. What? Did you go ask him? Ask him what he
I
handed
was
me.
on the phone with him.
No, I'm talking about the guy, bro.
You got the other unit.
I worked with him at Busy Beaver. Okay?
Yeah, I understand all that, man. But
You're harassing me.
I'm not harassing you. At this point in time, I got enough PC to talk to you and investigate what I got. I got enough to.
I told you what happened.
I got enough to talk to you,
Yeah, I
get
told
your
you
information, and
No,
we're
you
gonna
don't.
go. Yeah, we do.
No, you don't, dude,
Yeah.
because I didn't do anything wrong.
Okay, we'll get to that here in a minute.
Did you go talk to the guy or no?
Let's go a little further.
He handed me a bag.
Alright. So he's not wanting to cooperate and give me his information, but I got off duty, so he seems substantial stuff being handed to him from the guy in the black Cadillac. He said all there was a cigarette. So off duty stuff.
Get away from me, bro.
So what do you think?
That's crazy.
Well, he doesn't want to. You don't want to give me his information this time. I should at least get that, right?
Please, leave me alone.
I mean, here's the
I
thing,
didn't do
man,
anything
like-
wrong. Hey, whoa, dude, don't touch me, bro.
Listen.
No, hold on. You
That's
don't
it.
touch me, man. We're not leaving.
I want.
For what?
I've already told you.
No, for what?
I've already explained to you.
No, look, dude, you're not getting any information from me because I did nothing wrong. No, leave me alone, dude.
Listen,
You're going to leave me the fuck alone. Go ask that guy.
I'm gonna talk to you.
No, you're going to leave me
I'm talking
alone.
to you because I got enough PC. I've already talked in off duty. I want your information before we leave.
For what?
I've already told you for what.
What does that have to do with the fact that that guy handed me a cigarette?
It does not. It's not
Yeah,
what he
exactly.
saw. He's plain as day what he saw.
To me, bro, with
So-
a cigarette. That's it. Okay. No, this guy.
Then there shouldn't be a problem here.
There isn't one.
Okay.
You're the one that's wanting to come up and violate my rights.
I'm not violating your
Yes,
rights.
you are.
I got enough PC here to make.
You're violating my
To ID you.
constitutional rights, and you know it. And I'm not going to let you. I'm not going to let you. Please let me finish my car wash. I'm not doing anything wrong.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna call my sergeant.
Yeah, please do, bro. Please do. Because you're violating my constitutional
Well,
rights.
it's not violating nothing, dude.
So the point at which Officer Tackleberry now shows up and they start to surround this guy. The Fourth Amendment is clearly implicated at this time. Any reasonable person under the circumstances would feel like they are not free to leave now. For that to be justified under the Fourth Amendment, it would have to satisfy the test for what's called a Terry stop, or an investigative detention, basically. Sort of like a traffic stop, but it's not, because you're at a car wash, you're on foot. For a Terry stop to be lawful, a police officer needs reasonable suspicion. In other words, the officer needs specific, objective facts, not just a hunch, indicating that there has been a crime or some sort of violation of law. The officer performing this stop must be able to clearly explain observable evidence that justifies the stop. No hunches are allowed. Vague feelings or unsupported intuition, i.e. looks suspicious, is not allowed. Here, what information does the officer have? All he knows is this: an off-duty officer relayed to him that he saw something being exchanged between a black guy in a Cadillac and this guy that he's talking to. He's implying that this could be drugs. How does he know it's drugs? Well, I guess he has a hunch, or he thinks it looks suspicious. Let's just assume that, okay, he has reasonable suspicion. It just allows them to look into what the allegations are. And so here he approached the guy, and the guy initially answered his questions. He said he works with the black guy. He said that the guy gave him a cigarette, that there was nothing nefarious going on. The guy also rightfully pointed out, why don't you go talk to the black guy? Because he hadn't done that yet. At one point, he does go talk to the black guy, and it appears that that conversation corroborated this guy's story, that it was just perfectly normal legal car wash activity.
You know that guy down there at that stall?
Look, but he worked with me. That's what just surprised me, because I ain't never seen him in trouble.
You never seen him in trouble before?
I never seen him in trouble. Yeah, I worked with him.
Were you over there?
When I pulled in, I seen him over there and he walked up to my car. And I asked him what he was doing. He said he was washing his car.
What's your first name?
Ronnie.
Ronnie? Like R-O-N-N-I-E? I-E?
R-O-N-N-I-E. Is there a reason why I'm giving you my name?
Well, so earlier...
Did he say something?
No, well, we're not quite there yet, all right?
Okay.
So what's your date of birth? You don't got nothing on you?
Oh, no, hell no.
What's your date of birth?
I literally stay right here.
Well, here's the issue where we're at, right?
Okay.
Did you hand him anything?
Oh, no. I pulled up, gave him 5. He told me he worked yesterday. Because I called in yesterday. My grandma passed away.
Yeah.
So I was in Detroit at a party. But when I pulled in, he noticed me, actually.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Because everybody knows the Cadillac. So when I pulled in, like, hey, run ahead. Pulled up, boop, gave him 5. Told him, I'm going to pull right here. Told him when he's done, come holler at me.
You gave him a 5?
A 5.
Like a $5? Oh.
No, 5.
5?
So when I pulled, I told him, I said, when I'm done with my car, if you still right there, we'll kick it before you leave, because I'm about to be up here for a minute. I stay all day cleaning my car, vacuuming and all. You know what I'm saying?
So you got the whole kit in there already?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I keep everything.
So herein lies the issue. Our guy off duty that was here.
Right.
And states a male in a black Cadillac.
I'm putting this out, man. I don't want to do that.
Handed him a baggie full of white stuff.
Search this car if you want to. I don't want you to, but you can search this car if you want to. He ain't give me shit.
You didn't hand him anything?
I ain't give him shit.
I
ain't give him nothing. He ain't give me nothing. It was a quick 5, boop. I pulled right here, got the wash, and I seen y'all flying in.
We don't have a dog on.
So I literally just called my boss.
Did you?
I called my boss. I said, Jake, him that.
Well, that's where we're at right now, okay?
Right.
So that's why I'm over here talking to you.
Yeah. Oh, I understand.
And I got to do my job here to figure out what's going on.
I only knew him for like about a month. He just started working with us. I work for Busy Beaver.
But that did not satisfy these cops. They weren't going to take no for an answer. The officer claims that he has PC. What he's referring to is probable cause. Like when the cops have a drug dog sniff around a car and the dog allegedly alerts on the car, thus giving the officers probable cause to search the vehicle. No drug dog has sniffed this vehicle. This officer hasn't observed any drugs. We just have this tip from this off-duty officer that he saw something suspicious. In other words, he had a hunch. That is not probable cause. The one wise thing that this officer did is stop what he was doing before it escalated any further, and he's going to go call his supervisor.
So I talked to Stocker on the phone. He said he witnessed a black Cadillac guy driving that hand this guy a substantial amount of something white baggy, right? So the minute I roll up on this guy's already giving me an attitude. I said, listen, I got enough PC. I said, what'd that guy hand you? Oh, he just handed me a cigarette. I said, no, that's not what the off-duty scene. He won't give me his ID, nothing. He's being like verbally, like he don't cooperate. Stocker was in the car wash here, and he observed a black Cadillac pull out, give this guy a white baggie with a substantial amount of white stuff in it, whether pills or something else. And he said he's seen it clear as day. Stock, is that right?
Yeah, oh yeah, yep.
Then he brings the off-duty cop into the conversation, and he has a name that is ironically close to the word stalker. And Officer Stalker is adamant that he saw something suspicious.
Yeah, because he's got something on him. I literally saw him hand it to him.
Yeah, so I went to look inside the truck from the window, and he was like spraying over top of the dang truck, so I couldn't see him as I was coming to call you. But I think he has something. I just, at this point in time, what do you think?
I would say, if I saw that on the dope unit, that's PC to search all day.
All right, hold on 1 second.
Especially with my training and experience.
Hold on 1 second. Sorry.
Yep.
Trump's bitch baby wussy scaredy cat behavior in DC.
Locals in DC are celebrating Trump making their city safe again.
The city is quiet as a church mouse.
We got news that the guy who threw a Subway sandwich at a police officer has been arrested and charged with having a deli weapon. And I got that joke from a Patreon member. Shout out to Walter. And in this video, you are going to see many white liberals screaming about how this is racism. Meanwhile, we have a lot of black locals in DC so happy that their city is peaceful and they can walk around outside without the smell of marijuana and all of the sights that come from homeless encampments. Let's dive deeper. Please make sure that you are subscribed.
Individual went up to one of the federal law enforcement
Tommy Truth Dodgers. Here's Tommy Tears. T-Jack. Tommy Jack. Tommy Tears. Look at him. That's him. That's him a few years from now. He's a homeless bum in an alleyway with cockroaches on the ground. T-Jack. Tommy Jack. Here's Tommy Jack. He's a liar. He's a liar and a fraud. He's jealous of me. He's jealous. Tommy Jack. T-Jack. Tommy Tears. Tattletale Tommy. He's a pussy.
What's going on YouTube? I am back. So here to talk about female fatiguers possibly being the worst. We know in terms of men, the crime stats are insane, but could it be that on a daily basis, the bad behavior from females is even worse? We've got one about a woman literally throwing shit in another woman's face. We got women who can't follow police instructions, no matter how simple the instructions are, they just can't do it. And we've got two women who reveal the truth about who they prefer to work for. And let me spoil it, it's white people. But as I always say first up, if you want to help me out, hit the like button. And if you're new here, hit the subscribe button as well. Help me get to 300k, because I'm struggling here. But not as much as that chick there, who got absolutely demolished by Vincent, dumped her in that bin that you put dog shit in. But when people say, what do you mean by fatigue? What's this fatigue stuff about? Play them a clip like this.
I don't care. I ain't got to see you through a day of my life. Yes, Mom.
I ain't hear no name.
Oh, all right, bad. Oh, all right. Yeah. I am. What?
Kyrie Avenue.
Yep, I have no idea why people are suffering exhaustion. It must be racism. That's the only answer. I mean, it can't be the obnoxious, loud, low IQ individual screaming out like this. It couldn't be that at all. Could it? But here we have another woman. She's at Universal Studios and she doesn't have a ticket. But I think she feels she doesn't need a ticket because she's special.
Turn around and get your hands down.
My ticket!
Where's the ticket?
My mother-in-law has it.
What?
My mother-in-law has it.
You better get it. We're gonna go. Let's go.
For what? What was the problem?
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out why he's
You
stopping me.
don't have a ticket right now. You're in the park. Right now it's at the service, so let's go.
I'm at that for service.
Right now you are. You're in a park that you don't have a ticket for right now, so let's go over
I'm trying to figure
here.
out why this man stopping. He keeps trying to stop me from somebody I ain't even come
Let's
here
go
with.
and we'll talk about it in the office. Let's go. I'm a police officer with the Orlando Police
I
Department,
understand.
so let's walk.
Let me call.
Well, you
I'm
could
trying
call
to get
when
my
you get in there.
ticket.
When we could go in there and you could call in there, but we're gonna go into the office.
I don't have to get in the office. If you feel like I need to go, I can go.
I know, let's go in the office.
I don't need to go in the office.
Listen, I'm a police officer. I'm giving you a lawful command. So you either go.
Even this guy in the background there can't comprehend the stupidity of this female fatiguer. She literally said, I'll go to the office with you. Then about 2 seconds later, she's saying she won't go to the office. You can't have a conversation with someone like this.
Without handcuffs, or I'm going to handcuff you and bring you in there.
Listen,
so
sir,
walk on your own.
I don't need to go in the office. If you want me to leave, I can leave.
No, right now you're in a park you're not supposed to be in.
I have a ticket. My mother-in-law has my ticket.
But for now, we're going to go in there.
No, I can leave out
Listen to me.
until my mother.
I'm giving you a lawful order.
That's fine. Mama,
press charges?
What the are you turning me back for?
Turn around and get your hands back.
On my ticket.
Lose the ego. Learn impulse control. And it won't happen to you. Now here's a couple that went out to walk their dog.
She didn't expect me to throw in her face, did she? She's so mad right now.
She threw this poop straight at my face. It hit me like this, right in the mouth. This massive golden retriever dog poop hit me in the face, fell down into the baby's face.
I'm glad. I hope it got in your fucking mouth.
I can't believe our confronting someone about having not picked up their poop right at our front door turned into a woman slinging poop at me and my baby. I was just totally shook and afraid, and I had to clean the poop up, scrub me and the baby, clean up poop. The poop went in my mouth. Anyways, the cops came. They said to us, basically, this is just a misdemeanor, and we could go through the hassle of the court system if we wanted to, press charges. Said, hey, I don't want to press charges. I just want to be done and over with it.
That was a mistake. Anytime something like this happens, press charges. Their behaviour is wrong and needs to be corrected.
Dog walkers should be allowed to walk other people's dogs if she can't even do the basic job requirement of picking up the dog's poop. The lady was so crazy.
You come after everybody else and chase them with in your hands?
You took on my lawn.
Okay.
And
yeah,
I saw you.
And I threw it at you. I picked it up from the ground with my bare hands and threw it at your wife.
You don't think I confront everyone that takes a shit on my lawn and that doesn't take it?
She didn't expect me to throw in her face, did she? She's so mad right now. I hope it's in her mouth. I hope she remembers it the rest of her life.
I mean, I'd rather let a Haitian walk my dog than this person here. It would probably have a better chance of survival. This woman can't follow instructions.
Show me your hands! Show me your hands! I don't care! Show me your hands! Is there anybody else in the car? Step back to the sound of my voice! Step back to my voice! Step back to... You better step back to the sound of my voice and do it now! Listen to me! Listen to me! Listen to me! Listen to me! Turn around and face the other way. Walk backwards to the sound of my voice. Walk backwards to the sound of my voice. Then you better do what I tell you to do. Walk backwards. Walk backwards. Walk backwards to the sound of my voice. Walk backwards to the sound of my voice.
After doing 120 miles an hour in a 55 zone. 120 miles an hour. But these two women are going to reveal a truth.
Meanwhile, white man, he sees me, he goes, yep, let me give you this special project. What do you need? What's going to advance your career? How can I help you? None of the passive aggressiveness, none of the micromanaging, none of that extra shit, right? Give me Jim, Bob, Bill, give me that.
This video triggered me because I want so badly for her to be wrong. My very own lived experience is that the two people who were responsible for my career literally launching off of the platform were named Corey and Phil. And yes, they were. And when I tell you special projects, temporary assignments, mentoring, everything that I needed to move forward in my career, the leaps and bounds that I took were when I was underneath a Corey and a Phil.
And when you see that information on the screen there, it makes a lot more sense. But that's what's going on. Hope you're having a good day as always. And as I always say, get the peons the hell out of my stinking house.
Another weekend in Chicago means people getting shot.
Again, parents, know where your kids are. When you know your kid is going into a space that they are not familiar with, that they do not frequent, why would y'all let them go?
Chicago, we are bankrupt.
Our local police department will not ever cooperate with ICE.
You know what? At this point, I kind of feel like I'm being trolled because I just do not understand. Earlier this week, we talked about the back to school season, parents acting crazy, rewarding bad behavior, and the effect it has on their children. Just when you think it can't get any worse, here comes a teacher, yes, a teacher who goes by the name of J. Roy, deciding to throw a massive party on the west side of Chicago. I mean, we're talking 800 to 1,000 kids and young adults in attendance. But of course, I don't want you guys to take my word for it. I want you to go ahead and take a listen to this clip. Go ahead and take a listen. Get into the mindset of a parent who will let their children participate in some of the things that I see happening. I've been talking about this constantly, the way parents behave around their children, what they allow their children to do, and it just keeps getting worse. Like, do these kids even get punished anymore? I know, like, people shouldn't whip their children. I'm saying, like, do they, like, do the thing where they take the phones or any kind of punishment? Because, like, from what I'm seeing, the answer is no. And the part that blows my mind, people in Chicago know that there's a gang problem. They know that there's a violence problem and still think it's a good idea to pack hundreds of young people in one location to get high and drunk. Basic common sense says maybe, just maybe, you don't pile 800 to 1,000 kids in a party in a city where the crime rate is through the roof. Literally, people are living in a war zone, but apparently common sense isn't so common anymore. And to put the icing on the cake, this wasn't ran by some random person. It was a teacher. The parents aren't outraged. They are not protesting. They're not doing anything, actually. The community will protest everything that doesn't help the Black community. But when it comes to things that would make a difference, silence. I am not kidding. This is crazy. Every time I think Chicago might be turning a corner, something like this happened. And it reminds me that we are in serious trouble. Welcome back to the channel, guys. I am Carmen JC. If you're new here, go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button. You can also support the channel by dropping a super thanks or tapping the Buy Me a Coffee link below. Let's go ahead and get into it.
Another weekend in Chicago means people getting shot.
There were 20 shooting incidents. 32 people were shot. This includes fatal and non-fatal. A total of 4 people died.
But this weekend was different because one of the shootings happened at a teen takeover party called Club Droy.
Many questions about several shootings in the city's Austin neighborhood over the weekend. It does seem they were all connected to a massive party with hundreds of people that were in the street.
Videos posted on social media and audio from police dispatchers give some insight into what first responders were up against.
800 to 1,000 people. Our officers are outnumbered.
Some videos online show hundreds of people in the streets in Austin, calling it a Club J-Roy event.
Ah, Club J-Roy, of course. How could I screw that up?
Another post indicates the event went on for 10 blocks.
The 22-year-old party organizer posted on social media both before and after the violence on TikTok. He talked about shutting the party down due to threats, but ultimately chose to keep it going.
I thought about canceling that, but we still on. Oh, yeah. His party dangerous. We done had how many parties, brother? 3.
Well, after watching that, who would want to miss this party?
The location of the party was changed at the last minute, but it still drew over 1,000 people.
The person we spoke with has been living on this block for years. She says it's an older community that lives on this particular street, which is right across the street from a school as well. She says in all of her years living here, she has never seen a crowd this large.
This is the one person that was killed in all of this. We've just learned who she is. Her name is Jashira Blackhawk.
Now, can we be effing for real? The fact that a girl was killed who wasn't even from Chicago is insane.
She says in all of her years living here, she has never seen a crowd this large.
This is the one person that was killed in all of this. We've just learned who she is. Her name is Jashira Blackhawk.
Now, can we be effing for real? The fact that a girl was killed who wasn't even from Chicago is insane. People were driving from out of state to come to this party, and someone actually got hurt. There were 7 shootings, okay? 7 different shootings where multiple families have to deal with this trauma that they didn't have to, all because adults decided to throw a party that was considered Chicago is insane. People were driving from out of state to come to this party, and someone actually got hurt. There were 7 shootings, okay? 7 different shootings where multiple families have to deal with this trauma that they didn't have to, all because adults decided to throw a party that was considered to be more important than safety. Now, the Black community should be alarmed by this, but of course they're not. We're regressing instead of progressing, and I'm telling you right now, it's going to get worse. If you want to keep burying your friends and your family members, by all means, keep going down the path we're going down. But if you actually want to see a difference in your community, I suggest you tighten up. Because when I tell you that this is problematic, I mean, this is beyond problematic. 2 generations from now, we won't even recognize any value in Black culture. That is alarming, okay? And what makes my blood boil is that this was hosted by a teacher. I know I keep saying that, an actual teacher who goes by the name of J. Roy. Now, if you don't believe me, let's go ahead and take a look at this.
I have about 3 more minutes for breakfast. Okay, you got 3 more minutes. And 3 more minutes for the morning journal. Sea turtles, journals up, meet me at the carpet. Dolphins, journals up, meet me at the carpet. Sharks, journals up, meet me at the carpet. To you something. If I'm asking you to do something, it's for a reason. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Good morning, 214.
Good morning, Mr. Williams.
Try it again. Good morning.
Mr. Williams.
Good morning. Time for our daily affirmation. Yep.
Yep.
Tight.
And after all this chaos that happened, he had the nerve to post a video saying that it was a successful night. That is disgusting. It is embarrassing. And apparently Miss Neighborhood Hero felt the same way because she's going to say something about it. And honestly, she's going to say my exact thoughts. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
I am so over the way these things happen in our communities, okay? In our neighborhoods, because these are not communities. Communities don't behave like this. Communities don't have mass fucking shootings, okay? Because community is an action word. It's something that you do. It's not somewhere that you live. Again, they threw this big ass, some dude who's a school teacher, threw this big ass block party that spanned for blocks, okay? Several shootings. There were 7 to be exact. 7 fucking shootings yesterday up until like 1:30 in the morning, okay? Somebody's child was killed, and the mother says that this baby wasn't even from the city. Again, parents, know where your kids are. When you know your kid is going into a space that they are not familiar with, that they do not frequent, why would y'all let them go? There were so many people that got shot last night. And this is exactly why I don't let my kids go places. This Club J. Roy shit been trending for weeks. I saw it. I saw parents dropping this shit in parent group chats on Facebook to make sure they knew, hey, make sure y'all kids don't go to this. It looks like it's going to be some mess. Just putting y'all on notice. So if we knew about it, it's been trending for weeks. CPD should have known about it. These goddamn organizations that get multi-million-dollar grants and funded should have known about it. Street intervention, y'all should have known about it. All these motherfuckers that call themselves being OGs and have street cred, y'all should have knew about it. Why is it that y'all were out there after all this shit happened? Y'all was supposed to be in position. Y'all was supposed to go holler at Buddy that promoted this shit, that trended it. Y'all was supposed to go get him. Why would you want to go somewhere where there was absolutely no control? You can't control what's going on. Them kids was high. They was drunk. Them kids was dancing on people's cars. Y'all daughters is out of fucking control. And y'all sons is trying to impress them girls. It's always going to be bad. Nothing good will ever come out of shit like that. I don't understand the thought process behind y'all just letting these kids go and roam fucking free. I got my daughter location. I got my son location. I got my other kids location. So the fact that y'all just make it seem like this shit is normal, man, I'm telling y'all, y'all are going to lose more and more young people because nobody wants to set a fucking standard. Nobody wants to be an adult. Nobody wants to set a bar and say enough is enough. I'm over y'all. 7 fucking shootings.
This lady is absolutely right. Parents have to be very proactive in their children's lives. You cannot just sit back and let these kids do whatever they want, especially when you know these neighborhoods are not safe. We as Black people, as Americans, have to do a better job. Parents have to do a better job at how they're showing up and how they're allowing their children to show up. These phones have locations, like this lady said. You can absolutely know where your child is, who they're with, what they're doing. And if you're not doing that, honestly, some of these parents just need to be charged and held accountable. Why is your children out here running the streets? Why do they have guns? Why do they even have ops? Okay, like, why is this a thing? Not to mention, they think the solution to all their problems is to shoot someone rather than, solve their conflicts. I know it's a crazy concept, but yeah, it's just not going to happen as long as parents continue to behave how they're behaving and allowing their children to behave in these ways. What is going on in these neighborhoods, it is absolutely ridiculous. That's what we're seeing over and over and over again, day after day, and nobody seems to have a problem with it. But everybody wants to parade around talking about Black Lives Matter. It is beyond disgusting. And speaking of Black Lives Matter, I'm going to put an APB out on BLM. Funny how they can organize overnight for national headlines, but when it's our children bleeding at home, suddenly the batteries in the megaphone die. Now, Chicago has a Black mayor, and yet nothing is being done. Nothing is getting better. And what does that tell you about the people who's being elected? It tells you that they're not making a dent in the actual problem. The number one issue in Chicago should be crime. That's what the focus should be. But no, instead, they're worried about giving people boots on their cars if they get tickets, or making sure they have a sticker, or my favorite one, illegal immigrants. Meanwhile, they're not making sure these children are safe. And at the very least, they're not making sure they can freaking read. This is absolutely crazy. Making sure these children are safe should be the bare minimum. And the fact that it's not happening is absolutely ridiculous. And just so you know, Neighborhood Hero is not done yet, because the next part, she's going to say exactly what everyone needs to hear. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
From every call that I just had, all of those people that just called me had a conversation with this young man and asked him not to do this. And he did it anyway. Why? That fucking pride and that ego and having followers and shit like that. I told y'all, that clout shit is killing y'all. It's killing y'all. Y'all want so badly to be known, to be liked, to have some type of notoriety, but y'all don't want to do the shit the right way. Y'all want to go against everything that could possibly save y'all lives. And I'm going to tell y'all just like this. Pride comes before destruction. Warnings come before destruction. If that many people would have came to me and said, man, we don't think you need to do this, it's over with. It's over with. It's the young women in the comments that's doing the most capping. Y'all capping harder than the young men are. Why? Because y'all think y'all know everything. And the whole time, y'all fucking awareness be at a zero, my nigga. Be at a zero. Y'all don't even be built for the shit that y'all get yourselves into. Y'all want to get dressed up and get cute. I ain't never in my life wanted to put on clothes, get my hair done, nails done, all of that shit to go stand on a block. That's what y'all get reduced to. I just saw a shorty that grew up on my block say it wasn't shit but weaves and aloe out there last night. That's what they think of y'all. That's what they think of y'all, bro. And y'all still want to get under my fucking posts when I'm telling y'all, and I've been telling y'all since I started on TikTok, they taking these girls up out of here. Bro, y'all ain't shit but a liability. Any person that will let y'all hang out in a spot where it's going to be some fucking chaos and confusion don't give a fuck about you. You and your girls out there shaking ass and they loading them bitches up. Whole time. But y'all know everything. So you can call me bitter. You can call me old. I'm 40. I can move when I want to, how I want to, where I want to, when I want to. You hear me? On my time. I can leave Chicago and go travel and do other things on my time. Why? Because I have common sense. I know when to listen. I know where to be. I don't have to be in every space. Y'all need to do better. Y'all need to do better. And until then, watch how many, every single time it's a casualty, it's a young lady in there somewhere. It's a young lady in there somewhere, or multiple. But again, y'all know everything.
Man, she is absolutely killing it. I swear, I feel like she's hosting my show today, because she is right. The self-awareness out here is non-existent. People will make excuses for anything. No street smarts, no common sense, no nothing, especially in Chicago. You would think that people would want better than to be around someone who is probably hot and wanted in the streets when, you don't know these people. But no, they walk around in danger and then act surprised when chaos shows up. And again, this is a teacher we're talking about. He could rally 1,000 children for a party, but can't rally them for a book club. And people wonder why the reading scores are in the gutter. This is just absolutely disgusting. And we have to do better as a people because the children are suffering. And you guys don't see it right now, but I'm telling you, your future is not bright. So apparently with everything that's going on, J. Roy felt the need to respond to the accusations going around, including whether he was suspended or fired from his job. So I'm going to let you hear what he has to say straight from him. Go ahead and take a listen.
Shorty, once again, y'all on this bitch just running y'all mouth. All right, Shorty, first thing, I did not get fired. I am suspended with pay. I was removed from the school due to me being under investigation. And the second thing, Shorty, I didn't throw a party on a random ass block. That's my hood. Bitch, I grew up over there. I lived the next block over. And due to the parties I already had being on my block, the first 2 parties I had, the police already had my block where I live. Shut the fuck down. So we moved the party over to the next block where I know damn near everybody live on that block. Let's clear this up too, Shorty. There were multiple block parties in the same area that my party was. Out west was busting Saturday. Everybody threw block parties. It was a block party that way, this way, this way, this way. That's why everybody was still outside in the same area. Every party in that area was not my shit. People were saying it was J. Roy shit to get clout, for motherfuckers can gravitate to their block. That was not my shit. I had one location, and then the second location I had was nowhere near that area. Also, Shorty, let me clear this up. I posted a TikTok and said another successful club, J. Roy, because when I left the block, it was successful. And then when I went to my second location and left that location, it was successful. I didn't know none of the events that happened until the next morning. I wasn't aware of nothing until the next morning. That's why I posted that TikTok. So them only clearing up the false allegations because y'all on this thing, I had it on an unfamiliar block, like it was like gang. What the fuck is y'all even talking about? Why would I go party in somebody else's hood? And I didn't cancel it because the threats that was being made, the person that made the threats, he DM'd me and said, "Hey gang, I was just trolling."
So a terrifying moment for one family, a mother and her 2 sons kidnapped from their home at knife point and forced to help rob a bank in Louisville Friday, according to police. The suspect arrested after manhunt is now being held on $1 million bond. Court records show he was sentenced to 14 years in prison last year for a string of robberies, but was released after serving just a few months on shock probation. It's the idea that the offender was so shocked by his time in jail, he would no longer commit crimes. The husband and father of those victims, Brandon Strong, joins us now. Good morning to you, Brandon.
Hi, good morning, sir. Thank you for having me.
So when you found out that this happened to your wife and kids, what ran through your mind? And this was a repeat offender.
Pure shock, confusion, anger. Your heart feels like it falls out of your body. It is one of the phone calls you never expect to ever get as a father, as a husband, or a human. It's just something that I never would have dreamed that would have ever happened. It's just pure shock.
So, Brandon, according to the records, Jessica Green, who was the judge, decided to release this guy after a few months. Now, he was already supposed to serve 14 years for doing the same thing before. Of course, he didn't do kidnapping, but he was doing robberies. Mm-hmm. What is your message to the court system for allowing this to happen?
It's squarely on you. It's squarely on you. You allowed this to happen. This is something that was not a surprise to anyone. Myself, once I finally found out who. It's squarely on you. It's squarely on you. You allowed this to happen. This is something that was not a surprise to anyone. Myself, once I finally found out who it was, and obviously it came out in the news. No one's surprised if it's a pattern. This is something that's stemming back, nearly a decade. This guy is robbing people. He's robbing businesses. You stamped this. You stamped this for him to be rehabilitated based on what? Based on what?
Brendan, is this the first time you've heard about this terminology, shock probation?
I've heard it. I didn't necessarily know exactly the meaning as far as what determines what you get and this, that, and the other. But looking into it now, it's just the only thing shocked, it should be the public. You know, it's unbelievable that this was allowed to happen. This, like I said, this is a guy who this was not a guy running red lights for a few years. This is a guy committing serious crimes, and he was robbing people. You know, like I said, this is definitely not anything that should surprise anyone that he got out and did this again. But you know, for the most part, well, why wouldn't he? I mean, he's not getting any trouble.
Brandon, this had to be a traumatic event. I can't imagine, as a father and a husband, getting the call about this. How's your wife and kids doing?
They're doing okay. You know, every day hopefully will be a little bit better. You know, it'll be a little bit less trauma for them as the time goes on. That I'm not sure of. That's something that unfortunately I'll have the duty of picking up the pieces probably for the rest of their lives. Not my wife's very shooken up, and so is my you know, my middle son. He's autistic, who doesn't process a lot. And so it's very, very tough on him. But my youngest barely wants to talk about it. So this is something that I'm going to have to address, you know, unfortunately for my family, for many, many years to come.
Brandon, would you say that after all this has happened to your family, and the fact that you've seen a recent example of a repeat offender doing this, that this shock probation, it needs to go away?
Yeah. I mean, the whole entire judicial system that made this decision needs to go away. That in my opinion, this is something that was, you know, that you've got these judges getting appointed, running unopposed except for write-ins. They are 100% at fault here. But when it comes to like the shock probation, I mean, I don't see how that was even an option. How would that be an option for someone who is a violent criminal? Someone who's not a good person? There's no way to truly be able to look at the family and look them in the eyes and say, you know what, I made the right decision when I did this. And you know, I hope they're losing sleep at night every day like we are.
They should. Brandon, thanks for being so brave and telling your family's story. And I hope that it shines light on this issue, because many people in the country, this is the first time they've heard about these shock probations. Thank you so much for joining the program.
Yeah, I appreciate you all having me. Thank you so much.
You got it.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
It's Friday, August 15th. This is CTV at 6. Here's what's making news tonight. More wildfires in the region. The Annapolis County fire has forced more people from their homes. A whale carcass washed up on a popular beach, posing all kinds of problems.
All of rain amounts from the past few days and an update on Hurricane Erin.
Involved in what we want to do to make it great, but he also doesn't know really the finer details. Did you see my new artifact? Did you see this?
Yes, I can see it. Yeah, they land the plane. Yes,
I thought that was funny, right?
I appreciate it. Yeah.
No, I'm not trying to be
Yeah,
mean.
I can focus. I really can. I'm a little bit charged because I've done more streaming in the last week. Our polls, the first to have noticed that I'm, you know, back on the panel juice or whatever. I really do regulate myself quite a bit. It's been a lot of fun watching a new person come in and, you know, offer up opinions. You know, I was pushing back against a lot of criticism and I was responding. No, I don't have a computer. I just have my phone. I do have a computer, but it doesn't work for live streaming. And so, yeah, it's nice to watch someone come in and be focused on, you know, offering up opinions on things, right? Without conflict beforehand or what have you, even if there's conflict through it. So it's been like watching how the movements came through my channel, watching you go through this last week. And I got caught up in it and I've really enjoyed it. So, yeah. I look forward to settling down, moderating how much time I spend doing this and being able to focus. I'm an ideas person. So when it comes to your project, I'm willing to look into buying more technology to help. I'm also someone who's really just a good thinker. So, you know, I can look and see how I can help with any editing. I can also look and just be interested in the stuff in a way that I'm capable.
She's never shy about patting herself on the back, complimenting herself, calling herself a thinker and everything else. She's so full of shit. So full of shit.
Of, you know, coming up and sharing with you my ideas. Maybe it helps.
Yeah, I think one of the first things that would be...
And of course she's talking about opinions. Opinions are empty and meaningless. They don't require any evidence. I don't give a shit about people's opinions. Opinions don't mean anything. It's the very bottom gutter level of the pyramid. Meaningless.
Cool to do is like, and so what and this, I mean, who cares? Okay, I was gonna say we could have this conversation offline, but I don't think it really matters. I'm not sharing any private information here. But what I was gonna say is that the last, you know, I've streamed a lot for the first time ever in the last, I guess, week or 2 weeks, and I know there's some certain segments in there that would be that I would want to like cut out and just like get, not like a short, like not a what would you call it? Not a TikTok short, but like a shorter condensed version. But and then we could talk about adding to it. But what do you use right now? So you do editing and it's just on like a mobile app?
Yeah, I've mostly used my phone. I've actually just discovered desktop mode on my phone, and I would have been doing a lot more with that. I do have a computer that, surprisingly, it's an old notepad, but it actually is pretty robust for something that takes a long time to load. But it has a broken fan, so I can't actually use it on StreamYard. The fan noise comes through, right? I haven't tried to edit on it though, so that being said, I am willing and have been looking to buy myself a computer. I like the fact that being out here, I've been able to do as much as I've been able to do off a phone. So I am, you know.
She always talks about how much she can do using a phone. She always says out here, out here, out here. Does she mean on YouTube? Because it's not out here. She talks about it like it's outside or something. Out here, out here. It's just, everything about her is just disgusting. It's beyond annoying. It's disgusting.
At some point, I'm going to need a new computer, period. This is 13 years old. So.
Wow. That's crazy.
You can't afford a fucking computer. You can't afford anything. I bought multiple new laptops this year. You're a cockroach.
Crazy dude.
So I'm capable. Yeah.
So what do you do? Do you work right now?
I work part-time. I don't work full-time most of the time. So, and I've had lots of time off in the last couple of years, partly due to COVID and the industry I was in, but also due to some healing. I broke my foot twice in 2023. And yeah, so I have lots of time. My schedule, even the job that I work, is quite flexible. I've always been allowed to set my own hours, and it's usually 4-hour shifts these days, anywhere between 1 and 5 days a week. So I have lots of free time.
That's awesome. I think.
Yeah.
So I guess
And
this
to
is
be
okay. So I got to figure out. I know you. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say one of the reasons why I've really enjoyed this, and even seeing you talk to Jaren, and I had a theory that some of these big channels, let's just say, whether it's the algorithms that sort of roped us into places, or it's our own clicks and stuff, we ended up quite isolated from channels we've never seen or weren't a part of. And I'm just interested in getting out of my loop, you know?
Hey,
interested in using my brain to think about things that isn't just all of us making each other laugh.
Dude, now you're speaking my language, okay? That's how we break the loop, right? Because they say it's unbreakable. But so this is perfect for this. Okay, so here's a segue for you. This is what I do so this is the original intention of the channel, right? Was to do exactly what you're saying, like expanding out of it and having different people come on. So there's a guy, we've been in communication for a while now. He's been sick, and I've just been waiting for his approval to go forward. But I've also had two other guys that were like interesting people that I was kind of shocked that they came on earlier in this channel's history, where it was nobody was watching. However, now that there's like a small, tiny little audience, I do think this would be a cool way to transition into things that aren't nobody even needs to know what the Panelverse is. You know what I mean? But there's this one guy.
Yep.
Who's going to come on very soon. We'll see probably next week or two. And his name is his channel is Security Researcher. And this guy talks about a ton of the stuff that a lot of people hate thinking about it because it involves like our phones and the way that the government and companies spy on us and all that stuff. But he's a really smart guy. He's got like 50,000 subscribers. So this is a great situation for me to be looking into.
It's fascinating. This is actually something that probably Snafu Snaps actually has a lot of input on.
I've been trying to tell him, dude. I've been trying to tell him that I want to talk to him, but he's not. He's never presented himself in a way that could be talked to, and at least not with me.
It is,
So,
yeah. It's
let him
hard
know.
to learn how to speak zebra. That's inside, panel channel lingo, but it is. I have had conversations with, panel channel lingo, but panel channel lingo, but it is. I have had conversations with Snafu Snaps. I'm not the only one that does get past sort of him pointing fingers out at people who he feels are or knows in his mind that he knows are misleading or associated with known criminals. I think that a lot of people on YouTube have delusional behavior. I think even as a group, a lot of people have supported each other's delusions to the point of believing them to be true. I'm not saying that that's what Snafu Snaps is doing. I'm saying that sometimes some of these theories that we all have become fact because we all believe them to be true. And I think that that's where we get into this whole, like, what is really the truth thing. So, my point is that I think Snafu Snaps could come in and talk about DEX and Oracle and the digital experience and the data collection and really how incessant it is.
Someone get him
I
in
have a
here.
theory.
We're ready. Bring on Snafu. Someone go find him.
I have a theory that one of the things that might be anomalous about us as groups of people on YouTube that sort of went down some of these alternative information trains, because they're not all conspiracies. I mean, not in the sense that we've been gaslit to say they're not true but they are conspiracies in the sense that people have secrets and are keeping information from other people and have agendas. I think for most of us, we have a lot of gaps in our data where people that didn't use our bank cards, didn't use our credit cards. We have gaps in our work history. We used cash to buy our groceries for way longer than everyone else. I'm sure a lot of it's because a lot of people are pot smokers and other substance users, and that it used to be quite a cash-based society, not up here in Canada. So I think a lot of us are actually that they also look for those anomalous people that didn't watch TV. And I think we got steered into these places for the sake of data collection, and on some of the most free thinking, rebellious spirits in our civilization, in our Western civilization, not to discredit the East.
It's and for me, I actually have been using this as an opportunity to make my life harder in the sense of trying to lean on it less. For example, I've always been like super dependent on Google Maps, even though I didn't always need to use it, and I just got like overly reliant on it. So now I'm trying to get out of that, and a good way for me to do that is I've de-Googled my phone, if you know what that means. It's like this software called Graphene, to where my phone, even if I try to figure out where I'm at, it can't even tell me. So people tell me that that doesn't work, but I mean, they don't realize that if I don't know how to explain it, because I had this guy in line with me and Jack trying to tell me that I was full of shit and that it was impossible for it to be difficult to track me. But the truth is if it's this hard for maybe 90% of different things, different websites trying to track me, then that's fine. That's still progress. If 10% still get through, whatever, you know what I mean? But it's just because I think that if we don't do this now, I think there's going to come like a judgment day where they're going to have everyone's information like just out there and everything you've ever done, even when you were younger, and they're going to put it all into the social credit system and all that crazy stuff. But I think it's going to really happen. I do. I just don't think it's going to be in the next 10 years, but I think it's going to be.
This is typical. They're always afraid of electronic judgment and physical judgment, but not spiritual judgment. It always goes back to the physical tracking. Baby truthers are always worried about that. This creepy creature with the comb over and great big extra large. They focus on the physical and have no focus, absolutely none, on the spiritual. In fact, big extra large believes that she'll live here forever in a body. She believes her body will live here forever. She fears being out of that big body. It must be comforting all those layers of fat, that large Marge creature. You get what I'm saying? She can't imagine being out of body. And that thing must have a vagina the size of the Grand Canyon. I don't see how it could be comforting or comfortable to be in that gelatinous, just big water bed on legs. Anyway, what I'm getting at is she believes that her body's eternal. She's that warped. She doesn't think that she'll ever perish. And she doesn't believe in the spirit. A lot of these creatures don't. Maybe they don't have a spirit. It's a possibility, but I'm not going to say, they're all NPCs. They're all NPCs. I'll leave that to the other channels with the lispy NPCs. They're all NPCs. You sound like retards. These other, quote, truther channels. Maybe she does have a spirit, but it definitely isn't like mine. Maybe she doesn't have one. I can't prove it either way. Regardless, though, her view is very different. She wants to stay here forever. And have at it. Stay in that ugly body forever. Stay here forever, bitch.
I think we're very much going to end up in a similar place to China someday soon. I landed my plane.
I agree. I think there are actually already, there's indirect, we could look at our credit scores as a early form of data collection to put a point system on us. And I don't think it's hard for them to have behind the, working in the computers right now, already some kind of credit score system going on that's easily then applied. I think
that's already happening for sure. It's what do they call them? Data brokers.
Yeah. And I think it will be more subtle here. I don't think they would roll it out quite as much. But I do think they've been listening a lot longer than Alexa's been around. I don't think technology is new as we think it is. And I think that likely every phone call we've ever made on every landline was also scanned by a bot.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, a long time.
I agree. I mean, there's actually proof of this. And Palantir is really at the face of all of this. If you look back far enough, they've been around since the beginning, and they've been a part of all these PayPal, Facebook, every single one of the big heavy hitters, and obviously Elon Musk now with Twitter. He came from that same group, so it's like the PayPal mafia is what they call it.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if I'm as aware of what the PayPal mafia means, but when I see the kind of money transfers that go on YouTube in some of the back and forths of like someone said in chat earlier, passing an envelope of $20 around at Christmas time. It's a lot. I think there's something happening. I think that it goes a lot further than Elon Musk in this PayPal stuff. I think that there could be some kind of money laundering. I don't know. I'm not, my background's economics, but I was in applied econometrics. I'm not really a money and banking person. So, but I think that PayPal stuff, I think there's a lot of people in the social media world that actually invented and had a lot to do with the development of these apps. And I think that some of them have become our friends. Like, and I don't mean that, like, I just mean, I think that they also got sucked into they've gotten sucked into their own creation. Perhaps. Again, I have no idea.
Well, this is what happens. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, please go ahead. Yeah.
I was gonna say what happens is that the way that this stuff works is that they have these long-term operations that they do for many years in the off the grid where nobody knows what's happening until later on, and then they reveal 10 years ago we did this and we learned blank. For example, there was that thing in New Orleans where they were doing the pre-crime. They were working out that technology and now it exists, and they're likely doing very similar things. I imagine they're doing a lot of them on the cyber, what they call it, the crypto side of things, where because obviously with crypto there's a ton of illegal activity that is using crypto to take care of it, which is what they want, because they want people to be off of cash. As private as they tell you crypto is, it's not anywhere near as private as cash.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly.
What was I going to say about the? So there's this thing that I was trying to pull up. If I can find it. I think it's 2020. But this site right here, I keep recommending this. This is Cryptome, CRYPTOME.org, and this is where you can find a ton of leaked documents if you're interested in the Epstein stuff. There's a ton of stuff here, and I'm not personally that interested in it because it's kind of been a story for so long now. However, there's just a ton of other stuff here too. It's like a similar thing to WikiLeaks, but I feel like it's more unknown in a way, I guess you could say.
Like the source is unknown, or they have more things on
No,
it?
just like less people know about this. Like everyone knows about WikiLeaks.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
And do you find there's much overlap between the two, or is there
So
more?
they are kind of partners in crime, to where they work with like they work very closely with when there was the trial. They kept going on strike until like the trial would be, something would happen in the trial which gave them hope to go on. But there's a ton of stuff. It sucks because I hate being the guy to talk about race, but it seems like there's always something that leads back to Israel.
Mm-hmm. Actually, one of these days, maybe it would be nice to talk behind the scenes, to sort of give you a general idea of how I see and what I see and why it points to Israel without vilifying. But it is so abstract, the research that I brought in, the middle path on, I feel it ties a lot of religion, a lot of science, and a lot of this force of people against people, especially when it comes to sex and gender. But I've tried to talk about it online. I get accused of being intersex or trans or having extra or minus chromosomes or being a man or what have you, because I'm so interested in sex and gender, and not from a feminist perspective, but to actually explain why we as there's a lot to do with breeding programs and some of the reason that some of this keep it in the family, let's just say bloodline kind of stuff is going on in the world, and it has more to do with protecting wealth. And I think that I have a theory that could walk down the middle path for most of the world that I'm willing to put forth, but it's so comprehensive that I don't know where to start. And yet, so I can start in the middle in some places, but people, and I think that I have a theory that could walk down the middle path for most of the world that I'm willing to put forth, but it's so comprehensive that I don't know where to start. And yet, so I can start in the middle in some places, but people are so radicalized, anti-rainbow, anti-rainbow means pro-feminism, and the retaliation on the other side is so strictly straight that it's difficult to neither side wants the information, and yet I think it does explain why the fingers point to Israel. So I'd love to try and present it to someone off screen first.
Sure.
To see how we could focus it, because I think that in essence, everybody, I think that I think we've been colonized, and I think that it started a long time ago, and I don't know. I don't even want to start. I just know that I think I have a theory on why things point to Israel, and it's not just greed, and it's not this superstitious Luciferian woo-woo belief system, which I do believe about people saying, demonic possession, blah, 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 blah. But that, again, I don't want to discredit how people articulate things. A lot of times we see things similarly, and our language is what gets in the way.
Absolutely. So right here on the screen, I have, this is the biometric, what is it called? It's the, hold on, I just had the name of it somewhere. Biometric
It's
Tech
just going to be, I
Center.
have a phone call coming in. I'll just be 1 sec. I'm listening.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. I will take back over. So yeah, it looks like we have this, this is a very fascinating place, because especially how they make it look so clean cut and just kind of innocent in their presentation of it. But this is the Biometric Technology Center in Clarksburg, West Virginia. And I'm going to read a little blurb here. I'll put it up on the screen too, just because it's, I think it's a cool tool to make things larger. And that's one of my favorite things that I've found so far on this journey to making these little interactive tools to use. So we have this right here. Hold on 1 second. All right, now I'll go ahead and share this one. So we have, on April 10th, 2020, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services entered into a no-bid contract with Palantir Technologies to track the spread of the corona. HHS is a cabinet-level executive branch organization whose 2021 budget is more than twice that of the Defense Department. That's a big project, dude. So the goal is to bring disparate data sets together and provide better visibility to HHS in the spread of COVID. So why does this matter now, you might be asking me, right? So this includes diagnostic testing, geographic testing, statistics of the demographic, and all this stuff is leading towards what we were already talking about, that we know it's coming, we know what's going to happen next. So there was some juicy stuff at the bottom here somewhere. Let me get down to that. So yeah, we hope it would be, used to understand the spread of the virus and only that, but clearly that's not how things usually go. So for Americans to adopt a nothing to hide, nothing to fear mindset ignores the reality that HHS has previously shared sensitive personal information with federal law enforcement. So this goes over one of the examples of that, and I can link this in the chat if y'all would like to read it in the source. Okay, so this is the crazy stuff is at the bottom here, right? So this is what happened recently too, where when all that ICE stuff was going really big, that was all because of Palantir. They were able to find all those people because they had all of this data. So obviously that this is likely to expand as we go forward, all of this biometric data and overstepping of the big brother, you could say. So this place is 360,000 square feet. That's so crazy. Sorry, I'm gonna go back over here. It is so hot in here. I can't believe it. I don't know why I'm wearing a long sleeve shirt. I'm not sure.
What's 360,000 square feet?
This right here. So this is the Biometric Technology Center in Clarksburg, West Virginia. But it's crazy because it talks about some of the incoming war updates to the technology, and there's likely going to be something that will be able to give. So essentially, it'll like prick your finger from far away, like it'll be like shot and prick your finger, and it'll be able to give the biometric data. I have it over here on this screen. It's so small, and I'm honestly, if you could do, go ahead.
was just gonna say potentially even a mosquito.
Yeah, apparently it can even tell you like how many bugs are inside of a building. This technology.
Really?
That's what they say. But so do me a favor. This is your first job that you're being hired to do. I got to take a piss.
Okay.
Fill the air for me.
Okay, I can do that. Do you want me to read from this?
You can do whatever you feel.
I'm a good reader, so why don't I'll see how it goes.
Okay, yeah, go for
But
it.
yes, I can hold it down. I can talk to the audience. I'm gonna see.
Yeah,
This
give me
is
like
very-
5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, sure, no problem. No problem. Let me see. Let's just pull up the chat. I'm coming to see the chat. Just gotta set up my phone. Okay. I've done something, you guys, that has, I hope you can hear me. Just a second. Can you guys hear me in the chat? Somehow I've swiped down my my StreamYard screen and now it's floating over and above my YouTube, and I'm hoping that it's working excellent. You can hear me. Thank you very much. So I've never seen my phone do this before, but it's okay so long as it's still working. I do have the ability to zoom in on something like this and read it on my teeny tiny phone. But I'm not sure if it's the right place for us to start, guys, because it's very technical at the beginning. But I can talk about biometric data a little bit. And actually it ties into more theories, a model that I actually haven't presented to you guys. But I think biometrics is very important to the people at the top in this world. And I think it has a lot to do with genetic perfection, for a lack of a better way of putting it. And I'm not saying, I think they revere a level of genetic perfection that, no, I'm not going to start rambling on that here. But I can tell already that Landry being interested in even the sheer size of this biometric data, I would say that I think they do it from the first prick of the heel. I think that our blood is collected and our genetic, I don't think they even throw away or incinerate our placenta and umbilicus. I think that if we knew, I don't even think they're necessarily using it for nefarious reasons. I think that somewhere out there is like a Monsanto seed bank. If we're keeping track of heritage seeds and all the seeds on the planet, we're also keeping track of the genetic information of everyone. And I think that essentially that's what an ARC is, a Monsanto seed bank. No disrespect to the religious people. I think that we've had technology back that far. And since I've just been given an opportunity here to monologue and not land my plane, I'm not necessarily going to land my plane, but I am going to try and keep your attention. So I think that it makes a lot more sense about, and the animals went marching 2 by 2 onto something. You've got the genetic information of a male and female of each species. And in fact, it's a lot easier when you're presenting things to post-apocalyptic or a world that you don't want to know they have technology. Then you're going to make a boat and you're going to put the animals on it and you're going to tell a story that makes sense to people with the information that you have at the time. I think we're old enough now. We've seen what's going on. We happen to be people online who do believe that we see above and beyond the truth as it's been presented to us. And I think we can maturely say that potentially Moses's tablet was an iPad. For real. I actually have a great conversation between myself and ChatGPT where I'm very good at breaking through the instructions of ChatGPT to get down to the nitty-gritty of what is this phone in my hand and could it be called a stone tablet. And every aspect of this phone is made from something that comes from stone. Absolutely every aspect of this phone. So it kind of, I see things in a different framework. And, I'm, like I said, I have this opportunity here to kind of share with you guys some of my ideas. I can come back to center and we can talk about biometrics. I think it's very important. They record where we live, where we're born, where we live, and where we die. And they restrict people moving about the planet based on biometric data. It's one of the main reasons why.
Yeah, do it. Never was looking that way. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're fine. I think the biometric data and the reasons they limit people moving around on this planet have more to do with supernatural forces and making sure that specific peoples don't meet specific peoples, mostly because of controlled breeding practices, more than race or religion or creed or keeping Nigeria from coming to America because we want to perpetuate some awful divisive lines. I think there's some really big things that would happen if everyone on the planet could just move around. And biometrics is how they keep us isolated from one another.
That's very interesting. I've never heard that take. You must have been doing really good, dude. You brought the people back. I don't know what happened, but
Oh, good.
who knows? Congratulations. What was I going to say? Yeah, so this is all stuff that I find fascinating, and I do think it's very relevant and worthwhile. But there's something I had to say. Oh, I wanted to look at some of this stuff. We might have a special guest joining us here soon, so just a fair warning, a surprise guest.
Okay, is it a female?
No, it's a man. It's a powerful man.
Excellent. Not that matters. I was gonna guess Rose.
No, she's never been here. Wit got cloned. Who's Wit? I didn't really hear much of what you said, so I'm not sure if I'll understand the chat. Oh, well.
Yeah, I was talking about biometrics being an important aspect of keeping us where we're located in the world, as well as theories on why we are segregated that's actually related to genetics and biology and breeding more than not. And I also mentioned that I think technology goes all the way back in the Bible, and I think that Moses had an iPad, and if we start looking at that, interpreting some of those books in terms of having different levels of technology around, that we might actually get further into understanding why those books exist for us beyond control.
Absolutely. So I might try to refine my footing here and get back on. I remember there was some other things that I wanted to go over that I'm not sure if I got to. Okay, so I might pivot to a solo until I bring back on Paul. But thank you for coming.
No problem. Yeah, no problem at all. And I know if you're in contact with SNL, she can put us in contact with one another. I can even email you. I know that it's out there, and we'll talk some more. I appreciate your patience with me. I look forward to having an opportunity to show you how quickly I can learn, and even keep it to 3-minute segments. So thank you very much for your patience and your humor in putting up to landing the plane. And I'm out of here. Bye for now.
All right. See you later.
See ya.
Hello. Extra Large is in with Shadows and Light. They're in with Demon Slayer. They're all connected. They have their Discord groups. They're connected evil pieces of shit. That's what they are. I know exactly what they are.
What's going on YouTube? I am back. So here to talk about fatiguing. As always, you know what we're talking about. We've got some interesting footage of a flight from Nigeria where the flight attendants do something very interesting. Is it because Nigerians smell bad? Look, we'll find that out in the video. But as I always say, first up, if you want to help me out, hit the like button. And if you're new here, hit the subscribe button as well. Help me get to 300k, because I'm struggling here. The question is, do straight men sit like this? The answer is no. And if you do, you're gay. And I want to give a shout out to the cops in this situation here. We talked about this in a previous video. The cop who punched this guy in the face because he wouldn't get out of the car after being asked multiple times He was being difficult and he got what he wanted, which was a smack in the face. The police officer was cleared, and thank God for that. Now let's talk about the plane in Nigeria. The woman is spraying air freshener. Is the smell that bad? Do these Africans, the ones who claim to have taught the British...
The stinky bums. They're the stinky bums. They have the stinky bums. They're the stinky bums.
Do these Africans, the ones who claim to have taught the British, the Europeans, how to bathe the mysterious Moors, but now they require air freshener on their planes? Really? We got the footage.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you...
She's gone the double barrel air freshener. Two of them are going both double barrel. Oh no. The smell on that plane must be horrific. I don't even think Indians could stink it up that bad. To go the double. That is like, what is going on? That's horrifying stuff. And some of the comments here.
I bet it smells worse than a zoo in there. Like, it must just reek in that plane. It must just stink. My goodness. Ugh. Oh, totally necessary. This person said, those poor flight attendants. Yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ. Oh. Ugh. Ugh.
Insane? Nah, necessary. If the French think you stink, you may need to get some professional help. Look, I've never known the French to stink. Arrogant, yeah, for sure. Rude, it goes without saying. Stuck up, that's for sure, every day of the week. Overrated food, definitely. But stink? I don't know about that. I need confirmation in the comments. Let me know. Canadians, you can help us out. Do your French speakers up there, do they stink? Let me be fair here. Let me be a truth teller. The story was fact-checked. And as it says there, it's a common occurrence for airlines to spray insecticide prior to takeoff and landing when tracking in a high-risk area. To be fair, I think that could actually be worse. Worse than just bad BO. You're talking about these people being at high risk of infectious disease. Oh no. And various viruses spread by insects. I'd take the BO, right? Should have just gone with the BO story. But look, and I'm not saying this to be mean, but is this an African problem? Because I showed you this footage here. Look. Smell. Look at that. Covering up the nostrils to stop the stench getting in there. That's what she's doing. Right? And I have a personal anecdote. I went to McDonald's about a month or two ago. And in the drive-thru, I was waiting. There was one car in front of me. They were at the window. And they had their window down. I was waiting behind them with my window down as well. And I could smell something. It smelled like BO. Really, really bad BO. And I was thinking, okay, what's going on? And I was like, how could that be? I'm in the car by myself. No one's around. The only person around was the dude driving the car in front of me. And yep, you guessed it. The BO, this grotesque, hideous Frankenstein BO, was going all the way from the car in front of me, through their window, out their window, into my nostrils. And when I got to look at the guy driving, this is no word of a lie. Guess where he was from? All right, guess where? You know where. You know bloody where. He was a recent import. And he did have an out-of-state plate, by the way. We had an import, a third world import, from Africa, travelled to my state to stink up the place. I'm not lying. And the BO from this guy was something I'd never witnessed in my entire life. So maybe these women here have got a point, but I need to give the Nigerians credit because they're about to knock India off their perch in one particular aspect. Here it is. Nigeria set to overtake India in open defecation rankings.
What? The Nigerians are top now. They finally achieved the top spot in something in this world. Open defecation. They're beating the Indians. Jesus Christ. Look at this. Oh, god damn. Ugh. They're not civilized.
The Indians are not taking this lying down or sitting down or squatting down. They're fighting back. As you can see there, they're getting out there. They're like, no, we're not going down like this. Get out there and shit as much as you can. Shit on.
This is what they do. They go and squat and shit on their beaches. Look at them. They shit everywhere. When we feel a severe urge, we just run to the beach as it's always open, and they squat and shit on the beach, and they stare at each other. They watch each other shit. Look at this. Openly just shitting on their beach. All these are people here. People. Indian people. And the Nigerians say, oh, no, we can do better. We can shit more than you do openly in public. This is what they do. And you want to bring them to our countries? You want to bring them to America and Canada and the United Kingdom and Australia and France and Germany and Sweden? You want, I mean, what the fuck?
Every beach you can find. I don't care where it is. Get out there and do it like these guys here. We're going to get these stats up. We're going to get these stats up in our favour. We're not getting taken out by the Nigerians. There's no way in hell that's happening. Fecal bacteria levels lead to water quality advisory at Chestermere Lake. Maybe it was just this guy from New York who travelled to Canada for a bit of a holiday.
What you doing? Hey! Hey, shit in the bucket! He's shitting in your bucket, man! Ma! Call the police! Call the cops! Hey, break it up, asshole! Shit! Don't do it again! Ma! Oh,
Why is that guy calling out for his mum? What the hell's going on? But look, maybe that guy took a trip to Canada. I was like, yep, I got to use that lake. No bins around. Now we've got this British guy just roasting this obese woman on TV. This is hilarious.
1.5 million children in infants. Rebecca Barry has more.
10-year-old boys like Abdul shouldn't have to worry about their mum's ability to buy them enough food and pay the bills.
It's my fucking hell, have a look at her. She can't afford to fucking feed him. She wants free school dinners. Fucking hell. Have a look at her.
That's why he gets free school meals, so he can focus.
Free school meals? She can't concentrate, look.
More children like him should get
Fuck me, I expect she has shits bigger than him.
I had to cut some of that out because he used the C word and YouTube doesn't like that word for some reason, even though in Australia and in the UK it's sort of like everyday vernacular, but in the US it's a different situation. But he's right, that woman was morbidly obese. She's complaining about not being able to feed her son. Like, where are your priorities if you're eating the food as the mother instead of giving it to your son? Like, what the F is going on? People like that, deport them. Someone like that, they should have a policy where a migrant says dumb shit, you just deport them. Anytime they say something stupid, you just go, yep, load them on the plane.
No, a plane? That's luxury. Float them away on doors.
Get them out of here. But as I always say, get the peons the hell out of my stinking house.
Float them away on doors. Float them away on doors. Float them away on doors. Float them away. Float them away on doors. Float them away on doors. How do these Indians eat?
Matri, we are at a restaurant, not at home. Why don't you use a spoon and fork to eat? But Randy, we are in an Indian restaurant. That's how Indian food is traditionally eaten. But we are in the US, not in India. It's a bit embarrassing. And we Americans find it unhygienic. Why am I supposed to eat dal chawal with spoon when it has always been eaten by hand? We are already 80% like you guys. We dress like you, we speak your language, we act like you. We are practically your clones. Whatever little is left of us, you make us feel like that's inferior. Please don't make us feel dirty and inferior for following our traditions. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Anyway, what else do you suggest we eat? Randy, I have ordered Karela just for you. It is sweet like you.
Hi friends, so a lot of you have been asking me, Priyanka, how do you eat with your hands? I'm gonna show you. These are God-given gifts. We're gonna use them as our utensils. So here I have some of my mom's food. We have lima beans, we have stuffed baby eggplants, and we have some jeera rice, cumin rice. Notice I'm using only one hand. You only eat with one hand, you keep the other one clean. And then you take some lima beans, you combine it with the rice. Okay, see? You see this? This is a bite. And then you eat it. Let's tackle the eggplant. So we got a little baby eggplant, so cute. We're gonna break her down. Make sure to get the, what we call chutta, which is like the gravy part. Combine it with the rice. And that's how you eat with your hands. Goodbye. Hi friends, so a lot of
Essentially, everybody everywhere has always used their hands when it comes to eating, and even today we all eat with our hands. Eating with a knife and fork was only brought to us by the upper class British.
Indian food is best eaten with the hand. Imagine using a fork and spoon to eat a dosa or a chapati. I mean, it's just not the same. Even if you go to a temple and the priest gives you the tirtham, you hold it like this with your hand, you drink it and you just put it on your head. That is again a practice which is followed even today.
I think we ascribe eating with hands with respecting that food more and appreciating that food more. So it's like maa ke haath ka khana, you would have it with your hands, whereas use a spoon or a fork to eat when you're at a restaurant.
There is a lot that is still eaten in the West with your hands, but it is that specific kind of Western food. Indian food needs its own techniques. It's not just as simple as using your hands. Learning to use your hands to scoop up gravies, to scoop up semi-solid foods. We are mimicking the use of the spoon, using our hands and our flatbreads. And this is something that is a skill. Throughout India, you will see different ways in which hands are used. So a lot of people will only use these 3 fingers and use only this much. Many people.
I wonder if they eat spiders with their hands, if they deep fry them, batter them up, and they even have a temple there of rats. I mean, it's just fucking, it's hellacious. It's beyond words. It's beyond words to have a temple where they feed rats milk and they want them to reproduce, and it's just covered in rats. I don't even know what to say in a way. This place is so fucked up that people, they try their heart out to make it worse. They want to bring in the plague, and it's just sickening. It's gross. It's disgusting. They have no manners. They have no hygiene. It's absolutely sickening. And then people will say, Stephen, you're wrong. This isn't hell on earth. And it's getting worse and worse. And then the West was built and civilized, and the borders are opened up to let these third worlders flood in. So it's going to become like this for your grandchildren and great grandchildren. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. That's what it is. Everything's going backwards.
These 3 fingers and use only this much. Many people will use 4 fingers. Some people will use their thumbs also. A lot of people will believe that
they'll shove their all their fingers in their mouth. They'll almost shove them down their throat to gag themselves. It's just gross. It's disgusting.
you should not use your palm at all while eating food. Whereas in many societies, if your palm is part of eating a food, there is no problem. Similarly, there's a lot of caste-based movement in how much you use. For example, you would never eat with your left hand. You only eat with your right hand. Your left hand is considered being used for other ablutions and therefore unclean. So, only using the tips of your fingers being considered etiquette is very upper caste etiquette. Whereas it's considered very lower caste to use your entire hand.
The marginalized communities largely ate the jowar bhakris, which are the jowar rotis, and a spicy curry 3 times a day because access to different foods.
The spicy curry. I wonder if they'd eat maggots in their hands. I mean, just picture them eating anything in this evil realm, and they'll defend it. It's just disgusting. This place is so fucking gross. It's really disgusting.
Was limited. So there weren't any reservations on you had to only use the right or left hand. The food was such that it sort of necessitated using both hands and just crushing the roti into the spicy curry and soaking it and eating it.
Very often in southern India, you will find people who very quickly be able to lick all the way from their elbows to their wrists if there's something running down, and that's just part of the eating process.
Lick from their elbow? What? Jesus Christ. I bet Creep Alley Taylor is going to watch this and she's going to be so upset because she loves to lick her arms and her elbows. These elbow lickers and window lickers.
And that's just part of the eating process. 99% of people not from southern India will find it impossible. Licking your fingers also then becomes part of a major etiquette.
In India, we appreciate good food with this expression of "मैं तो उंगलियां चाटती रह गई."
How do you effectively use a knife or a fork to eat fish? You will definitely lose a lot of flesh that way. But eating with the hand and picking out the bones makes it so much easier. We would sit around in a circle, and the elder in the family could be a mother or grandmother. She would mash up the rice with her fingers, again add ghee, add rasam or anything with it, and there would be also some vegetables, and she would roll this into a ball with her hands, and very often it was stuffed with the vegetables also because the children refused to eat the vegetables, and it was fed to them with the hand with a lot of love and feeling put into their mouths, and they were like little birds with their beaks open. And generally we used to do it on a moonlight night, which is why it is called Nela Choru.
Food doesn't taste better when you eat with your fingers, but there is a tactile feedback. So what you have to understand about food is you eat with your eyes first, or your nose sometimes first if you can't see the food. Then you eat with your nose. Then you actually bring in to play your ears and your sense of touch. And it's only finally at
That just looks like slop, though, right there. Like what just looks like a sloppy mess. Like it looks like something they could slop the pigs with and just say, "Suey, suey, come and get it. Come on, pigs." And they just fill up a pig trough. I mean, it looks like something you'd throw out of a bucket to slop the pigs with. They're eating this. Jesus Christ. These savages.
At the end of it, that your mouth and your taste buds actually come into play. A lot of our foods are eaten in a traditional manner because these are our traditional foods. They are made traditionally, they are served traditionally, and are eaten traditionally. And this is what requires us to eat with our fingers even today. But if you're eating a very traditional meal where you are eating with your fingers, and then ice cream is served for dessert, it will be served with a spoon. Or very often a fruit salad is served, it will be served with a fruit fork. So, there is a continuation of tradition, and there is also scope for introduction of modernity at the same time.
Right, y'all, today I'm trying Indian street food. Now, we've all seen the viral videos showing just how dirty India can be. I don't want to believe everything I see on the internet, so today, I'm here in Kolkata, India, to find the truth. We'll be starting with this man right here, famous for his personality, but also his serving style. They say he's busy every morning, feeding people breakfast before they go to work. The line gets crowded of people trying to get their plate. I can see how it can get hectic. He was doing a speed run through them plates. He had no time to clean. This is the famous club kachori. It was about 48 rupees. That's like 50 cents. They're treating me so good here. They gave me this for free. I don't even know what this is, but this is supposedly their breakfast. Looks like some potatoes. Oh wow, when that's fresh and hot, that's actually pretty good. Got a little spice to it. The inside of the balls are hollow. That's good. All the videos I see of this man are when his stand is dirty. So I'm glad I got to see his morning ritual before the chaos. It's actually a nice little breakfast. Tastes like curry. Ooh, got a nice big potato. You just gotta come here fresh, because oh my God, you can see the steam coming off of that. His brother also had a shop next door. This is the owner of the Club Kachori's brother. He gave me this little thing. What's it called? Motipag. Motipag. Here's their jalebi. Looks and feels like candy. Ooh. Very sweet. Tastes like sugar, a little bit of caramel, honey. Wow, that's actually pretty good. It's like a honey candy. Very good. The owner's brother gave me some tea. Let's take an Indian shot. Thank you. On the ground? He told me to just throw this on the ground. I feel kind of bad throwing this on the ground. I want to attack this from an educational point of view. I'm glad I got to see his stall while it was clean. He's only been open for like 5 minutes and he's already served about 50 people. Bro is sweating bullets. Standing in this long line, you get a whiff of curry, and I'm not talking about the food. Now this next plate, in all my years of living, I've never seen anything like this. Before they could serve me, they had to wash my plate. Bro cleaned my plate with the same water this man was washing his nuts with. Forget the health department, get the FBI in here. They call this pular shadura. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but it's this bread that he fries. Ooh.
And he ate that. Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus. What the fuck is wrong with you? You would eat that? After seeing that? Oh.
I thought it would be hard, but it's actually very soft. Just tastes like plain bread. Break it off, grab some of the chickpeas. We'll throw on an onion. It also came with this pepper.
My friend. Your plate was washed in a fucking puddle on the street that a dude was washing his balls. I mean, what the fuck? Oh, god damn.
Oh, very spicy. Got the onions and chickpeas in there. Got some more. Everybody's so friendly here. They're all calling me to their stand to eat their food and record it. India is a free-for-all COD server. My Uber driver literally hopped out just to take a piss. Like, bro, there are no rules here. I'm about to get a sugarcane drink. He runs the sugarcane through this machine, squeezing all the juice out. All right, for the sugarcane drink, this guy right here, toes out, squeezing sugarcane. This is just a regular day here in India. Ooh, thank you so much. Thank you. 50 rupees. Ooh, look at that. Oh wow, they're good. A little sour. I can taste the roots as long as it ain't they tap water. I ran into this group of guys that offered to show me some food.
We have a bike over there. Wanna go on
Oh,
a bike?
bikes?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, let's go. I met some Kolkata locals and they taking me on a ride. They took me to a spot to try some lamb stew.
This is puri. It's made from wheat. This is lamb.
That look good. Here I got their mutton stew. It's a lamb stew. Oh shit. Look at that. Oh, I love some Indian lamb. Oh, yeah, that's tender. Oh my god, I love Indian spices, bro. What's it called again?
It's called puri.
Puri?
P-U-R-I, puri.
Came with some puri. Oh, they said break it up. Now that look good. After the lamb stew, the boys wanted to take me to get some lassi. It's a traditional Indian drink made from yogurt, water, fruits, and seasonings. Wow, what's that? Oh, that's the cream?
It's called malai.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. This thing's overflowing. Oh my god, this thing's messy. All right. Oh, wow. That's crazy. What's that green bottle he put in here?
Saffron water.
He put some saffron water in there? Oh, that's very acidic. Almost tastes like cheese. Oh wow, that's fresh. Very milky. It reminds me of yogurt. Thank you. Yeah, I need a spoon for this.
Floating on the top?
Oh yeah. Is that like bread?
That's malai.
Malai? Oh, malai.
Oil will come, a layer forms on top of that. And we freeze that, that's how it's made. Chug it. He's saying it, chug it.
Oh, that boy chugging it.
Punjabi aa gaya.
Oh,
Punjabi aa gaya.
Okay.
Chug, 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 chug.
Oh my god, it's so good. I've never had that. That was crazy. It was raining, so I had to go to my hotel and let out some spices and herbs. They honestly gotta throw the whole toilet away, but I found a stand selling chicken rolls. This was probably the cleanest stand that I went to. They actually had a whole system going on. Somebody rolling the meat, somebody frying the bread, and somebody saucing it up. Oh my god. Ooh. It looks like they stuffed it with some curry chicken, got some onions, some veggies in there, and that bread is flaky. It's honestly like a chicken shawarma. This might be the cleanest stand I've seen today. What's it called? Thank you. I found Unc selling these empanada looking things. He filled it with like lentil or some type of veggies. I think it's a veggie samosa. Woo. Look at the steam coming off of that bit. Oh my god, I love Indian food. For 35 rupees, I found a place selling kebab, chicken. Oh wow, that's so good. They're sticking up the street with the smoke. Oh wow. I trust this stand. This stand looks hygienic. Oh my god, that's some juicy pieces of chicken. I found this man selling some fruits with bugs as a topping. Bruh. Thank you. I got this fruit they called pepe. Bro added some salt to it. The flies around it added a little bit of seasoning. Look at that color on there.
What?
Juicy, yeah. Woo, you can taste a little bit of the flies. This whole bowl was 20 rupees. Is that a goat? This guy was selling chicken, but the shape kind of threw me off. It kind of looked like raccoon ankles, and it was also cold. I low-key didn't trust him, but for educational purposes, I had to eat it. Got a piece of chicken leg for like 70 rupees. Thank you. It's been sitting out all day, but the flavor's still there. You can see how red it is. That seasoning been seeping all day. Ooh, good. Very oily. Thank you. Their napkins are newspapers. What kind of sauce?
Chili.
Chili? They gave me a fresher piece that just came out of the fryer. He added some chili sauce to it. This shit better be chicken. Ooh. Ooh, that's hot. Spicy. Ooh. Yes, sir.
Would you want to eat fruit with flies all over it?
Subscribe to the channel. Next, I found a spot whipping up some Chinese food. I got their chicken chow mein. Noodles could use a little bit of color, but I saw him whipping up some seasonings on there. Woo, hot. It is pretty bland. Not the best chow mein I've had. I mean, I don't know what I expected. You want? Yeah, not gonna lie, this shit not good. This whole plate was 55 rupees. No flavor, but very greasy. Bro is really whipping up that pot like he's doing something. That was some of the worst Chinese food I've had. It was like they almost didn't know what Chinese food was. I found these guys selling kebabs. They had their toes out, selling food straight out of their living room. Uncle over here acting like he wasn't just scratching his toes. That boy too happy. 30 rupees? Oh. Thank you. Ooh, look what we have here. Oh, boy, added a lime. Got their seek kebab. Looks like some type of green sauce. Got the onions on there, dipped it in some sauce. Got Unc back here watching me. Oh, fuck. Oh, wow. Oh, that sauce is crazy. I don't even know what that is. That should taste like wasabi. They could low-key cook this a little bit longer. It's kind of mushy on the inside, but it's all right. It's all right. Not the worst thing I had. Very good. I believe they're throwing on another kebab for me. I only paid for one. They said this is their dahi kebab. Not really sure what dahi is. Bro looks happy for me eating it, so throw a little bit of lime on there. Looks a lot like the seek kebab I just had.
That guy's happy watching him eat. It's thinking you're eating a cat. You think it's chicken, and you're eating somebody's cat. I mean, Jesus, I'm sorry. But would you trust their food? Would you really trust this? Come on, Jesus Christ. What the fucking world? What is going on here?
I don't taste no toenails, no fingernails. Thank you. Got me an ice cream cone to end off the day. India is a very, what should I say, interesting place. I gained a little bit of OCD making this video. I'm about to go clean my room when I get home. If we're gonna be 100% real, India is not the cleanest. It really depends on where you're at. It just so happens to be the city that I'm at is pretty messy. But I think we all have to take into account that there's 1,000 places in the world just like this. These people are living off what they're given and what they're surrounded by. The people and food are just a product of their environment. It's just what they're used to. This is just their everyday life. Serving.
They can't do any better. They don't know any better. Serving food with their feet in a plate. I mean, fucking Christ. I don't even know what to say. Jesus, it's worse than I thought. And that's probably not the worst footage. Fucking hell, man. Fuck. You say that this isn't a hell realm. Would you want to live there? I don't want to live there. Oh, no. Oh.
Food with their toes out, spitting next to their dishes. I'm not saying all of India is like this. I know that there are many nicer parts. Very interesting learning lesson today. This tops the cake for the craziest country I've been to. I hope to go to more countries just like this. I want to indulge myself in the food and cultures. My main goal coming here was to see the reality and just to see how people live. I didn't want to base India and judge them off videos off the internet. I feel like everybody should experience a country just like this at least once in their life. I mean, you don't really have to.
Why? Why would I have to? Look at how demonic he looks. He looks demonic. He looks like he'd eat anything off the fucking ground. Look at this. That's a diamond. Now that's a diamond right there. Fucking hell, that's a diamond.
Talking about the food, Indian food is just good overall. From the spices, oh shit. It's just good filling food. I can't even be mad at it.
I didn't know he was going to do that. Eat it off the ground. Eat it off the ground.
Indian food is just good overall. From the spices, oh shit. It's just good filling food. I can't even be mad at it. I like it. I approve. And yes, I would try it again.
Fucking hell. It's a hell realm. It's a hell realm. Matt McKinley would say, this isn't a hell realm. This isn't a hell realm. Yeah, it is a hell realm. Again, Matt McKinley from Quantum of Conman channel likes to say, this isn't a hell realm. Oh, it is.
Today, we are going to talk about the dark truth of Indian street food. This video is based on a detailed research and some ground reporting from Delhi, Mumbai, and Kolkata. We tried to find out what is really happening in the street food industry, and boy, were we shocked by what we found. There are 3 major problems with the street food that we are going to talk about in this video. Unhygienic conditions, use of harmful ingredients, and lack of government regulation. Let's start with unhygienic conditions. If you have ever been to Old Delhi or any other part of India for that matter and ate at a street food stall, then there's a very good chance that you have seen rats around. And it's not just the stray rats that you see in the corner of your eye. Rats are everywhere in Old Delhi, and they are freely roaming in the market areas where the street food is made. Some of them even make their way into the food stalls. Have you seen the video of the rat that was taking a dip in the golgappa? Now imagine that golgappa being prepared with bare hands and served to you. That's how it is in Old Delhi and other parts of India. Bare hands are used to make the chaat items. These vendors do not wear gloves while handling the food, and they also do not wash their hands properly before serving you the food. The same hands that prepare your food are the same hands that these vendors use to clean themselves after they go to the washroom. They simply wash their hands with water and use the towel to dry them. That's it. No soap, no scrubbing, nothing. And you can imagine the level of dirt and germs on those hands. Have you seen how dirty the auto drivers are in India? Well, the street food vendors are no different. There is a high chance that the vendor you are buying Golgappa from has truck driver friends who often visit his stall to eat. And the truck drivers, well, they are notorious for being filthy. You will hardly find a truck driver who bathes daily. When they do bathe, they don't clean themselves properly. Think about all the dust, smoke, and diesel that they are surrounded with during the day. And now imagine that person eating Golgappa from your plate. The next problem is with the ingredients that are used in making street food. Now, we are not saying that all the street food is bad and should be avoided. We are just talking about the popular street food that you will find in almost every city of India. The ingredients used in these popular street foods are extremely harmful for your health. The main ingredient in most of the street food is potato. The way they prepare this potato is extremely unhygienic. The vendors simply wash the potatoes with water, cut them with a knife, and put them directly in the oil for frying. The same knife that they use to cut the potatoes is also used to cut onions, tomatoes, and other veggies. And these veggies are served raw to you. They do not wash the veggies properly. The cutting board where they cut all the veggies is so dirty that you would not even want to touch it with your fingers. These cutting boards are never cleaned, and the oil that they use to fry the potatoes is so old that it has gone rancid. The oil is often reused again and again, and the same oil is used to fry the samosas, kashoris, golgappas, and other items. And you know what happens when the oil is reused again and again? The trans fat content increases in the oil, and trans fat is extremely bad for your health. Trans fat can lead to heart disease, obesity, and diabetes. And you are consuming a lot of trans fat when you eat street food. Not just that, the potatoes used in the street food are also not edible. The vendors get the cheapest quality of potatoes which are not fit for consumption. Even after frying, these potatoes taste awful. So what do? They add a lot of masala and spices to hide the bad taste of the potatoes. And these spices are mostly harmful for your health. Most of the street food vendors buy their spices from the local market, and in these markets you will find red chili powder and turmeric powder being sold openly.
Out.
But do you know what else is sold openly in these markets? Plaster, distemper, and other kinds of paint? Yes, you heard that right. In many parts of India, the food and non-food items are sold in the same market. So there is always a risk of these vendors getting the wrong item instead of the right item. And if that happens, then you can imagine the consequences. Now let's talk about the meat used in the street food. Most of the street food vendors get their meat from the local butcher, and the problem with these butchers is that they don't follow any kind of hygiene. The meat that is sold here is not even fit for consumption. The meat is often rotten, and it's kept in the open to attract customers. Now, in order to hide the bad smell of the rotten meat, these butchers use a very interesting trick. They keep a small fire burning near their shop throughout the day, and this smoke helps to hide the rotten smell of the meat. So whenever you are near a burning incense stick or a burning agar body, just take a moment out and think about the kind of meat that could be lying nearby. The meat that you eat in your burgers and pizzas is also prepared in the same way. If you are thinking that the big brands will save you, then think again, because even these big chains are guilty of selling unhygienic food. Have you read about the KFC Zomato delivery guy spitting in the food? The incident happened in January 2023. A Zomato delivery guy working for KFC was caught on camera spitting in the food he was delivering. This happened in Gurugram, and the video went viral on social media. The delivery guy was later fired by Zomato. But think about the damage that he had already done. Imagine the level of filth that must be present in the KFC outlet from where this guy was delivering the food. Another incident came to light in February 2023. A Domino's store in India was selling rotten food. Domino's store was located in Noida, and the food items were not just rotten, they were also infested with insects. Now, these incidents may be rare, but they do happen. And this shows the level of negligence that is present in the food industry. And this brings us to the last problem with the street food in India: lack of government regulation. The government does not monitor the street food vendors in India. and this is one of the main reasons why they operate in such an unhygienic environment. The government has tried to do something about it in the past. In October 2019, the FSSAI released new guidelines for street food vendors across India. The FSSAI is the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, and it comes under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Under the new guidelines, the street food vendors were supposed to obtain a food safety license, and they were also supposed to meet certain hygiene standards. No? But the problem is that these guidelines were never implemented. In fact, the government did not even try to implement them. Now, there are certain types of street food that are safe to eat. Mostly it is the popular street food, like golgappa, samosa, kachori, vada, pav, dosis, and idli, that are extremely unhygienic. So if you want to avoid all this filth, try to stick to the less popular street food. For example, the fruit juices and shakes that you get in the local fruit shops are pretty safe to eat. Also, the baked and grilled food items are safe to eat. As long as the cooking is done in front of you, it is safe to eat. Avoid the food that is cooked in the morning and kept in the open throughout the day. If you see a lot of flies around the food, just stay away from it. No matter how hungry you are, do not compromise on the quality of the food. We would also like to tell you that this video is not meant to defame the street food vendors. These people work extremely hard to make an honest living. They work long hours in extremely difficult conditions. But the fact is that the street food industry is largely unorganized. This is the main reason why the hygiene standards are so low. If the government steps in and helps these vendors to organize themselves, then there is no reason why the street food in India cannot become world-class. Now, we would like to ask you a question. How often do you eat street food? Is it daily, weekly, or monthly? Just let us know in the comments. And if you found this video informative, then please share it with your friends. Thanks for watching.
Hey guys, my name is Modi and you are welcome to Modi Speaks. So one of the reasons I'm happy and satisfied as
Today, we are going to in the comments. And if you found this video informative, then please share it with your friends. Thanks for watching.
Stand, please. No, sorry. Stand, please. No. Ouch. Call your friend. Call your friend.
This gorgeous Korean travel blogger just shared her recent trip to India. And man, what started as an exciting adventure turned into a complete nightmare. In just a few days, she dealt with non-stop stalking, creepy harassment, and scam after scam. And if that wasn't bad enough, the whole thing ended with a nasty car accident. She went there curious about a different culture, but instead got a crash course in misery. One thing after another kept going wrong, pushing her deeper into despair until she finally broke down crying on camera, shouting, "I hate India."
Are you crying, ma'am? Yeah, I'm crying.
Why?
Guys, I hate India.
So she lands in New Delhi, India's capital. And on her first day, she decides to take a stroll and check out the
She was naive. She made a big mistake. I'm sorry, but you made a big mistake.
local scene. But before she knows it, this seemingly innocent woman and a bunch of kids surround her. Before she can even process what's happening, they're quickly dabbing colorful marks on her forehead and cheeks. At first, she thinks it's some kind of local cultural thing, but she quickly realizes something's not right. Hands start reaching out demanding money. And get this, one of the kids actually tries to stick his hand right into her bag. What seemed like a friendly welcome instantly turns into this elaborate scam. These kids were acting like total brats, and she felt genuinely scared for the first time. They were like a pack of hungry wolves, ready to pounce and grab whatever they could get their hands on. Luckily, there was a cop nearby on duty, so she rushes over for help. But even with the police trying to shoo them away, these kids just wouldn't quit. They kept following her around like they were silently saying no money, no freedom. This blatant harassment left her feeling both furious and helpless. And her impression of the city was already getting pretty dark. Some good people couldn't stand watching this anymore and stepped in to help chase the kids away. But these little troublemakers were like sticky tape that just wouldn't come off. They were obviously part of some organized operation and had developed seriously thick skin. They weren't scared of anyone's threats. And some locals even tried bribing them with tips. Seeing her getting surrounded by more and more people, she had no choice but to buy a ticket and hide inside a tourist attraction to finally shake off those persistent little scammers. But just when she thought she could safely leave, right outside the attraction, she gets targeted by a group of students. They start following her, constantly shouting, "Wait up," which made her pretty nervous at first. But she quickly figured out these students just wanted to take a selfie with a foreigner. Right after the photo, this sketchy-looking Indian dude slides up to her. She immediately goes on high alert, clearly refusing whatever he wanted and telling him to back off. But this guy had thicker skin than a bathroom wall and just wouldn't leave. Even when she told him she was recording, he didn't care one bit and kept being a total pest. Finally, when he realized he wasn't getting anywhere, he actually tried to grab her hand. She wasn't having any of that and quickly dodged out of the way. But that was just the beginning.
Today, we are going to talk about the dark truth of India.
I talked to them.
What's up guys, I'm Drubinski and I'm going to show you what $10 can get you in Zambia, one of Africa's most underrated countries. Check this out. Chimichangas. Cheers.
Zambia is a landlocked country in south-central Africa. It's known for Victoria Falls, which is more than twice as tall as Niagara and my all-time favorite waterfall on earth. But Zambia is also a land of national parks where you can see Africa's big 5 animals: lions, leopards, elephants, buffaloes, and rhinos. And it's also home to a very friendly culture with big smiles.
So it is my second time in Zambia and I'm excited to be exploring alongside Deanna, my wife, and our new friends Oriana and Elliot. All right, we pulled over on the side of the road here somewhere in Zambia and we're getting some baobab fruit.
Oh, it's like a felt. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It sounds like one of those like things in Mexico that you like chimichangas. Cheers. This is the baobab fruit. Have you ever seen anything like that?
No.
It's like you want to think it's a coconut, but it's not.
As we continue our journey, we stop on the side of the road to buy a local newspaper for only 10 cents.
We're gonna read some of the stories.
That has to be the cheapest newspaper in the world.
Yeah. We are walking through the markets here in Siavanga near Lake Kariba. Pretty chill place. Hi. We're gonna buy some mangoes here. There you go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello. How are you? So Deanna left her sunglasses at home, so now she's gonna buy some at the market.
Yeah.
Those are your style.
Oh, perfect.
Let me see, look at me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much.
Look at the kid carrying it. Everyone watching this is gonna have no idea what it's like to grow up in Zambia. So what is it like to grow up here?
And I think it's a real like amalgamation of things, a real mix of things. You really get to experience the natural beauty of the country, but at the same time, like a really vibrant community of people, different cultures.
Did you ever feel like an outsider because of your skin color growing up here?
Look at all the smiling Negroes, everyone. Look at all the smiling.
Did you ever feel like an outsider because
things? You really get to experience the natural beauty of the country, but at the same time,
Look at all the smiling Negroes.
like a really vibrant community of people, different cultures.
Did you ever feel like an outsider because of your skin color growing up here?
What I would say is that Zambian people never discriminate.
That's good.
Ever discriminate.
That's great. I think it's...
So now the perspective, Zambian perspective, equally Zambians, we are made of indigenous tribes, we're made of 72 tribes. So for us to be united, it means one Zambia, one nation. So we don't discriminate. So whatever color we embrace, foreigners, we're also on point. If you want to buy like tomatoes or something, maybe at a higher price, no. It's reasonable price.
That's really nice to hear.
Yeah,
that.
then it's up to you. Just get a tip or something.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, bro.
Yeah,
Thank you, man. Thank you. This is what a small shop looks like in a small town Zambia. This is what you got. Nah, I got it.
Good?
That's exactly what I thought it was. Oh, the aftertaste is even worse. Oh my god. For $1 US, we got this local beer and whiskey. Golden Bell whiskey. We are now heading to a local bar here in this tiny town in Zambia. Kids are playing soccer. All right, it's my boy Elliot's birthday. Happy birthday, bro.
Thanks, man.
Let's get some booze. Hey, man. It's his birthday. We want to have a drink.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is a cool bar. What do you want?
I got a beer, please. You have Mossy?
Big Mossy.
Mossy, big Mossy.
Come check out this bar.
Oh, wow. OMG. Oh, my God.
Your country is so cool.
I know.
Okay,
Oh, we have Corona.
You have Corona there.
Wow, they do.
We can do the Zambian handshake.
Oh,
Hi, Jack. Bro, she's Zambian. I'm fine.
Good, thank you. Yeah, we know how to do.
No. Hello. How are you? Fine.
He's so
surprised.
I'm gonna have to teach you.
What is a Zambian handshake?
Okay, so it's this.
Nice to meet you.
How are you, man?
Me, I'm good.
Hey,
What about you?
Tell me about Zambia.
Very nice day. No fight. Just freedom. Yes. And enjoy it. Yeah.
And everyone's always enjoying.
Yes, everyone. Just enjoy it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, bro.
Here you go. Happy birthday.
Zambia is awesome.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
What a place.
That's what I said.
Don't drink
guys want a
and
beer?
drive.
I can buy you a beer. Yeah. You want a beer?
That's pretty lagery. It's a great little scene here in this
I
shop.
know. Oh,
First of all, it is so hot in here, like I can't even, words don't describe how hot it is. Okay, cheers, man. Cheers, hey.
Cheers, my friend.
Cheers, brother.
80 cents for one beer, not bad.
Of all the impressive things about Zambia, I am most excited to visit the world's largest man-made lake called Lake Kariba. This huge reservoir stretches across nearly 5,500 square kilometers, offering stunning views, incredible wildlife, and some of the best fishing in Africa.
Check out our amazing spot here on Lake Kariba. So look at this room. It's like a beautiful resort. You go outside. That is the largest man-made lake in the world, Lake Kariba. Look at it. Oh, incredible. We're having some pizza here right by the beautiful lake. Chef Brian is a legend.
Thank you.
He's making us
Lakes in Africa are great. None of them know how to swim. They don't know how to swim. This is a Zambian pizza made by a black Zambian. This is amazing. By the way, this is where Creep Alley's from. Callie Creep Alley Taylor is from Zambia. Creep Alley Taylor, the one that likes to talk about me all the time. She's building a tiny house. She's from here.
fantastic pizza. And we have Oriana cooking over there.
Having a fry.
This is the brick oven that they're cooking pizza in here on the lake. Beautiful. What are you making, Brian?
I'm making now. This is rosemary, garlic and rosemary. Yeah.
All these ingredients on the table. Fantastic. All right. Diana, take a piece. You got pizza with a view.
Oh.
Try it.
Oh my god. Thank you.
Welcome. Take it, bro.
Thanks, man.
How was it? How's it, Oriana?
So good. Amazing.
Do you have a good like variations of cuisine?
There's definitely some Indian spice in here.
Yeah.
Like curry, right? Like a curry paste in here. That is really delicious. Nothing like fresh brick oven pizza. With a view like that, man. Sunset on Lake Kariba. That is Zimbabwe. And this is Zambia. Beautiful out here. So incredible. What a moment. Hey! Wow, look at the sun.
It's gonna get a million times better.
We are cruising on Lake Kariba in between Zambia and Zimbabwe. It's amazing. Look at this.
In total, I got a baobab fruit, a newspaper.
I wonder if they had to build that man-made lake so they don't KI double hockey sticks each other like African countries have been known to do since the beginning of time in this realm, basically. Oh my goodness.
A mango, sunglasses, whiskey, and local beers for only $8.10. Thanks for watching, and make sure to subscribe if you want to see more $10 videos around the world.
Wash it with hot water before cooking. Pag-pag! Masarap to!
More than 1 billion tons of unspoiled food are thrown away and wasted every year. This amount of food waste is alarming worldwide. However, in Manila, the capital of the Philippines, some neighborhoods collect food from garbage dumps and eat it. Thousands of tons of food are collected, recooked, and become the basic sustenance for thousands of people. You may never have heard of this before. I'm talking about pagpag. So, what exactly is pagpag? It is actually the traditional dish of the Tondo neighborhood. Tondo is the largest shanty town in Manila, the capital city of the Philippines. Everyone in Tondo loves this dish and is addicted to pagpag. I'm sure, though, that none of you have tried it. The reason is quite clear. Pagpag is made from trash. Yes, that's right, and no one can deny it. Restaurant workers collect leftover fried chicken from fast food chains, hamburger scraps, and other food items, place them in bags, and throw the bags into the nearest trash containers. Then, at night, garbage collectors come and collect the bags. People in need from the Tondo neighborhood then go to these sites and sort through the bags until dawn. The lucky ones find larger pieces of chicken. Once collected, the food scraps are rinsed in clean water. Then, soy sauce, oil, and Sprite are added, and the food is cooked again. It's hard to believe, but pagpag is the most popular and widely consumed dish in these slum neighborhoods of Manila. According to them, it's cheap and delicious. To better illustrate the story, we first visited one of the most famous fast food chains in the Philippines. It's the favorite restaurant for those who can afford fried chicken and hamburgers in the capital city of Manila. We observed how much of their meals customers actually finished.
Right now, I'm in front of Jollibee. This place is always crowded and a lot of food gets thrown away.
Many orders were brought to the tables, but most customers didn't finish their meals. We then examined the leftover food on the tables. The food scraps destined for the trash contained a significant amount of edible chicken and pasta. Pagpag lovers most look forward to eating these bone-in and boneless chicken pieces.
As you can see, half of the food hasn't been eaten and has been left behind. This could be a pagpag meal for someone poor.
The past is a foreign country.
Butterface! Yeah!
Raccoon eyes.
Okay then, that's Butterface Stacy.
They do things differently there.
And now, Stacy, take off the bag. Here we go, and let's see the face.
I mean, she's quite attractive. More attractive than her.
Stacy, it's got to be hard when the crowd starts. James, you give her the microphone so I can talk to her. Stacy, it's got to be tough when the crowd starts freaking out when you take the bag off your head.
2000's TV was fucking bizarre.
How did you end up here in the Butterface? Did some guy tell you about it?
No, actually, my friend Candace entered me into it.
That really is a shit friend.
She just told me you had to have a perfect body with a
A bad lid?
Yeah.
Fascinating to compare 2004 beauty standards to 2025 beauty standards. Those standards really have slipped. This video also just went viral.
Okay, I'm Riley. I'm 24. I'm from Houston, Texas. And honestly, I'm down for any good adventure. I just got scuba dive certified and I'm planning to go to Australia this summer, so I'm super excited about that.
Travel girl, red flag.
And then I just picked up skiing like 2 years ago, and I honestly love any themed party. Like, those are like my favorite things to go to, my favorite things to plan.
Exhausting, high maintenance cringe.
And I'm looking for someone that wants to be my adventure buddy, and it's someone that I can trust in and is gonna be there for me.
Aww. Any takers, fellas?
Any gentleman would like to get to know Riley more, please step forward.
And it's a big fat zero.
They're nervous. They're nervous.
Anyone,
come on.
Hey Riley, we're gonna have you sit down, but thank you for introducing yourself.
Bit awkward, but on X, a deluge of delusional women and male feminists reacted by slamming the men for not being interested. She was way too cool for any of these guys. Men deserve to be lonely. Look at this piece of shit. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Male loneliness is the most self-inflicted epidemic ever. She doesn't dress like a hoe and is fairly pretty. Fairly pretty. That's not true though, is it? An attractive woman who can scuba dive, ski, travel, so is fit and adventurous, and likes themed parties, is clearly a lot of fun, doesn't get a single taker. Gee, I wonder why. In just 20 years, we went from this being ugly to this being attractive.
I'm Riley. I'm 24. I'm from Houston, Texas.
Hoflation truly is real. Ever feel like you're stuck in a habit that you don't even think about? Maybe it's something you reach for during stressful moments, while hanging out with friends or just out of boredom. Gotta tell you, I've been there. That's why I was excited to try Fume, the award-winning flavoured air device. Fume, the sponsor of today's video, isn't just another vape, e-cig or nicotine of vaping or smoking. And right now, if you order the Journey Pack using my code P, there's a curtain between them so the men can't even see her. But still, aside from the distinctly unfeminine activity girl spiel, Adventure Buddy equals pay for her travel expenses. It's the voice, isn't it? You can just tell from the voice.
I honestly love any themed party. Like,
in 2025, no woman should have to seek validation from men. It's literally a dating show. A Mormon dating show. Presumably they're looking for a wife, not a travel buddy. No, how dare they not be attracted to her? How dare they have preferences. I hate men so fucking much. Dude gets frustrated over being constantly rejected by women. He's a pathetic loser incel. Extremely mid woman gets rejected once. All men are misogynistic pigs. Women having standards. Yes, queen, know your worth and never settle. You got this. Men having standards. You deserve male loneliness. You're an incel and I hope you die lonely. Women reasonably lower their dating standards to match with a comparatively attractive male partner challenge. Impossible. A professional matchmaker says women are telling her they're meeting handsome, charming, successful men who pay the bill, and they're still not interested.
Alright, I might have to take my own advice because right now I am so frustrated by the fact that like I can't see anything more with this guy I'm seeing. And he's a great guy. He's a great guy on paper, great guy in person. And I just don't understand why I don't see more with him.
Women are demanding men wear suits by a specific tailor and that their ears have to be a certain size, while men are viciously demonized for wanting to date someone who's somewhat on their level in the looks department. Female relationship requirements in a man?
Number 1, height. My man's gotta be above 6'2". My last 2 boyfriends were 6'3". Number 2, you can't have a gut. I need you built. I need you fit and going to the gym multiple times a week. Number 3, he cannot have a salary cap. He needs to have multiple streams of income. I need you in a career that is going to make us money. I like expensive things. I like expensive vacation. Number 4, whenever we travel, he's got to be flying his business. And number 5, he's got to have a really nice watch.
Male relationship requirements in a woman. Literally anyone who's just vaguely pleasant looking and nice. Oh, but apparently it's men who need to lower their standards, even though men are already lowering their standards. Good luck, fellas. Mid women on Tinder.
This is the 5th time that I have told a guy on a dating app, hey, I really like you, like I have a good feeling about you, let's go out, let's do this. And they unmatched me.
Mid-men on Tinder. 10,000 right swipes to get just 13 matches and 0 dates. Not to worry, guys. I've heard Travel Girl's still available.
Okay, I'm Riley.
If you value what I do and you want to help support me, please visit pauljosephwatson.locals.com and either pledge a one-time donation or subscribe to join my community, get early access videos, and message me directly. And exclusive live streams coming soon.
Well, now it's 6.
It's one of those times where do I take the chance or not? And I figured in this situation, taking the chance with a bigger, how should I say, mallet over his head, because point blank is I'll deliver the consequences if he screws this up.
So that was Franklin County Judge Michael Holbrook, a white-guilted, idiotic judge who saw a repeat offender who is a member of the Kia Boys for multiple different Grand Theft Autos, carjackings, and all sorts of other crimes, and decided that he was going to give shock probation, much in the same way that this previous judge that we recently released a video on decided to go with shock probation, and of course was immediately rewarded with that man kidnapping people, stabbing one of them, and trying to initiate a bank robbery. Well, in this particular case, I'm happy to report that we have some kind of a happy ending. It appears that white guilt can only take you so far, and after this guy's 157th chance, the judge has finally decided enough is enough, and he dropped a serious sentence upon him. And this is what we're going to talk about today. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
Well, that was Franklin County Common Pleas Judge Michael Holbrook telling our Lacey Crisp in March why he decided to sentence a teen to community control instead of serving time behind bars. For years, 10 TV's Lacey Crisp has been warning you about the Kia Boys and how to keep your family and your property safe. Well, today, one of those Kia Boys was back in Judge Holbrook's courtroom, now facing a nearly decade-long sentencing, a shift in tone for those looking to steal cars.
So the local news presenter gives us an idea of what's been going on in this judge's courtroom and what's been going on in this area of Ohio, which is plagued by Kia Boys style thefts, which of course are done for fun, are done for entertainment, and lead to deadly consequences often enough that they should be a matter of concern. But like in many places post the Black Lives Matter riots of 2020, this area of Ohio has decided to institute a bunch of woke criminal justice reforms. They've decided to elect people who are soft on crime even to the judiciary. So time after time, despite the fact that the crimes keep escalating, they end up getting slaps on the wrist. They end up getting treated like innocent Baba Angel Aladdins who are just stealing cars in order to feed their starving family, or as was once said, no joke, by Jessica Burbank, they're stealing cars because you need cars to go to the grocery store to buy food for their family.
Why are we seeing an increase in carjackings? I mean, we saw an increase in the price of used cars and trucks go up by 40%. That's a very high number. I think people are really struggling to afford cars, and it's really sad because you see the main contributing factor of this to be markups done by dealers of 35 and 65%, and you see them raking in record profits. So as the price goes up, their profits go up as well. They're not just accounting for, an incurrence of production cost. They're just raising the price as a part of their regular dealership markup, and people are really struggling. They need cars to go get groceries, go to work, what have you.
Now that's the dumbest explanation I've ever heard to date for why kids do carjackings, and if you ever find yourself arguing against somebody who makes that counterpoint to you, just call an ambulance because they have brain damage and they need some serious medical help, and it would be shocking if there wasn't something immediately fatally wrong with an individual who makes that point. However, in this particular case, we actually have something something even more shocking, because we are used to these judges making these ridiculous rulings, whether they be motivated by wokeness or white guilt, or, you know, both, if we're being perfectly honest, just never talking to the press, never owning up to their decisions, never owning up when they backfire. But in this particular case, the judge has admitted that he was wrong. His white guilt meter has finally run empty. The well is dry.
Judge Holbrook told me he screwed up when he gave Akeem Benjamin one more chance and in March sentenced him to community control. Well, today, Holbrook sent Benjamin to prison.
Look, we're going to hear a little bit later from this judge admitting that he was wrong, admitting that it was a bad idea to give this guy probation, despite the fact that he is an ongoing repeat offender. But I think it's important to hear from the suspect's mother, because the suspect's mother has a completely different take than many of you are expecting.
This was Mom, Tiffany Hammond, back in 2023, begging for judges, for his own good, to punish her son for stealing cars.
I've been begging and pleading. Please arrest him, lock him up, do something that's going to make him pay for the things that he's out here doing.
Now, look, I want to give the judge some credit for eventually coming to the right conclusion, for eventually sentencing this person based on his lengthy criminal history to an appropriate prison term. But when you have the boy's mother showing up to court, begging you to hold her son accountable because she understands that if you keep giving him no consequences, he's just going to keep committing crimes, and you still think that your white guilt takes precedent over that, you're a problem. You need to be removed from the bench. It's nice to see a bit of a turn from this particular judge on this particular case, but in reality, I think it's too little too late. This judge needs to go, and apparently a lot of judges in this county need to go, because we see terrible decision after terrible decision coming from the judges on the bench over here, and I've had enough of it. But again, let's hear what happened after the judge, ignored the pleas from the mother to lock her son up.
A month after that interview, Benjamin was shot while trying to steal another car. Last May, he was arrested in back-to-back days in Whitehall for his role in stealing cars and ramming into an undercover detective's vehicle.
So look, the mom wanted him sentenced to a lengthy sentence for his own good. After she gave that interview to the news media, he tried to carjack somebody, ended up getting shot for his trouble, and then he was subsequently arrested in back-to-back incidents, and in one of those instances, he ended up crashing his car into an undercover detective. Obviously, this kid was a problem. Obviously, this kid was not only a danger to others, but a danger to himself. And despite the pleas from the mother, the warnings about the danger that her son was in and what she thought was for his own good, this judge still gave him a light sentence. This judge still gave him probation. This judge was like, oh my God, my white guilt heart has grown 3 times the size of normal. So what I'm going to say is that you're an innocent Baba Angel Aladdin who is only stealing cars in order to feed your starving family, and for whatever reason, a member of your starving family, your mother, who's not starving at all whatsoever, keeps telling me that I need to lock you up, but I'm not going to listen to her, because what would she know? I'm going to give you probation because I think I like the cut of your jib. I think you happen to be a gentleman and a scholar whose kindness knows no bounds. Hey, why are you breaking into my car right now and driving away? What the hell is going on? This was the process that the judge went through.
In March, Judge Holbrook sentenced Benjamin to community control.
And we're caught up into the game. Now, I was told by the prosecutor no one was hurt. That was important to me. If someone had been hurt, it had been a different decision.
Look, this judge is an idiot. Let's just be clear about that. He may have ultimately come to the right conclusion after he was embarrassed publicly by the media, but he's an idiot. This guy stole cars multiple times. At one point in time, he got shot for his trouble, but in another instant, the one that he was looking at, he stole a car and then crashed it into a police detective's vehicle. And the fact that nobody was hurt is a by the grace of God kind of moment, because guess what? Somebody could have easily got hurt. This idea that we have to let behavior that we know is dangerous go on repeatedly, time and time again, and wait for somebody to get seriously injured or killed before we intervene is absolutely absurd. You want to know why Baltimore is experiencing lower than normal homicides? It's because they got a prosecutor over there called Ivan Bates that replaced the Black Lives Matter prosecutor Marilyn Mosby, the one who was indicted for corruption corruption, by the way, and he actually prosecutes people who commit crimes with firearms, whether they be robberies, carjackings, whatever. He prosecutes those people, and he does this under the premise that if you commit crimes repeatedly while carrying guns, while using guns to commit said crimes, eventually that gun is likely to go off and then there will be a homicide. So he has this crazy idea as a prosecutor, again, in Democrat-controlled Baltimore, that if you prosecute the people for the gun crimes, you go after those people, then you could reduce the homicides. And guess what? Ever since he's been in office, homicides have gone down in the city of Baltimore. Spoiler alert, prosecuting crimes that are inherently dangerous or repeat criminals reduces future crimes. This guy is an absurd buffoon. He should never be a judge. He's like, well, yeah, he stole multiple cars, crashed a bunch of them, crashed into a vehicle this time, but nobody was hurt yet. Nobody was injured yet. I mean, he could have easily crashed into a pedestrian or killed somebody in another vehicle. That's already happened multiple times, killed himself. But as of right now, as of this moment, in the dozen or so car thefts that we know about, he hasn't killed anybody yet, so no big deal. And that's what really impacted my decision, because I'm an idiot, white guilted judge. Those are the parts of the quote that didn't make the interview, by the way.
In July, Benjamin violated that probation by being kicked out of a program.
It's time to grow up, man. Face life and realize we're society.
And was back in front of Judge Holbrook today.
He can't get caught up in this crap he's been doing. This isn't a video game.
Despite the judge's admonishments, Benjamin did not say anything in court.
So the judge is like, man, it's time to grow up. This ain't no video game. This ain't a Game Station 5 game. And he goes on this rant that honestly is clearly falling on deaf ears, because you have this guy just expecting to get another free pass. In addition to that, I will also point out that his attorney, likely his public defender, is actually an attractive lady. And I can't say for sure that that had any impact on the judge's previous rulings, but I do believe I spotted a subtle stop stimping bumper sticker on the judge's bench that can be visible in certain lighting. Let me just punch in on that for you guys to see.
You and I talked last time when you gave him community release, and you said, I have hope for him. How'd that work out?
Didn't work out well, did it? Here we are.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys, but the way that that reporter asked the question to the judge and his annoyed response that the reporter has no respect for him at all whatsoever had me cracking up when I first heard it. Again, it's like, hey, you said in your previous court hearings that you had a lot of hope for this young man. You called him a promising future scholar, a potential astronaut, somebody who might colonize Mars. Well, how'd that work out for you, dumbass? Like, that's the tone in the question. And the judge, clearly and obviously, not a fan of that. He's like, well, I guess it didn't work out. Thanks for making me feel like an idiot. But the thing is, you need to feel like an idiot. We need public pressure on these judges so they could be removed from office or voted out of office or some such thing. It could be done in order to stop them from participating in the same exact behavior, because this needs to stop.
Holbrook explained he sees a lot of teens like Benjamin in his courtroom, and he tries to set up programming so they don't return. He was frustrated Benjamin didn't take the last chance he was offered.
Disappointed to see him come back. He tried to give him guidance. You were in the courtroom. I talked to him at that time and explained what my expectations were. And didn't seem to work.
So look, the judge finally admitted that he's wrong. He finally administered an appropriate sentence, and I am happy to hear that. I'm glad that this is the ultimate result. But he says that he's disappointed, and for me, this is like if you don't flush your toilet for days, you being disappointed that your bathroom smells like crap. It is obviously the consequences of you going soft on him, because guess what? Many a judge, many a time has gone soft on him, and it didn't stop him from re-offending. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. Maybe you guys out there in the audience have white guilt meters that are not quite empty yet, and you think he is an innocent baby angel Aladdin, and you want to explain why you think this judge did a good job before this in the comments below. As per usual, if you like this video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social medias, support me via the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about a white guilted judge finally learning his lesson. Till next time.